HarperCollins presents The Mind of a Murderer by Michael Wood. Read by Olivia Mace. For Mum. Just don't read the sex scenes. Chris made me put them in. Prologue. Forensic psychology is the application of scientific knowledge to help answer questions in the study of criminal practice. Through analysing the history of the criminal, interviewing the killers, and the friends and family of the suspects, it is hoped a better understanding of the murderer and their acts can alert the authorities to the killers of the future. You can sit opposite an incarcerated mass murderer and ask him questions, and he will answer you. But how much can you trust his answers? Serial killers are, by design, great manipulators. The theory behind the science is intricate. In my experience, the best person to fully understand a serial killer is one of his victims, like me. Chapter 1. Dollis Hill, London, Thursday, 15th of February, 2024. After a double shift at the Royal Free Hospital, Phoebe Harper was hoping to get home, order a takeaway, have a long soak in the bath until the delivery arrived, and spend the evening in front of the television, gorging herself on spring rolls and crispy duck. As soon as she turned the corner and entered the road where she lived, she knew her quiet evening was ruined before it had even begun. Her next-door neighbour, Donna Fletcher, was 40 today, and was having the party to end all parties. Phoebe had known about it for months. She'd even been invited, but had turned it down because she knew she'd be tired after work. The road was packed with randomly parked cars. Donna's driveway was cluttered, and it wasn't difficult to spot the party house. A light was on in every room. The front door was wide open, and people were spilling out onto the street, bottles in hand. Thumping music sounded from within. Donna, dressed in an unflattering little black dress, trotted unsteadily down the street towards Phoebe. She was wearing a plastic tiara on her head, a pink feather boa around her neck, and had an open bottle of Prosecco in her left hand. "Phoebes!" she slurred. "You're home! Please tell me you're going to join us." Phoebe could smell the alcohol on her breath before she even opened her mouth. "I'd love to, Donna, but I'm dead on my feet. I've been at the hospital for 18 hours. "Please," Donna begged, managing to stretch the word for longer than was necessary. "For me? Just one little drinky." "I can't. I've got to be back at work by 8 tomorrow morning. I've got this weekend off. I'll take you out for lunch on Saturday if you're free." "I never say no to a free lunch," Donna said with a smile. "Thanks for your present. They're gorgeous." Donna put her arm around Phoebe and led her up the street to their homes. "It's a shame you can't come. Roger's here. I told you about Roger, haven't I? He's gorgeous. 6 foot something. Amazing body on him. And my James has seen him in the showers at the gym. I don't know any measurements, but even James was impressed. And I've told you how big he is." "Yes, Donna, you have. Many times." "According to James, Roger is a sucker for a nurse's uniform too. He'd be on you in seconds." As fun as that sounds, I'm really not in the mood tonight. "Never mind. I'll introduce you to him another time." Donna took a swig from the bottle of Prosecco and proffered it to Phoebe, who waved it away. "Listen, any chance we can park a couple of cars on your driveway? The net curtains are twitching. I don't think it'll be long before them across the way call for the police." "Yes, sure. No problem. Why don't you invite them over? They can't complain if they're invited. I did. I went round on Saturday. He gave me a right earful about council regulations regarding loud music and occupancy levels. Boring old bastard. Donna! The call came from the doorway of the party HQ. They both turned to see James stood on the doorstep. Alice has been sick. Where's the mop? She's such a lightweight, Donna said to Phoebe. She only has to hear a cork popping and she's heaving. She kissed her on the cheek. We'll try to keep it down, she said, stifling a laugh and heading back to her house through the maze of cars. Don't worry about it, Phoebe called. She unlocked the door, stepped into the house, and closed it behind her. From inside, all she could hear was the dull thud of music and muffled laughter. Once she had the television on, she was sure she wouldn't have her evening interrupted. She locked the door, put the security chain on, and picked up the post. She flicked through the brown envelopes as she headed into the kitchen, slapping them down on the worktop. She switched the light on with her elbow. The whole room lit up in a brilliant white light. She went to the fridge, pulled out a bottle of wine, and poured herself a glass. Unconsciously, she let out a heavy sigh. There was a loud bang on the patio door at the back of the room that made her jump. She turned and saw James standing outside. He waved to her. Phoebe took the key from the hook on the dresser, unlocked the door, and pulled it open. A blast of cool air hit her in the face. Jesus, James, you scared the life out of me. Sorry, I thought you'd seen me. Look, I know it's an imposition, but can we borrow your patio chairs? What? I know it's February, but we're having a barbecue and we haven't got enough chairs. Can we nab yours? Course you can, she smiled. I'll bring them back round tomorrow, once I've sobered up. I doubt they'll be getting used until the summer. Keep them as long as you like. They might be a bit damp, though. Do you want the cushions? She asked, as he began grabbing the wooden seats. Please. I'll have them cleaned if anything gets spilled on them. Hang on. Phoebe went back to the dresser. She opened a drawer and took out a key. Here you go, they're in the shed. Just pop them back in when you're done with them. You sure? Yes. Thanks. Are you sure you can't pop round for a quick drink? I'd better not. Once I get started, I don't know when to stop. Donna's the same. I hope this is the only time she plans on turning 40. She was 30 about 5 times. See you later. Phoebe smiled and closed the door. She watched as James took the 4 chairs and squeezed through the gap in the fence between the 2 houses. Phoebe refilled her glass of wine and took it upstairs. The house was warm, the heating having come on as timed at 6 o'clock. She started running the bath, poured in a large amount of bubble bath, then went into her bedroom to change. Before stripping off her nurse's uniform, she looked out of the window into the garden next door. The party was in full swing. She could see the silhouettes of people dancing inside cast onto the lawn. She would love to be with them, but didn't dare risk being late for work tomorrow. The hospital was struggling to cope as it was, being understaffed and with extra patients following the harsh winter. She closed the curtains and tried to block out all the sounds of the party. If she couldn't hear it or see it, she wouldn't feel so bad about missing it. Phoebe wrapped a pink toweling dressing gown around her. She went back to the bathroom and removed her makeup in the mirror above the sink. She couldn't believe Donna was 40. She certainly didn't look it. As she wiped away the foundation and eyeshadow, the lines and wrinkles were revealed. It would be another 3 years before Phoebe hit the big 40, and she wasn't looking forward to it. Donna was married and had 2 children, a good job, holidays twice a year, and a new car every 18 months. Phoebe was single, childless, had a demanding job and no money for a holiday or a car. Things would have to change this year. She'd been thinking about entering private practice, but that would mean turning her back on helping real people at the heart of the NHS, something she loved doing. She sighed and turned away from her tired reflection. She pulled out the hair tie and allowed her dull hair to fall down her shoulders. The bath was full. The room had filled with steam, and a relaxing aroma rose from the bubble bath. She turned off the tap and threw the dressing gown to the floor. She was just about to step into it when the doorbell rang. Phoebe sighed. She put her dressing gown back on and headed for the stairs. She opened the door, expecting it to be Donna or James, or maybe even the hunk from the gym.
Sorry to interrupt.
A man of average height with neat dark hair and staring blue eyes said.
I've come from next door. I've been sent round to ask if you can spare any wine glasses. There seems to be more people here than expected.
Phoebe looked out at the madness of the party. The other neighbours wouldn't be as accommodating as her. She doubted it would be long before the police turned up. Sure, come on in, she smiled, opening the door wider.
Sorry, I haven't woken you up or anything, have I?
The man asked, noticing her dressing gown. No, I've just got home from work. I was about to take a bath. How many glasses do you want?
I'm not sure. How many can you spare?
He asked from the hallway. She opened the doors to the dresser and began to reach up for a glass. As she did, her shoulders were grabbed, and she was pulled backwards from behind. She felt a kick to the back of her knees, and she buckled to the floor. Shocked, she looked up and saw the man standing over her. A sweet smile on his face, and a twinkle dancing in his eyes. From behind his back, he pulled out a large carving knife. He held the knife aloft. He was about to bring it down when Phoebe swiftly kicked him hard between the legs. He let out a shout and doubled up in pain. She pushed him to one side and ran out of the kitchen and into the hallway. She pulled at the front door, but it was locked, and the chain had been replaced. In her panic, she grabbed at the security chain, but her shaking fingers couldn't get any purchase on it. "You fucking bitch!" She turned to where the voice was coming from and ducked just in time as the large knife slammed into the wooden door. She scrambled to her feet and headed for the stairs, quickly crawling up them on her hands and feet. She could hear the intruder following behind her. She ran into the bedroom and slammed the door closed behind her. But she was too slow. The man had managed to get to it before it closed and was forcing it open. He pushed as she struggled to keep him at bay. As loudly as she could, Phoebe screamed, hoping someone, anyone, would hear and come to save her. The noise from Donna's party was getting louder. There was no way anyone would hear her cries. The bedroom door was forced open, and Phoebe fell backwards onto the carpet. The man entered and stood over her, knife aloft in his right hand. Phoebe was crying. Her breathing was erratic as he came towards her. Please don't kill me," she pleaded. He brought the knife down quickly, but Phoebe's reactions were quicker. She kicked him hard in the shins. His knees buckled and he fell, but not before the knife had pierced the skin on her exposed leg. She screamed out in pain and looked down at the blood seeping out of the wound. She tried to stand up. She pushed her attacker out of the way. He fell backwards again and hit his head hard against the fitted wardrobe door. She pulled herself to her feet and stumbled out of the bedroom, limping towards the top of the stairs, half running, half falling down them. Out of breath, panicking, frightened and bleeding, Phoebe struggled with the front door. Her fingers were shaking so violently she couldn't find any grip on the Yale lock. She pulled the door open, but the security chain was still on. "Fuck!" she cried. She closed the door, ripped off the chain, and opened it once again. It was pitch black outside. All she could hear was thumping music and raucous laughter coming from next door. Ahead, 3 people made their way up the cul-de-sac, heading for Donna's house. 2 had a bottle in hand, and the 3rd was carrying a large present with a red bow on it. She stepped out into the cold air. Phoebe opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream as her intruder grabbed her by the collar of her dressing gown and pulled her back inside, slamming the front door closed. She fell to the ground, but was able to look up and watch as the attacker leaned down towards her.
"I knew you'd be a fighter the moment I first saw you,"
he said, calmly, into her ear.
"I love a woman who likes to play."
Chapter 2. Friday, 16th of February, 2024. Detective Inspector Jessica Sheffield was sitting behind the wheel of the Vauxhall Astra. Something caught her eye. She looked up and saw her partner heading towards her. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. She knew how this conversation was going to play out. The door opened and Detective Inspector Foley climbed in, bringing with him a blast of cold air. He slammed the door closed. They sat in silence while they both looked outside at the scene of organised chaos going on around them. White-suited forensic officers were busy entering and leaving the house at the top of the cul-de-sac. Uniformed officers were knocking on neighbouring doors, notebooks in hand, talking to sombre-faced residents on the doorstep.
"You know what I'm going to ask you, don't you?"
Foley asked. "I do," Jessica replied. "And?"
"I can't."
"Why not?" "I promised."
"It's the same bloke, Jessica. No witnesses, very little forensic evidence from what we can tell so far, and he's escalating. You've seen the body. You've seen how she suffered. Nobody knows serial killers better than she does."
"She doesn't work active cases. You know that, I know that. I promised I'd never ask her."
Foley turned in his seat to look at the DI. "There's a woman in that house who's been stabbed to death. He's used her as a fucking pincushion, for crying out loud. She was only young, mid-30s, worked as a nurse at the Royal Free. She was doing good work helping the sick, and this bastard comes along and decides to use her as his plaything. He's laughing at us, Jess."
"Don't call me Jess," she said, still staring out of the windscreen.
"Sorry, but he is. All I'm asking is for you to talk to her."
The silence took over once again. Jessica chewed on her bottom lip as she thought. She could feel her partner's cold stare burning into her. She knew he was in a difficult position. Once the press found out there was a serial killer trawling the streets of London, killing women who lived alone, they'd have a field day, and Foley's life would be made more complicated than it was now. "Fine," she said quietly. "I'll ask. Just this once, and if she says no, I'm not going to keep hounding her. She's my friend. One of the few I've got." Foley's relief was evident by the huge grin on his face. His ice-blue eyes lit up.
"I understand. Thank you, Jessica. I'd kiss you if we didn't have an audience.
Just don't get your hopes up, all right? It was too late for that. Foley left the car and headed back to the crime scene. She watched as his head was held high, and there was a spring in his step. He was putting all his faith in Jessica being able to convince a notoriously private person to help with what was bound to become a very public investigation. There were times when she really hated her job. By the end of a difficult working day, Jessica's usual smart appearance had changed. She looked at her reflection in the black mirror of her computer screen and rolled her eyes. Her ponytail had come loose at some point, and strands of mousy hair stuck up in all directions. The small amount of lipstick she'd put on had smudged, and she had a dry fleck of mayonnaise at the corner of her mouth from the disappointing tuna salad sandwich she'd eaten in a rush. She put on her jacket, sneaked the copied files into her bag, and headed for the door. "Jessica?" She turned at the sound of her name being called. D.I. Foley was standing in the doorway to his office. "You won't forget, will you?" "I'd love to forget," she replied. She turned and left the office. Driving in London was no easy task. It didn't seem to matter what the time of day was, there was always a traffic jam to wait in. When it came to the evening rush hour, it was every man for himself. Jessica was tempted to put the blue flashing lights on to upset her fellow commuters even more. But what was the point? She wasn't exactly in a rush to ruin her friendship, and what plans did she have for this evening anyway? All she had to look forward to was a tub of Ben & Jerry's and a crap film on Netflix to watch, with Stanley on the sofa next to her licking his balls. It took her the best part of an hour to drive to Modbury Gardens in Camden. She found a parking space and looked up at the stylish terraced property. It was the only house in the street that was in darkness. There was no point ringing the bell. Nobody was home. And her scooter wasn't parked in its usual place. Jessica turned off the engine and settled down in her seat to wait. Jessica closed her eyes. It had been a long day and a challenging week. She was shattered. She was working on a serial murder case and had 4 other cases that required her input. She was due in court next week to give evidence against a rapist, which would mean hours of hanging around waiting to be called when there are other things she could be doing. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw it was a text from D.I. Foley. She rolled her eyes and opened the message. "I really do appreciate what you're doing. Fish and chips on me tomorrow." It made her smile. She was about to reply when her car was lit up by the single headlight of an approaching scooter. Showtime. Olivia Winter was a short, very slim woman in her mid-30s. Her dark brown hair was sensibly cut into the neck, and her eyes were large and dark. She preferred travelling by scooter as she could zip her way through the heavy London traffic. If she was in a car, she'd have to sit and wait, and that wasn't good for Olivia. She always needed to keep moving. Always. She parked on the pavement outside her house and headed up the steps to the front door as she removed her gloves and hunted for her keys in the deep pockets of her jacket. "Olivia?" She turned abruptly at the sound of her name. It wasn't late, but it was already dark. Living in a cul-de-sac meant there was only one way in or out. Whoever was calling her had been lying in wait. A figure approached her steps. It wasn't until they passed a lamppost that she recognised her caller and visibly relaxed. "Jessica? What are you doing here?" "I've come for a visit. It's been a while," she said.
holding up a bottle of wine in each hand. "It's Friday night, aren't you usually out on the town?"
"The last time I went into a nightclub, the music was so loud it gave me toothache. Sadly, my party days are over. I'm now officially middle-aged. I've even invested in carpet slippers. Save me, Olivia," she pleaded.
Olivia smiled. "Come on then. I'm afraid I haven't got much food in. I only arrived back yesterday." Olivia unlocked the door and stepped inside. She waved the fob on her keyring over the security alarm, then typed in a 4-digit number.
"How was the big American adventure?"
Jessica asked, following her into the spacious hallway. Olivia headed for the kitchen, turning on lights as she went. "It was good." They entered the brightly lit kitchen, and Olivia picked 2 glasses from the shelf and placed them on the solid oak-topped island in the centre of the room.
"You're not very tanned."
"I spent 14 days lecturing. I went from university to university and hotel room to hotel room. The only time I caught any sun was when I stepped out of a taxi."
Jessica opened a bottle of Chardonnay and poured them both a healthy glassful. "You must have had some time for fun."
Olivia shook off her jacket and hitched herself up on one of the stools. She took a large gulp of wine, and her features softened. "I was invited out to a stunning 5-star restaurant in Atlanta by this professor who looked like a cross between Hugh Jackman and Chris Pratt."
"Ooh, gorgeous," Jessica smiled.
"The meal was out of this world. I've never tasted food like it. We had a good chat too, and there was some serious flirting going on."
"Don't stop."
Then the dessert arrived. Dark chocolate mousse with raspberries and champagne ice cream. I'd already had a few drinks and was feeling lightheaded.
"I know where this is going,"
Jessica said, getting excited. Then his wife came to the table, picked up my pudding, slammed it in his face, and walked out.
"Oh, okay. So I didn't know where it was going. Did you know he was married?"
"Of course I didn't."
"Oh well, you win some, you lose some."
"I was more disappointed at not getting to eat my dessert." She smiled.
"But apart from that, it was a successful trip?"
"Yes, I enjoyed it. The lectures went down a storm. I signed plenty of books, and if I never have to answer another question about whether or not I know the royal family personally, it'll still be too soon."
Jessica laughed. "Why do Americans think we all know the royal family?"
"I've no idea. One of these days I'm going to tell them I've got William and Kate on speed dial." They both giggled, visibly relaxing in each other's company. The wine was flowing freely, and Jessica topped up both glasses as Olivia found a bag of kettle chips in the back of the cupboard. "I had the most hellacious date a couple of weeks ago," Jessica began.
"Now you know my rule about dating people I work with, but
this new DC has joined Child Protection, and I'm not kidding you. He is seriously fit.
He's straight off the box of Calvin Klein underwear. He's so beautiful, I want to cry when I see him."
"Oh my God," Olivia smiled, taking a handful of crisps.
"I decided to be modern and asked him out for a bite to eat."
"In the hope that he'd say he'd like to eat you?"
"Of course." Jessica smiled. "Anyway, we went to this Chinese close to work, and he spent the entire meal talking about himself. Everything we talked about, he turned the subject back to himself. He kept checking his reflection out in the window and constantly looking around to see if anyone was looking at him. Talk about conceited. I actually got more satisfaction out of getting out of the taxi alone than inviting him in. I didn't think it was possible for a man to be too good-looking, but he's definitely it. I thought women were supposed to be high maintenance, Olivia asked. The tables have turned. I don't want to go out with a man who spends more time in the bathroom than I do. Have you got anyone else lined up? No. I'm that busy at the moment, I haven't got time. Besides, she waved the comment away. Still, on the plus side, by working myself to a frazzle, I'm not spending any money and my holiday fund is growing nicely. July cannot come soon enough. Italy is not going to know what's hit it when you and I get there, Jessica said with a huge smile. I plan on doing lots of the 3 W's. Do I dare ask what they are? Walking, wine, and waiters. I really hope we don't have adjoining rooms. Olivia, sweetheart, when was your last holiday? Olivia thought for a moment. I can't remember. Exactly. Whenever you do go abroad, it's for work. You need to let your hair down, let your guard down, and let your knickers down. You are incorrigible. And proud of it. Speaking of which, dare I ask if anything more has happened with you and the handsome stranger at the swimming pool? I haven't been since before Christmas. Olivia, how long have you known him? I don't know him. She stifled a laugh. Exactly. You've been going to that pool for over 50 years. Slight exaggeration, Olivia interrupted. You're letting life and opportunities pass you by. Now take some advice from someone more carefree. Next time you see him, grab him by the trunks, drag him to the nearest disabled toilets, and ride him like a cowboy at a rodeo. Oh my God, Jessica! I think I'm blushing, Olivia said, almost shocked. I'm guessing you've had experience of a disabled toilet. Only once, but my goodness, it was hot. She upended the bottle of wine over her glass, but only a few drops came out. Wow, this one must have had a hole in it. She began opening the other bottle. So what are you working on at the moment? Well, Sebastian and I have been granted funding to look into the nature versus nurture debate. Sebastian? Isn't that a cat's name? Jessica interrupted. Olivia tried to stifle her laughter. Sebastian Lister. I've worked with him forever. You've met him God knows how many times. Are you sure that's your first bottle? I know who he is. He's just... well, he's quite easily forgettable, isn't he? He's got a lot on his plate. He works and looks after his kids. That's all he's got since his wife died last year, bless him. Anyway, we've identified 50 killers around the world who were adopted either at birth or soon after. We're going to look extensively into their backgrounds and those of their birth and adoptive parents, and see if upbringing versus genetics plays a part in shaping the future life of a killer. I think we've spent longer on the questionnaires than we have trying to find people to take part. Sounds interesting, Jessica said, half-heartedly. It's going to be a long time before the results are in. We need to sort out translators for those non-English-speaking volunteers, arrange video interviews, etc. It's a long project. However, it's something that... Sorry, is everything all right? Olivia asked. What? Yes? Why'd you ask? You look distracted all of a sudden. Do I? Yes. Something on your mind? No? Yes, there is. Come on, out with it. Shit. Jessica uttered under her breath. She took another sip of wine. Before I say anything, I want you to know this isn't my idea.
You want my help?
Olivia asked. Her voice had dropped, and she looked down into her own now empty glass. Jessica took a deep, shaky breath. 3 women have been murdered. When I say murdered, I don't just mean strangled or a single stab wound to the chest. I'm talking butchered. They all share similar character traits, and they were all killed in their own homes. However, there's no sign of forced entry. We've looked into their backgrounds, but none of the victims knew each other. We have no witnesses and very little forensic evidence. Jessica, you know I don't work on active cases, Olivia said, jumping down from her stool and going over to the bifold doors that looked out onto her large expanse of back garden. It was pitch black outside, and all she could see was her tired reflection looking back at her, which was just as well considering the battering her garden had taken over the winter. I know. I'm aware of that. I didn't want to ask you, but my partner, D.I. Foley, he's under some serious pressure here. The press hasn't made the connection between the 3 victims so far, but it's only a matter of time before they do. I'm sorry I can't help you, Olivia said, matter-of-factly, without turning back. I'm not asking you to work full-time on this. I know you're busy with research and you've got a new book out later this year, but if you could just glance at the case files. Olivia heard rustling coming from behind her. She turned and saw Jessica had her bag on her lap and was struggling to pull the thick files out. You came prepared, Olivia said dryly. I know it's a cheek. I know we said we'd never ask each other to help when it came to work matters, but, Olivia, if you saw these women, you'd see how much they need you. I don't want to see them, Olivia almost snapped. I can't look at an active case. You know all this, Jessica. You know what I went through. She scratched at her left shoulder unconsciously. I'm aware of your past. Are you? Olivia interrupted. Her voice was raised. Her face had reddened and a sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. I know you were around when it all happened, but sometimes it feels like... She trailed off. If you really understood, you wouldn't be asking me to look at those files. It's because of what you went through that I'm asking, Jessica pleaded. Olivia made her way back to the kitchen island. In the corner was a neat stack of mail she'd accumulated while she'd been away in America, but hadn't got around to opening yet. With shaking fingers, she rummaged through the pile until she came to one she was looking for. She knew it would be there, without fail. She barely looked at the scrawled handwriting on the white envelope before throwing it at Jessica. Open this. What is it? Just open it. Jessica frowned as she picked up the cheap envelope. She didn't recognize the writing, and the postmark was smudged. She opened it and pulled out a folded sheet of plain white paper. On the front was a big red heart. Inside, a simple message. Happy Valentine's Day, my love. It was signed with a single kiss. Is it from him? Olivia nodded. Her bottom lip wobbled. The atmosphere in the room had intensified. Does he send you one every year? Jessica asked. Valentine's Day, birthday,
And Christmas. Why didn't you say anything? We could have put a stop to this. He'd have found a way. That's what people like him do, Olivia said. If I get involved in an active case, the press will find out. They'll dig into my background. They'll find him. And it'll start all over again. You don't know that. I do know that. Look, I'm sorry about those 3 women. I really am. But I cannot help you. Jessica looked down at the childish card in her hands. How long has this been going on? Years. Why haven't you told me about them? Olivia didn't reply. Olivia, I'm your oldest friend. Yet there are times when I feel like I don't know you at all. You should have told me about this. Not as a detective, but as a friend. I don't want to think about it. About him. If I ignore them, it won't go away. Jessica interrupted. Ignoring him isn't making him stop. If I acknowledge them, it'll add fuel to the fire, and he'll start sending more. There are times when ignorance is bliss. This is one of those times. You should still have told me at least. Why do you have to go through everything on your own? Olivia shrugged. But she knew the answer. She couldn't open herself up to people because she knew it would leave her vulnerable. Olivia? Olivia, please. I think you should go, Olivia said, turning back to the large windows. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place here, Olivia. I didn't want to ask you honestly, but... Jessica fell silent. I'm sorry, she eventually said quietly. I really am. Olivia didn't say anything. Jessica climbed down from her high stool. She picked up her bag and left the kitchen. It wasn't until she heard the front door close that Olivia turned around. She saw the crudely made Valentine's card sitting on top of the 3 files Jessica had left behind. Leaning against the glass of the window, Olivia wrapped her arms tightly around herself. Her head felt heavy. She didn't blame Jessica, and hated being so harsh with her. But they had an unwritten agreement never to discuss their active work life with each other, and Jessica had just broken through that wall. She could feel her heart pounding loudly in her chest, and the prickly sensation coming from the scars on her shoulder, reminding her, taunting her. Chapter 3. Olivia sat on the leather sofa in the corner of her large kitchen. Her eyes kept landing on the files Jessica had left. Why had she come here tonight? Surely the Metropolitan Police weren't so desperate that they had to request the services of a complete basket case like Olivia Winter. She felt angry. Jessica knew about Olivia's past. She knew the torment she had been through. Yet she seemed perfectly at ease about coming here and presenting her with more agony. What kind of a friend did that? It was obvious to Olivia that Jessica wasn't a real friend. Olivia should have known that someone in her position would bide her time and wait for the right case to come along to ruin what Olivia thought was a genuine relationship, built on mutual respect. Olivia's legs felt leaden as she pulled herself up from the sofa. She grabbed the Valentine's card off the countertop and stomped out of the room. The house in Modbury Gardens was spread over 4 floors.
It was far too big for one person, but Olivia liked the space and the solitude. Other residents in the street had converted their basements into self-contained apartments and let them out to single professionals and students. Next door had rented theirs out to a junior doctor, and although Sam was a lovely young man, Olivia couldn't think of anything worse than having a perfect stranger living so close by. She never used the lower ground floor. It was equipped with a small kitchen and bathroom, and there were 2 good-sized rooms which could be used as a lounge and bedroom, or 2 bedrooms. It even had its own entrance. It had remained empty since the day she moved in. Olivia lived mostly on the raised ground floor. She loved her large contemporary black and white kitchen. When she moved in, there were double swing doors leading off into the dining room, but she'd had those removed, and the space sealed up to make a solid wall. She had no need for a dining room. She wasn't the entertaining type. It was now a very cosy lounge, with 2 large Chesterfield sofas, bookcases lining the back wall, and a widescreen TV on the wall above the fireplace. It was minimal, but it was comfortable. On the same floor was a master bedroom with an ensuite. The whole floor felt like a luxury hotel suite. There was just 1 room on the first floor, and it had been originally designed to be the reception room. Olivia used it as an office, for when she worked from home. She'd had the whole room decked out with a fitted oak desk, filing cabinets for her research, shelves and whiteboards. It was her central hub. There was a 14-foot roof terrace leading off it, and in the summer, on the rare occasion that London was bathed in sunlight, she would open up the bifold doors. If it wasn't for the smell of exhaust fumes and the constant noise of traffic, she could be in the middle of the countryside, instead of one of the busiest capital cities in the world. The top floor was somewhere Olivia rarely ventured. The space in the roof of the house had been designed as a bedroom with ensuite. It was Olivia's secret office. She went up occasionally, when her mood was low, and she needed answers to questions she didn't dare ask. Other identical houses in the street were home to families, successful couples with 3 or 4 children, whereas Olivia's was the only one with a single occupant. That was how she liked it. Olivia needed space. She needed to be alone. If it wasn't for work, she'd spend her whole time here, so she wanted to spread out. There had to be designated areas for relaxing, sleeping, and working. When the front door was closed and secured, when the windows were alarmed, that was when Olivia could settle and breathe. She went into her bedroom at the front of the house, opened the floor-to-ceiling doors of the fitted wardrobe, and dropped to her knees. She rummaged around the shoeboxes and discarded handbags for what she was looking for. Right at the back was a handmade oak box she'd found in a second-hand shop in Greenwich many years ago. It had an intricate architrave design on the lid and a dark green velvet inlay. The key to the lock was missing, and it was worthless. But Olivia loved it. The plan had been to keep her knickknacks in it, the precious keepsakes she had gathered over the years. Instead, it had become the place where the cards and letters she received at various points throughout the year were hidden. The Valentine, birthday, and Christmas cards. The letters on the anniversary. The random pleas for her to visit. She wanted to destroy them, but Sebastian begged her to keep them. They'd come in handy, he'd said. She had no idea why. She stuffed the latest card in the box, closed the lid and put it back in its usual place, covering it up with old scarves and a pair of sandals she hadn't worn for years. She looked up and found her eyes were blurred with tears. She lay down on her king-size bed, snatching up the blue soft toy she kept on her pillow. Its colour was fading, bleached by the sunlight. It was tatty, and had a fusty smell about it. But it would remain on her bed until the day she died. On the bedside table was a small framed photograph of her mother and sister. They were sitting in the back garden of their home. The sun was beating down on them. The sky was a stunning deep blue, and they were both grinning at the camera, full of life. Her younger sister, Claire, was holding a blue dog, which she took everywhere with her. "What dogs are blue?" Olivia gave a pained smile at the memory of her sister asking the obvious question when she first saw the dog. It didn't matter that he was a strange colour. Claire had loved him. He'd slept in her bed every night. Now he slept with Olivia. She placed the frame back on the table next to a well-thumbed paperback copy of Little Women. It had been her mother's favourite book. The bookmark was still on page 76, where her mother had last been reading. And it would remain there. Olivia climbed under the duvet and wrapped it tightly around her. She closed her eyes, but sleep refused to come. Her body might be tired, but her mind was wide awake. It was always wide awake. Her haunted thoughts whirled around 24 hours a day. They frightened her. They held her prisoner. But she continued to hold on to them and add to them. Chapter 4. Saturday, 17th of February, 2024. Olivia rarely remembered her dreams. Only the nightmares. She woke on the Saturday morning and her head felt much lighter. A bright light tried to enter the room by the gaps at the sides of the curtains. Spring was on its way. The tough winter was slowly losing its stranglehold on nature. And despite the nights still being cool, the days were getting longer, and the sun was warming up. Soon there would be no need for scarves and hats and gloves when leaving the house. Olivia hated the summer. She wore high neck tops and long sleeves to cover her scars, which attracted more attention. Who wore jumpers during a heat wave? She climbed out of bed, neatened the duvet, and looked at her shattered reflection in the wardrobe mirror. She loathed what she saw looking back at her. Olivia didn't have a plan for today. She needed to fill her fridge and cupboards with food following her return from America, and after the copious amount of food and drink she'd consumed over there, she should perhaps think about... She stopped dead in her tracks as she entered the kitchen. The files. She had forgotten all about them. She edged towards them and held the very corner of one between the tips of her finger and thumb. She lifted it slowly and angled her head to take a sneaky peek. She let go the moment she glimpsed the first photograph. "Fuck," she said to herself. Olivia stormed back into her bedroom, struggled to get into a pair of tight-fitting jeans, threw on a t-shirt and jumper, grabbed her rucksack from behind the corner, and headed for the front door. She swiped her mobile to life and made a call while she hunted around for her keys. After 5 rings, the voicemail kicked in. "Jessica, it's Olivia. You need to come back and collect these files at some point over the weekend, or they'll be in the bin on Monday morning." Olivia drove a black Honda PCX 125 scooter. It was perfect for the London streets. One of her pet hates was being stuck in traffic. Her mind tended to wander when she had nothing to do, and if you drove a car and lived in London, you could spend 90% of your commuting time waiting to move. That would be hazardous to Olivia's state of mind. The scooter helped her to weave through the traffic. The swimming pool was a 15-minute drive from her home. She parked close to the entrance and headed straight for the changing rooms. As usual on a Saturday morning, it was busy, but she found a quiet corner for her to quickly change into the specially designed and very expensive costume. It had a high neck and long sleeves, and looked more like a surfer's suit than something to swim a few lengths in. Even though she was a regular at the pool, Olivia still garnered strange looks because of the costume. She lowered herself into the pool and allowed the warm water to envelop her. She loved the smell of chlorine. It was clean and fresh. She watched other swimmers as they did their laps slowly and gracefully. She set off, parting the water with her hands and feet in the breaststroke. She reached the end of the pool and came to a stop. She was breathing heavily already. A man came to a stop beside her. Olivia felt herself redden and looked away. Jessica's words from last night came back to taunt her as the handsome stranger stopped and ran his fingers through his dark brown, wavy hair.
"Hello. Haven't seen you here for a while,"
he said, between pants. Olivia smiled at him. "No, I've been away."
"Holiday?"
"I wish. Work."
"Anywhere nice?"
"America."
"Lovely. Shame you didn't bring the sun back with you."
"I couldn't get it through customs." He smiled.
"Ah, you up for a challenge?"
he asked, with a glint in his eye.
"You'd have me beat by the end of the first lap. I'm shattered already." "Spoil sport."
He pulled his goggles over his eyes and set off again, purposely splashing Olivia as he went. She laughed. She watched as he swam with all the speed and dexterity of an Olympic athlete. As Olivia was about to set off for her more sedate lap, she noticed a woman looking her up and down, frowning at the strange swimsuit she was wearing. Olivia had seen the man often when she came for a swim. They had started out by smiling and nodding at each other. After a couple of weeks, he had made the first move by saying hello. A month after that, they had had their first chat at the edge of the pool while resting. Since then, they challenged each other to the odd race, talked about other people in the pool and their strange changing room habits, even had a coffee together in the cafe afterwards. Yet Olivia still had no idea what his name was. Did he know hers? Had they even formally introduced themselves? Olivia couldn't remember, and it was far too late in their relationship now to ask him what his name was without looking ridiculous. Whenever she thought of him outside of the sports centre, he was the handsome stranger. He had dark hair and smiling blue eyes, a firm, slightly stubbled jawline, and a hairy chest. His stomach was flat and firm. She didn't like to look any lower, as much as she wanted to. She remembered Jessica's words when she had told her friend about the handsome stranger after their first meeting, and she hadn't been able to get him out of her mind for some reason. "Budgie smugglers can be very deceiving," she'd said. "They squeeze everything in so tightly, and once they're off, you can sometimes get a real eyeful. Mind you, anything more than a mouthful's a waste, in my opinion." Olivia laughed at the memory and went back to her swimming. After 6 more laps, Olivia climbed out of the pool. She was knackered. Her fitness levels had slumped in the past couple of months. She felt better in mind, body and soul when she swam 20 laps without breaking a sweat. It helped to clear her mind. When she was swimming, her dark thoughts evaporated. She had no idea what was occupying her brain while she was in the middle of exercise, but when it was over, she always had some kind of answer to whatever had been troubling her. She headed for the changing room, running her fingers through her short, wet hair, wiping the drops from her face. She turned the corner and literally bumped into the handsome stranger. He stood on her foot with his huge size 12s. Olivia squealed. "Shit! I'm so sorry. Completely my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going," he said. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." She smiled through the pain. "Can you walk?" "I think so." She hobbled, and he caught her arm. "You can swear at me if you like." She looked up at him and laughed. "Come over here. Rest your foot for a bit." With his strong, wet arms around her, he led her over to the benches outside the changing rooms and sat her down. He lifted her leg up and held her foot in his hands. The touch of his huge hands was soft, almost delicate. "Is this tender?" he asked, pressing on the top of her foot. "Yes, it's probably just bruised. Don't worry about it," she said, trying to take her foot back. He placed her foot in his lap and began to rub it gently. She swallowed hard and looked up at him. Their eyes met. "How's that?" he asked softly. "Perfect," she said. She pressed her foot against his crotch and felt him harden. She looked away and her eyes fell on the door of the disabled toilet. Suddenly, Jessica was screaming at her in her head to take this opportunity and run with it. She looked back at him and bit her bottom lip. He raised a questioning eyebrow and smiled. Olivia quickly looked over her shoulder to make sure nobody was watching, before she stood up and limped to the toilet. She pulled open the door and disappeared inside. He followed. He locked the door behind them, then turned to look at her. At well over 6 foot, he towered over her. He placed his hands on her face and bent down, kissing her softly on the lips. She reached for the light switch and turned it off. They didn't have time for passion. Olivia grabbed the zip at the back of her costume and pulled it down. It was always difficult to remove when she was wet, but she yanked it off with ease. The handsome stranger stepped out of his swimming shorts. He grabbed Olivia, picked her up and pushed her up against the wall, and began kissing her neck. She turned her head quickly and banged it hard against the hand dryer. "Fuck!" she said. "Are you all right?" He whispered. "I'm fine." She wrapped her legs around his waist, and he lifted her further. She held onto him tightly, arms around his neck. He placed his hands on the wall to steady himself, and the automatic dryer came on, blasting them both with warm air. Olivia bit her bottom lip to stop herself from laughing. The handsome stranger moved her further along the wall, away from the dryer. Not noticing, he'd pulled the red cord hanging from the corner of the room. Within moments, the door was forced open by 2 staff members. The looks of concern dropped when they were confronted not with a disabled person needing help, but 2 very able-bodied adults misusing the facilities. "Not again," sighed one of the staff members. "I don't know why we don't just put a condom machine in here and have done with it." Olivia closed her eyes and squeezed them tightly shut. She could feel herself reddening with embarrassment. She released her hold of the handsome stranger and quickly pulled on her swimming costume. "Excuse me," she said to the staff member, blocking her exit, keeping her head down to avoid eye contact. As she made her way to the female changing rooms, she heard the man in the background try to explain their situation. "It's our wedding anniversary," the handsome stranger said. "We're spicing things up, you know. Something to tell the kids one day." Olivia couldn't help but smile. Well played, she thought. Olivia spent a good half an hour in the showers. The water wasn't hot enough, and no amount of hair scrubbing and scratching at her skin with an exfoliating body scrub would remove the shame and guilt she felt. When the light had been turned on and the small room lit up, all Olivia could think of was everyone seeing her scars. Olivia had lost all sense of time when she left the sports centre. It was almost lunchtime and she hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. When she arrived at her scooter, she noticed a heavy stone in the footwell. She picked it up. It was acting as a paperweight for a business card. She looked around, but there was nobody watching. The card belonged to an Ethan Miller, who was a freelance photojournalist. She turned the white card over. Written in a scrawl was the message, "You're gorgeous. Call me." She stuffed the card into her jacket pocket. She could feel herself smiling. A very fit, very handsome, and very sexy man was attracted to her. That never happened. He obviously hadn't noticed her scars in the toilet. Olivia had no intention of calling him, but for a brief moment, it felt amazing to be wanted. Chapter 5. Olivia stopped at a cafe on her way home. Her growling stomach was crying out for food. She ordered a bowl of soup and a coffee strong enough for the spoon to stand up in. She sat at the window, dipping artisan bread into the homemade vegetable soup, looking up occasionally to watch the world pass her by. She could feel her tensions ebbing away, and her shoulders begin to relax. She lived for moments like this. As much as Olivia enjoyed her work, taking time away from thinking about serial killers and trying to work out what the hell was going through their minds for just half an hour or so was bliss. "I thought it was you." Olivia looked up to see Jessica standing next to her. "Are you following me?" "Of course not. I was doing some shopping." She held up 2 paper bags as evidence. "I was calling in here for some beans and saw you through the window. Thought I'd come over and say hello. Can I join you?" "Sure." Jessica sat opposite her, and Olivia went back to eating her soup. "I'm sorry about last night," Jessica said, after a silence had developed. "It's okay. We're under a lot of pressure at work, and Foley... You know what? You don't need to hear this. Are we all right?" Olivia smiled. "Of course we are." "Still going to Italy in July?" "Definitely." "Good. Can I buy you a carrot cake muffin as a peace offering?" "You most certainly can." Within a minute, the atmosphere between the two had thawed. Olivia told Jessica about her interrupted fumble with the handsome stranger in the disabled toilet, which caused Jessica to spit out her latte. "Oh my God, Olivia! I can't believe you did that." "What gym do you go to? All the blokes at mine are horrible." "I'm not telling you," she said, with a sly grin. "Blimey, I can't believe it." Jessica smiled.
I know I said it last night, but I don't think I'd ever dare do anything as risky as that. No, you just prefer to have sex in front of 5,000 people at Glastonbury. Jessica visibly blushed. I was young. It was my first weekend away without my parents. I was finding myself. All you needed to do was look for the nearest bloke. I think we can both say we've had our fair share of embarrassing encounters. They get the blood pumping, though. Olivia sat back in her seat and sipped her black coffee. It's the excitement, the rush, the thrill. It makes you feel alive. You are aware you could get arrested if caught having sex in a public place? You make it sound like I trawl the parks looking for men to drag into the woods. It's not a regular thing. I know. I'm just teasing you. Are you sure you're all right, Jessica? You look different somehow. I'm fine, just tired, she said, looking forlorn. I'm at work more than I'm at home. I was called out on Christmas Day and Boxing Day and still expected to work New Year. I was thinking about this yesterday. Do you know the last time you and I went out for a meal? March. Almost a year. How did that happen? She took a deep breath. Don't tell anyone, but I'm thinking of quitting. What? But you love being in the police. I know. But I love having low blood pressure more. I'm only thinking about it at the moment. I've not made any firm decisions. What would you do? That's the thing, I've no idea. All I've ever wanted is to be a detective. You could teach, Olivia suggested. I can't think of anything worse. I teach. It's not that bad. Standing up in front of a group of gormless students? No, thank you. She shuddered. I'm probably just going through a mood. The weather doesn't help either, does it? This winter seems to be never-ending. I'll be fine once we get a bit of sun. She looked out of the window and up at the grey sky. Olivia leaned forward and placed her hand on top of Jessica's. There's nothing else, is there? I'm fine, she said. An obvious lie, judging by the tears welling up in her eyes. Look, I'd better go. Stanley will be wanting a walk. The fresh air will do us both a power of good. She stood up and reached for her coat on the back of the chair. I got your voicemail. I'll come round for those files on Monday after work, if that's okay. Of course. I tell you what. Come by around 6 and I'll make us something. We'll have a night in. Jessica smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I'd like that. Olivia stood up. They embraced, and Jessica left the coffee shop quickly and without looking back. Olivia slumped back in her seat and looked down at her half-drunk coffee. She'd been enjoying the chat and her lunch, but now it was lying heavy on her. Why did life have to be so difficult? Olivia had a second shower as soon as she arrived home. When she stepped out, she could still sense the smell and feel of the handsome stranger on her. She'd have to try and get used to calling him Ethan now she knew his name. She loathed herself for giving in to her basic animal urges. But it was the excitement and the thrill that reminded her she was still alive. In the kitchen, Olivia set about making herself a cup of tea. While the kettle boiled, her gaze was drawn to the files on the side. It was as if they were giving off some kind of radar. She could feel a great surge of energy emanating from them. She closed her eyes tight and tried to think of something else to block them out from calling to her. She played with the tea bag in the mug with a spoon,
allowing the water to swim in and out of the leaves. She turned away from the files, but knew they were there. She thought of Jessica in the coffee shop, and her heart sank. She was a strong and intelligent woman. To break down like that and in public was not like her at all. The strain she was under must be overwhelming. Olivia turned around and faced the files. She breathed deeply in and out, weighing up her options, before realizing she was simply delaying the inevitable. "You're bloody killing me here, Jessica," she muttered to herself. Olivia's office on the first floor was spacious and neat. In the middle of the room was an empty oak refectory table. It was where she usually sat when she needed to spread her notes and photographs out, while she pondered the deep aspects of her work. She headed straight for it. Victim number 1 was Sarah Millington, a 30-year-old proofreader in North Wembley. She had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, a small button nose, and a row of freckles running beneath her eyes. She was 5'6" tall and slightly overweight. She had a bright, beautiful smile that lit up her face and made her eyes sparkle for the camera. Olivia found herself smiling at the picture. She was pretty. On the back of the picture, the information told her it had been taken 3 months before she was killed, on December 17th last year. The crime scene photographs showed a trail of destruction throughout the house. There was evidence of a struggle in the living room, kitchen, hallway and landing, and the master bedroom. Blood spatters were found on the walls of the staircase, on the carpet, on the landing and stairs, and in the bedroom where she was found. The last few photos were of the body in situ. She was face down on the floor in the bedroom. She was fully clothed and barefoot. Her white shirt was saturated in blood, as were her jeans. From a drawer beneath the desk, Olivia took out a powerful magnifying glass and had a closer look at the body. The knife wounds were wide and deep. They were also erratic. There appeared to be no set pattern to the stabbings. Back of the legs, buttocks, the shoulders, the left hand, even the sole of her right foot. Another photograph showed Sarah after she had been turned over by scene-of-crime officers. Her white shirt was still buttoned up. There was no evidence of any form of sexual attack. So this had not been a sexually motivated crime. There were stab wounds to her chest and stomach, one to her neck and face. This attack was barbaric savagery. Olivia put the photographs to one side and lifted out the report written by the crime scene manager and the first officers on scene. Sarah had been found by her mother on the morning of December 18th. Sarah had set aside that day to go Christmas shopping with her mum. When Sarah didn't answer her phone that morning, Judith Millington went around to the house her daughter rented in Spencer Road. When her knocks went unanswered, she used the key she had been given for emergencies and entered the house. She knew there was something wrong when she saw the drops of blood on the stair carpet. She carefully made her way up the stairs, and when she entered the bedroom, her screams were heard around the block. Police officers had conducted themselves with their usual professionalism, securing the scene and allowing only scene-of-crime officers into the house until they were satisfied they had collected sufficient evidence. Then detectives were allowed in to conduct their own search and become closely acquainted with the victim to try and understand who would want to enact such a violent crime against her. The post-mortem report told Olivia that the victim had been stabbed 12 times, and ultimately this was the cause of death. Stab wounds ranged from 1 to 3 centimetres wide and from 8 millimetres deep on the sole of her foot to going right through the palm of her hand, and to 7 centimetres deep into her stomach. The time of death couldn't be established by the pathologist, but police interviews with neighbours and the analysis of Sarah's computer and phone records helped to put together a rough estimate of when she had been killed. Her next-door neighbour, Rebecca Babcock, had spoken to her briefly around 12 o'clock when she was returning home and Sarah was signing for a parcel on the doorstep. She had sent an email at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of her death and a text message at 14 minutes past 3 to a friend in Birmingham who had recently had a baby. Estimated time of death was put at around 4 o'clock that afternoon. The delivery man had been tracked down and interviewed and ruled out from having had any part in Sarah's death. The first thing that puzzled Olivia was how the killer had gained entry to the house. There was no sign of forced entry, and the front and back doors had been locked. The front door only had a Yale lock, so the killer could have closed and locked the door behind him as he left. But that was very risky. Even though it had been winter and got dark early, there would still have been enough people around to notice him leave by the front door. Olivia picked up a pad and pen and made a note. Yes, Sarah had been killed in the late afternoon, but there was no evidence to suggest the killer left the house straight away. None of the neighbours interviewed saw anything suspicious. He could have remained in the property until the small hours of the morning and left quietly while everyone was asleep. If that was the case, this was a very confident and clever killer. According to police reports, there were no items taken from Sarah's house, and looking at the crime scene photographs, there were plenty of expensive items worth stealing. Sarah was still wearing the diamond earrings she had been given by her mother on her 30th birthday 7 months ago. This was not a burglary gone wrong. This wasn't a crime of chance. The killer had chosen this house and this victim specifically. The question was, why? Chapter 6. Olivia leaned back in her chair and stretched. She had been poring over the crime scene photographs, autopsy reports, and witness statements for over an hour. She ached and needed to get blood pumping around her body again. Sarah Millington had been stabbed in the front and back. At some point she had been lying on her back when the killer had stood over her and stabbed her in the chest and stomach. Yet she'd managed to break free and had tried to escape. Her fingernails had broken, showing signs of a struggle. The stab wound straight through her left hand was evidence she had tried to defend herself. She wasn't tall, and she had been barefoot, yet she had still managed to outmaneuver her killer on more than one occasion. What did that say about who her killer was? Was he taller or shorter, slight or heavily built? Confident or scared? How frightened must Sarah have been when she was lying on her back and watching the man standing over her with a knife in his hand. Olivia was taken back in time to when she was 9 years old. She had been chased out of her house, over the garden fence and into the woods beyond. She'd slipped or tripped on something and fallen flat on her face. She turned around and there was her would-be killer. Her father. He loomed over her. He looked like a complete stranger as his eyes bulged with rage. His clothes were wet with blood. In his red right hand he held a large carving knife. Paralysed by fear, she couldn't move. She didn't even try to move. The first stab wound hit her in the centre of her left shoulder. The pain was immense, and she let out an ear-piercing scream. She felt something wet land on her face. It had started snowing again. She loved snow. It was so peaceful and relaxing. The pain from the knife being pulled out of her was more painful than when it went in. She screamed again at the second stab. She didn't feel the third. She was unconscious by the fourth. Why hadn't she struggled, like Sarah Millington had with her killer? Had Olivia resigned herself to being killed, even though she was only 9 years old and had her whole life ahead of her? Perhaps Sarah had fought back because she wanted to live. Maybe she had enjoyed life and had wanted to continue her journey, whereas Olivia Button, aged 9, had been more than happy for it to end. Why was that? Her life had gone a complete 180 so quickly. She'd been looking forward to a happy family Christmas. Now her family was gone. Her father had wiped them out. Was life really worth living, with everything ruined? Olivia turned to look out of the large bifold doors overlooking the back garden. It was mid-afternoon, and dusk was starting to set in. Another day almost over. Another day during which her interaction with people had been kept to a minimum, although there was that fumble with the handsome stranger. Ethan, she corrected herself. She frowned. He must have seen her scars. The light in that small toilet cubicle was very bright. So why did he want to see her again, when she was so physically damaged? She didn't know anything about Ethan, but their interactions over the months made him someone she wouldn't mind getting to know better. Maybe she should give him a call and see where things went. What was the worst that could happen? She sniggered. She knew the answer to that one, and had the scars to prove it, both mental and physical. She wouldn't call Ethan. There was no point. He'd only end things once he discovered who she really was. The self-induced isolation Olivia had going on was not good for her, but being around people confused her. Even having had coffee with Jessica in the cafe, although pleasant at the time, left her going over the entire conversation, looking for signs of having lowered her guard and revealed more about herself than she felt comfortable with. For God's sake, Olivia, shake it off, she chastised herself. Jessica was her best friend, her only friend. Jessica knew everything about her there was to know. She turned back to her desk. Best friends helped each other out, and Jessica needed her help. Victim number 2 was 28-year-old Joanne Douglas, who lived in Stylecroft Gardens. It wasn't far from Spencer Street, where Sarah Millington had been murdered. In fact, it was within walking distance. Joanne had been a pharmacist. She had taken a week off work to decorate the house she had recently bought, when she was killed on January 18th, just 32 days after Sarah. Joanne was 5 feet 7 inches tall, of slim build and had shoulder-length dark wavy hair. She had a thin face, green eyes, and a small mouth. Although she had only recently moved in, and the house was empty of furniture, the crime scene photographs looked similar to those taken in Sarah's house. There were signs of a disturbance in every room on the ground floor. Paint cans overturned and spilled onto the bare floorboards, glass in the kitchen door smashed, a curtain torn from the living room window. There had been a violent tussle between killer and victim. Blood spatters adorned the wall in the living room, and a spray of blood arched on the wall of the staircase, giving Olivia the impression that Joanne had tried to run upstairs, and the killer had stabbed her deep and quickly whipped out the knife, causing the spray. It had been a frenzied attack. Joanne was found early the next morning by a neighbour who noticed the back door to the house was slightly ajar. However, there was no forced entry to the property, no broken locks on the doors or windows. Whoever had killed her had been invited into the house, or wormed his way in somehow, just like with Sarah Millington. The crime scene photographs showed Joanne lying on the floor in the old-fashioned bathroom on the first floor. She was on her side. Blood pooled around her. She had been wearing old baggy clothes, tracksuit bottoms and an outdated England football shirt. Both were splattered with various colours of paint, and both were saturated in blood. The post-mortem examination revealed she had been stabbed 16 times, 4 more than Sarah. In the legs, right arm, back, chest, shoulder, stomach and neck. The stab to her neck proved the fatal one. From a close-up look with her magnifying glass, Olivia could see the knife had entered the right side of her neck, and the blade had been pulled across, as if, during the struggle, the killer had tried to slash her throat open. Behind Joanne was the bath. There was no way the killer could have stood behind her when he inflicted this injury, making Olivia believe he had been standing in front of her. If this was the case, he would have been covered in the blood that would have shot out of her ruptured arteries. How had he managed to flee the scene without being noticed, especially if he was covered in blood? Unless he had waited in the house with the victim until the cover of darkness allowed him the perfect getaway. There were similarities with Sarah Millington. They both lived alone, for example. But who knew about that? Family and friends, colleagues and possibly neighbours, but who else? Was this the link between the victims? Did they both know the same person who knew they lived alone and would be able to wait in their homes until darkness without fear of interruption? Olivia compared the photographs of the victims in happier times. They didn't look alike. One was short and slightly overweight, where the other was tall and slim. One had dark blonde hair, while the other was just dark. The killer wasn't targeting them because they reminded him of anyone. So what was it? Why these two people? Was it simply the fact they lived alone? But Joanne hadn't technically been living at the house in Stylecroft Gardens. She'd been decorating it while staying at her mother's house. Occasionally she had stayed overnight if she was painting until late, but she hadn't been living there. Olivia was starting to get a headache. She pushed her chair back from the desk and stood up. She stretched to loosen her tightened limbs. It was fully dark outside now, so Olivia turned on the banker's lamp on her desk. It lit up her working space, but not the whole room. She was fine with that. She preferred to live in the shadows. The view from the window overlooking the street at the front of the house wasn't inspiring. Across the narrow road were houses identical to hers. She watched as different lifestyles played out before her like scenes from a soap opera. She knew the Blackstocks directly opposite, sort of, but only because they'd taken in parcels for each other, and Mr. Blackstock, she couldn't remember his first name, had helped to get her scooter started one morning last summer, when it had seemed to want the day off. There was an elderly couple to the left of the Blackstocks, who kept themselves to themselves, and often had a small grandchild come to stay. The other houses were filled with families, boisterous children who didn't have any volume control. She'd seen them often going on trips out, carrying copious bags and plastic boxes filled with whatever it was children needed to keep them occupied. The thought of domesticity made Olivia shudder. She could think of nothing worse than spending a bank holiday weekend stuck in a traffic jam on the motorway with disgruntled children in the bag. She turned back to her desk. The 2 files containing information on Sarah Millington and Joanne Douglas were open and their contents scattered about. 1 file to go. Olivia decided to continue her tortuous task before closing the door on her office, calling for a pizza and spending what was left of the evening on the sofa, watching a box set of whatever she had in her collection. Phoebe Harper had been stabbed 23 times. The killer was escalating in his frenzy. The crime scene photos were frighteningly similar to Sarah's and Joanne's. Once again, there was no sign of forced entry. There was a disturbance in almost every room. And there was blood on the stairs. Phoebe was found by her neighbour the following morning. Donna Fletcher, who had been celebrating her 40th birthday the night before, had been woken by the constant knocking on Phoebe's front door. She opened her bedroom window to find 2 women in nurses' uniforms knocking and shouting through the letterbox. Donna, who had a spare key, unlocked the door and went to investigate. She found Phoebe on the floor of her bedroom. She had been wearing only a dressing gown, and the room was a scene of carnage, with blood splatter everywhere. The intensity of the killings was growing. There had been 32 days between Sarah's and Joanne's murders, yet only 23 days between Joanne's and Phoebe's murders. These were not sexually motivated killings. Of that, Olivia had no doubt. Despite the fact Phoebe had been wearing only a dressing gown, which had fallen slightly open, exposing her bare skin. However, the violence in each killing had intensified, showing that the murderer was growing in confidence. Olivia frowned as she went back to the crime scene photos taken at Sarah Millington's house. The killer had managed to gain entry to the property while the owner was at home, without rousing suspicion. So the women weren't known to each other, but it seemed they were comfortable in letting the killer into their house. Was the killer the common denominator? Was he the link between the victims, and if so, how? Or maybe he didn't know them at all. Maybe there was no link. Maybe the killer was merely able to talk his way into their confidence. The type of person who would do that was someone smart, someone confident, someone calculating, and someone who had done this before. As Olivia lined up the pictures taken of the 3 victims before they were killed, the realization dawned on her. These were not the first 3 victims. The killer had to have practiced his trick of gaining entry before. Maybe it had failed, and that was why the police didn't know about it, unless... "Of course," Olivia said out loud. The first known murder was too perfect. There had to have been a victim before Sarah, and the reason why the police didn't know about it was because the victim was a man, she said. She sat back on her seat and smiled to herself. Sarah's murder was too well executed to have been a first murder. A person doesn't decide to become a murderer and instantly know how he's going to enter a victim's house and leave without being noticed, or leaving behind trace evidence. He has to practice. He has to build up to his first kill. Olivia grabbed her pad and quickly wrote down where Jessica and her team needed to focus their investigation. 1. Has there been an increase in burglaries in the area recently? 2. Have there been reports of bogus people calling at houses trying to gain entry? 3. Has anyone been attacked in their own home lately? 4. Are there any unsolved murders within the area where the victim has been male and living alone? Olivia would bet the advance on her next book that there was at least one more victim out there. And, judging by what type of killer he seemed to be, it was more than likely that there would be more to come, too. Chapter 7. Olivia had known this would happen. That was why she didn't get involved with active murder investigations. Her training, her search for answers, only kicked in once the killer was caught and was safely locked behind bars. Then she wanted to know everything about them, from the moment they were born until they were arrested. She needed to know their whole life, inside and out. Jessica had known that Olivia would be sucked in from the moment she first opened the file, and would have no choice but to help. She was counting on Olivia's desire to uncover the solution at any cost. It was sneaky and underhand, and Olivia smiled wryly. She would have done the same in Jessica's position. In the hallway she put her coat on and checked her pockets for keys and mobile phone. She mentally went through the process of locking every window and door in the house. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and shook her head. "You're playing right into their hands, you stupid bitch," she chastised herself. "What else are you going to do with your Saturday night? Eat a whole pizza to yourself and watch Casualty? You're really living the life of a single 34-year-old. Olivia constantly beat herself up, berated herself for her chosen lifestyle. But that was only to be expected when you woke up every morning hating yourself for surviving through the night, when those you loved hadn't. When the mental, physical, and emotional scars were too deeply rooted. When in a world of 8 billion, there wasn't one single person you could love and trust. When all this was true, what else was there but self-recrimination? She pulled open the front door and shivered. So much for spring being on the way. She typed in the 4-digit code on the alarm, listened for the beeping to begin, then closed the door behind her, locking it with the mortise. Olivia headed down the steps and looked for the key to her scooter in the darkness. She heard the sound of sniffling and sobbing. She stopped and looked around her. There was nobody in sight. A rustling noise, a jangling of keys, and strained sobbing. Looking back at the houses, Olivia saw the mountain bike belonging to Sam, the young man who lived in next door's basement flat, chained up to the railings. The whole house was in darkness, however. Next door was the same. Olivia stepped forward. She leaned over the railings and looked down into the darkened entrance to the flat, and saw the shadow of a young man searching his pockets. "Sam? Is everything all right?" Olivia asked. The shadow stopped moving. "I'm fine, thanks," came the reply. "Are you crying?" "No, I'm fine, honest." Olivia recognized a lie when she heard one. She lied every time she was asked how she was. She scrambled in her pocket for her mobile, turned on the torch, and aimed it down the steps. The whole space lit up, and the young man squinted into the light. "You're bleeding," Olivia said. "I'm okay, I just fell off my bike, that's all." Olivia glanced back at the bike. There didn't appear to be any damage. She descended the steps, holding the phone aloft. Sam shied away from the light and turned his back on her. Olivia gently pulled him around by the shoulder. "Sam, look at me." Reluctantly, he looked up. "You didn't fall off your bike, did you?" He shook his head. She held out her hand for him to take. "Come on. I've got a first aid kit in the house. Let me clean you up." He laughed. "I'm a trainee doctor at the Royal Free. I can clean myself up, but thanks." "I'm not taking no for an answer." She practically had to drag him up the steps to her house. She unlocked the door, typed in the code to the alarm, making sure Sam didn't notice the number, and turned the light on. Sam Halliday was in his early 20s and relatively new to London. Originally from Devon, he had the soft twang of the West Coast in his accent. He was around 5 feet 8 inches tall and had strawberry blonde hair, which was unruly and grew in whatever direction it felt like. He had permanently red cheeks and pale skin, and his smooth complexion looked like it had never had a razor scraped across it. Olivia's interactions with Sam consisted of them exchanging smiles as she came home from work and he left to start a night shift. As the weeks and months had gone on, the smile became a good evening, and the ice had been broken when one evening Sam told Olivia he had taken a parcel in for her. It was a box of her latest book released in paperback. Based on the HarperCollins logo all over the box, Sam had asked if she was an author. So began the conversation that led to them being on first-name terms. But Olivia had noticed some of herself in Sam. There was a loneliness about him, in the way he held himself, tense, his shoulders rigid, never quite making eye contact. And when he did look up, there was a faraway glint in his gaze that suggested he would like to be anywhere else in the world than right here, right now. Sam sat down on one of the stools in Olivia's kitchen and removed his helmet, revealing the full extent of his injuries. There was a nasty-looking graze above his left eye, full of brick debris and gravel. Blood had seeped down his face and begun to dry. The bruise colouring his right cheek was starting to swell. Olivia took a green first aid kit from a cupboard and turned to Sam. "Have you been in a fight?" He sniggered. "Look at me. Do you honestly think I'd get into a fight?" "What happened?" Olivia soaked a cotton pad in antiseptic and began gently cleaning the large graze on his forehead. He looked up at her with big eyes. "I was cycling home when suddenly I was thrown off my bike. I looked up and there was this bloke standing over me. He'd come from nowhere and just punched me in the face, knocking me off my bike. He told me to give him my wallet and phone." "Did you give it to him?" "I don't take my wallet to work. I generally put a couple of notes and some loose change in my back pocket. When he asked for my phone, I realised that I'd left it in my locker." "So what happened?" He winced at the sting of the antiseptic. "I told him I didn't have anything on me, but he didn't believe me. He pulled a knife out of his pocket. He asked me again for my wallet and phone. I didn't know what to do." Tears rolled down his face. "What did you do?" "I wasn't that far from the hospital and a siren blared out from somewhere. I think that spooked him. The guy ran off. I just picked myself up and came home. I tried cycling, but the front wheels bent." "Would you recognise that man again if you saw him?" "No. It was dark and he had a scarf pulled up round his mouth." "Young, old, tall, short, thin, fat, black, white?"
I don't know. Look, I just want to forget about it. It's embarrassing.
He looked down at his right hand. The skin on the palm of his hands was broken. The wounds looked angry. He flexed his fingers a few times. It was obviously painful. You need to report it.
Why? Nothing was stolen. I wasn't badly hurt. A few days and the bruises will have gone.
That's not the point. The next person he chooses to mug might not be so lucky. Maybe he'll go down an alleyway and confront someone. He might stab the next person, kill them even. If you report it to the police, they'll look for him.
No, they won't. Things like this happen all the time. I've heard plenty of stories from the doctors and nurses at the hospital. Either they've been targeted or they know someone who has. Nobody reports it because nothing happens.
And each time nobody reports it, it feeds the confidence of the mugger and they go on to bigger and more violent crimes.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, and you're right. I should report it. But I'm not going to. I'll deal with this in my own way.
Olivia put her hands up in submission. If that's what you want.
Shit,
he said quickly, as he turned his face from her to wipe away a tear. Olivia watched him for a while. Is something else bothering you? He shook his head. She pulled out a stool and sat down. It can be quite scary, living on your own for the first time. You're in a strange city. You don't know anyone. It's overwhelming, isn't it? Eventually, Sam nodded. He turned back to look at her with tear-filled eyes.
I'm not enjoying this as much as I thought I would. I hate London.
He choked. It's a hectic city. I sometimes think you need to be born here to live here.
Were you born here?
She nodded. Much further south, though. Kingston upon Thames.
It sounds nice.
It was. She gave a hint of a smile, which quickly dropped when she thought of home and all the torment and darkness that tinged her memory. Where were you born? She asked, shaking her head slightly, keeping the torture at bay.
Holsworthy. It's in North Devon. Very rural.
London must be quite the culture shock for you.
You could say that.
He tried to laugh, but this caused his split lip to bleed again. Do you know many people around here?
No. Nobody.
What about the people you work with at the hospital? He shook his head. Why not? Again, he shook his head. It seemed to be emotionally difficult for him to speak. Olivia edged closer. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Sam, believe me, I know how difficult it is to try and make friends, to fit in when you feel like you're an outsider. You need to either overcome the obstacle, push yourself forward, or... She stopped. Or... She took a deep breath before answering. Or you end up isolated and alone. He nodded.
I'm not good at meeting new people.
Well, you've met me. She smiled. Anytime you want to chat, you know where to find me. His eyes lit up.
Seriously?
No, absolutely not, she screamed at herself internally. Yes, she said.
I don't think my body will stand the risk of being mugged every time I want to make a new friend.
Olivia gave a genuine laugh. That does seem a tad extreme. If that's the only way to make friends, I'd definitely recommend isolation.
Listen, I was going to order a pizza. Would you like to join me? Weren't you just on your way out? Oh. Olivia suddenly remembered she had been about to head for Jessica's. It was only a work thing. It can wait until Monday. Are you sure? I wouldn't ask if I wasn't sure. Sam's bottom lip wobbled as his eyes lit up. He was genuinely touched by Olivia's offer of friendship. I'd love to. Thank you. By the time Sam had left, it was almost midnight. His wounds had been patched up. He was in a much better frame of mind, and as he walked to the door, his head was held high and shoulders back, filled with confidence and pizza. They'd spent a couple of hours chatting, with Olivia asking questions about where Sam wanted his career to go and what his hopes for the future were. She learned that he was an only child to Marcus and Hilary Halliday. They hadn't had the best start in life, and had worked hard to make sure Sam had a good education. He wanted to be a doctor more than anything, though his sad eyes belied his words. All he really wanted was not to let his parents down. Olivia closed the front door behind him and set the alarms before returning to the silence of the kitchen. She cleared away the empty pizza box. She looked at the clock on the microwave. It was too late to go around to Jessica's now. But knowing her, she was bound to still be awake. Olivia dug her mobile out of her pocket and made the call. It went straight to voicemail. Jessica, it's Olivia. I've been through those files. I really need to talk to you about them. I have a few questions, and there are some areas I think you should look into. I'm around all day tomorrow, or I'm at the office on Monday if you fancy popping in. Good night. She ended the call. It had been a strange day. She went over it in her mind as she sat on the edge of her bed and undressed. She could still smell the chlorine on her skin from the swimming pool, which reminded her of the encounter with Ethan. When she thought of the encounter now, she didn't feel the excitement of urgent sex. She felt embarrassed. She felt regret and shame at doing something so risky and base. She tried to shake it off. She was a single woman. She could do what she wanted and was answerable to no one. But she knew the negativity would haunt her dreams. As she looked out of the window before closing the curtains, her view of the city had changed. Sam was right to hate the place. There was a serial killer stalking the streets of London, and he was out there right now, roaming freely, planning his next kill. Chapter 8. Monday, 19th of February, 2024. Monday morning rush hour traffic always seemed to be more hectic than any other day in the week. It was one of the great mysteries of life. The journey from Olivia's home in Camden to George Street in Westminster took an extra 10 minutes on Monday. Her backpack was weighed down with the files Jessica had left her. She had expected to hear from her yesterday, but unlike Olivia, Jessica had a life outside of work. She probably spent her day off with friends out for lunch somewhere along the river, or seeing a film, or recovering from a night out. Olivia couldn't remember the last time she'd even been to the cinema. All she'd done yesterday was get battered and bruised at a Krav Maga class. It had been over a month since her last class, and she certainly felt the pain this morning as she struggled to climb out of bed. She parked her scooter down the side alley next to George Street, removed her helmet, and neatened her hair as she stepped up to the blue front door, taking care not to slip on the checkerboard black and white tiles. Looking at the building,
You'd be forgiven for thinking this was home to a firm of solicitors, or a private dental practice. It was difficult to fathom this was the headquarters of the Behavioural Science Administration. Set up by the National Crime Agency and funded partly by the NCA, several universities and the Home Office, the BSA was, supposedly, entirely independent. And although its existence was widely known, its location wasn't. Its remit was to understand the behaviour and mentality of the criminal, specifically serial murderers. It was hoped that by travelling the world and interviewing incarcerated killers, more could be done to understand why they committed their crimes and, possibly, detect a killer of the future before he or she had the chance to strike. The office was spread over 3 floors, and the only members of staff were herself, Dr. Sebastian Lister, who also freelanced as a lecturer in criminology at various universities around London, and Daisy Leatherwood, their shared secretary. Olivia entered the building, mouthed hello to Daisy, who was on the phone, and headed for the kitchen. Sebastian was in there making a mug of tea. He looked his usual shabby self. He could have a designer suit tailor-made for him on Savile Row, and within half an hour it would look like he'd slept in it. His unruly dark brown hair was rapidly going grey, as was the permanent stubble he insisted on sporting. Since the death of his wife from breast cancer last year, he'd lost far too much weight. Looking after 4 children single-handedly, and trying to hold down a demanding job, was not an easy task. The children seemed to be doing fine, and they were well looked after. But Sebastian was hiding his emotions behind a granite exterior, and it had aged him terribly.
"Can you buy a Gruffalo costume?" "I like how you assume I know what a Gruffalo is."
"Good morning, by the way," she said, reaching for a clean mug and flicking the kettle on.
"Sorry. Good morning. I've had an email from Robert's school. He's been chosen to play the Gruffalo in a play. I've got to provide the costume."
"In situations like this, I direct you to my 2 best friends, Google and Amazon. They're bound to have the answer."
"Thank you,"
he said.
"Nice weekend?"
"Not bad. Yours?"
"Tiring. I come to work for a rest, you know."
Olivia made herself a coffee and stepped out into the open-plan office, where her post sat waiting for her on a table. She flicked through the envelopes, dreading seeing anything handwritten.
"Daisy may have found us a translator. I've told her to tell them how the Nature versus Nurture project is a game-changer in the field of criminology and how something like this has never been done before. Hopefully that will sway them and the minuscule amount we can pay them won't matter."
"Good thinking. Any more news on funding?"
"Yes, actually. Professor Welbeck from California State University emailed me over the weekend. He's going to see if he can get the faculty to throw some money our way, but we'd need to focus more on American serial killers. I think we're going to have to adapt the questionnaires more than we originally thought, depending on who we hope to get funding from."
Olivia thought for a moment.
"Ask Professor Welbeck what he wants from us, specifically, and we'll go from there. We really need a couple more of the bigger universities on board."
"How are the questionnaires coming along?"
"Fine. I was having a tinker around late last night. I was thinking that we should probably look at the political climate around when these killers grew up. We have a few on the list who were born in Iraq and Iran. If their formative years were in the middle of a battlefield, it's bound to condition them."
"That's true," Olivia said, turning to look up at Sebastian.
"We really need a potted history of their childhood, not just their familial surroundings, their friendships and what their favourite films were, but the environment too. I'm looking forward to this study, she said with a smile. So am I, despite the legwork involved. If there's any travelling involved, I can do that. I know how difficult it is for you. The thing we need...
Sorry, mind if I interrupt? Daisy asked from the doorway. There's a policeman here to see you, Olivia.
A policeman?
Yes. A detective inspector. He said it's important.
Everything all right?
Sebastian asked Olivia.
As far as I know.
Show him through, please, Daisy.
Do you want me to stay?
Sebastian asked, placing a large hand on her shoulder.
No, I'm fine. I'll be out in the front office if you need me.
Whenever she was visited by the police, Olivia always feared the worst. Or perhaps it was the best. She wasn't sure. Conflicting emotions ran around her mind. Was her father dead? If so, what was it? Natural causes, or had someone got to him with a shiv? Or had the unthinkable happened and he had escaped?
Dr. Winter?
Olivia jumped at the sound of her name. She turned and saw a navy-suited man standing in the doorway of the large open-plan office.
Detective Inspector Foley, Metropolitan Police,
he said, stepping forward. He was a slim man, with ice-blue eyes and black hair with just a hint of grey at the temples. He was clean-shaven and wore a sweet-smelling yet understated fragrance. His face was lined with the wrinkled knowledge of a life well lived. Olivia offered a nervous smile.
Can I get you a coffee or something? No, thank you. If I have any more coffee, I'll be bouncing off the walls. I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Olivia gripped a chair in front of her, her fingernails digging hard into the fabric.
Oh, God, she whispered. Perhaps you'd like to sit down.
She pulled the chair out and perched on the edge. She took a deep breath. She knew what was coming. D.I. Foley cleared his throat.
I'm afraid Detective Inspector Jessica Sheffield was found dead yesterday morning.
Olivia's eyes slowly widened. She had not expected that at all.
What? Shit, I'm sorry.
He buckled as his emotions got the better of him. Olivia jumped up and went around to his side of the desk. She pulled out a chair and sat him down.
I'm sorry,
he repeated.
It's the first time I've actually said it out loud.
Let me get you a drink of water. She pulled a plastic cup out of the cooler in the corner of the room and filled it up. She handed it to him and he took a large gulp.
What happened?
Olivia asked, sitting next to him. He took another sip of water. His hands were shaking.
She was murdered.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know why, but you don't expect officers in this country to get killed in the line of duty. Jessica wasn't killed in the line of duty. It happened in her own home. Someone managed to get into her house and stabbed her.
Oh, my God! Olivia put her hands to her mouth. She leaned forward in her seat and rocked back and forth. This was not the first time Olivia had been presented with the murder of someone she held dear. All the old memories came flooding back. She was jumping out of the bathroom window, landing on the cold, wet ground with a thud. She was running for her life, struggling over the fence. Then, the stabbings. Olivia stood up and went over to the window. She looked out, but didn't take in the view.
She wiped her eyes and composed herself before turning back to D.I. Foley. "Do you know who did it?" "We have a fair idea." "Oh, that's good. Well, I appreciate you coming here personally to tell me. I'm guessing you're very busy at the moment." "Olivia, sorry, do you mind if I call you Olivia?" She shook her head. "We believe Jessica was murdered by the same person who killed Sarah Millington, Joanne Douglas and Phoebe Harper. I know Jessica gave you their files. In fact, it was me who encouraged her to do so." "I see." "I'm sorry." "Don't be." She gave him the ghost of a smile. She could see how difficult this was for him. He'd lost a colleague, someone he obviously liked and respected. Maybe it went further than that. She studied his taut jawline and his rapid eye movements. "Why are you here? You didn't come here to break the news to me gently, did you? You want something." Foley let out an audible sigh. "I need your help," he said, with determined honesty. "One of our own has been killed, and I take exception to that. I need to catch this bastard. Sorry. My boss is thinking of bringing in a profiler. Now, I know you're not a profiler as such. I've called you one many times, and Jessica has delighted in correcting me. You're a forensic psychologist. However, I've read some of your work, and you have amazing insight into the minds of killers. And I know Jessica thought very highly of you." Olivia folded her arms. "I wasn't going to help, but I couldn't stop myself reading the files. I called Jessica on Saturday. I told her we should meet." "I know. I've listened to her voicemail." "I hope she heard it. I'd hate it if she thought I turned her away when she needed me the most." "Olivia, we haven't released details of Jessica's death to the media yet, but they're already making assumptions about the others. My boss will be making a statement later today, and as soon as they find out she was murdered, they're going to start asking questions about a serial killer in London. I don't just want your help, Olivia, I need it." "You've got it." She went back over to the desk and sat down. "The first problem you need to address is that I think you have more than these 3 victims. Well, 4 now." Foley's eyes widened. "What?" "The first murder is too neat. It's too perfect. The killer managed to get into the house without force. He was able to charm himself in, or he knew his victim. He also left nothing of himself behind at the scene, despite there being signs of a disturbance. This man knew what he was doing, and the only way for him to do that is through practice." "But after the second murder, we looked back at any cases of women being killed who lived alone. We don't have any on our books." "Which is why I think you should be looking for a male victim." "Really?" He looked confused. "I think that when your killer first started out, the victim wasn't the most important part of his game. He's a thrill seeker. He gets his kicks out of the chase. Once they're dead, he leaves. That's why the victim is always left where they've died. He no longer has any use for them. The reason why I think his first victim, or victims, is a male is because he doesn't want you, the police, to see him as a lust killer. He doesn't want you to think he's a rapist or a pervert. In his mind, he's just a killer. So why didn't he continue with male victims?" "Because they'll have put up more of a struggle. Targeting a woman, especially in her own home, and especially if she lives on her own, She thinks she's going to be raped, which is absolutely terrifying, and that's what gives him his kicks. But he doesn't rape them. But the victims don't know that. Foley blew out his cheeks. So, I'm looking for more victims, but men. You're looking for either 1 or 2 victims. There'll be signs of disturbance, and I wouldn't be surprised if you find DNA traces at the scene. You also need to check to see if there have been any break-ins or attempted break-ins at people's homes, or if they've had people knocking on the door and trying somehow to gain entry. If your killer knew all 4 victims, there would be another link between them which you would have found. As you haven't, I'm guessing these are all random, so he needs a patter to enter their homes without raising suspicion. He'll have tried this out on other people, changing his story until he found one that worked. You need to get your officers knocking on a lot of doors. Foley had taken a notepad out of his pocket and was frantically scribbling down notes. He looked up when Olivia stopped talking. This is going to be big, isn't it? It already is. Jesus Christ, he muttered. Can I ask you a favour? Another one? She smiled slightly. Will you come to Jessica's house with me? Forensics have finished, but I'd like you to walk through the house with me. Tell me what you see. Photographs are useful, but there's nothing better than the real thing. Olivia went white. I'm not sure. I don't think I can. Please. I need your help. And I really admire your work. She chuckled. Does this kind of flattery always work? I'm getting better at it. No offence, but you've struck out here. Flattery will literally get you nowhere. Olivia, I can't see a crime scene, she said slowly, taking herself back in time to when she stood at the entrance of her parents' bedroom, seeing her mother clinging to life, cradling her dead sister. All that blood. I will be by your side the whole time. The second you want to leave, we'll leave. He sounded convincing, but she didn't trust him. She didn't know him. He wanted answers, and he saw her as his only chance to get them. He was hurting at the brutal murder of a colleague, possibly a friend. And he would do anything to catch Jessica's killer. She looked at him and saw the raw pain in his eyes. She probably had the same look when she was 9, and she had no one to help her then either. She took a deep breath. I'll get my coat. Chapter 9. D.I. Foley waited in the car, while Olivia went to tell Sebastian where she was going. He tried to talk her out of it. Visiting the crime scene where a good friend had been murdered was not something anyone should have to do. But for someone like Olivia, it would be dangerous to her fragile mental state. Sebastian, I'm fine, she reassured him. Standing toe-to-toe, she strained her neck to look up to him. Jessica wanted my help on this. And I turned her down. If I can do this, it'll stop me beating myself up for the rest of my life that I didn't do more to help a friend in need. Olivia, you can't blame yourself for what happened to Jessica. I'm not blaming myself. I want her killer caught, and I'll do everything in my power to ensure that happens. Nothing I can say will change your mind, will it? She shook her head. Okay. He reluctantly agreed. promise me that you'll call if you need me, or if you want to talk, or anything?" "I will." She smiled. Olivia buttoned up her coat and turned to leave the building. In the doorway, she glanced back over her shoulder to Sebastian. He looked worried. There was a reason Olivia didn't work on active crimes, and he knew it. She tried to offer him a reassuring smile, but she was fooling no one. She was scared to death of what she was about to open herself up to. As she walked to the car, she could already feel the iron grip of horror and grief squeeze tightly around her heart. Foley drove a dark red Toyota Auris that was in desperate need of a wash. The back and sides were splattered with mud. Inside was marginally cleaner, but there was an underlying smell of wet dog. He noticed Olivia pull a face. "Sorry about the smell. I've got 2 German shepherds. I took them to the beach for a run yesterday. I'll open the window a crack, but it might be a bit cold." "That's fine. I don't mind the smell," she said unconvincingly. "Oh my God, Stanley!" Olivia suddenly remembered Jessica's beloved dachshund. "Don't worry. He's fine. He's in the kennels at the station." "Was he hurt?" "No. We found him curled up next to Jessica," he replied, with a catch in his throat. "Poor thing." She turned to look out of the window. Her eyes were filling with tears, but she refused to let them fall. "So," Foley said after they'd been driving for 5 minutes in silence, "Jessica told me you'd been in America for the past couple of weeks." "Yes. I was on a lecturing tour." "How did it go?" "Very well, thanks." "Is that something you do often?" "Not really. I lecture at various universities around London on a freelance basis, but I decided to do this tour as my last book was published in America at the back end of last year. This was sort of a cheeky publicity thing, too." "Sneaky? I'm sure it helped sales." "Well, I certainly signed a lot of copies." "You sound like a celebrity." "I can't think of anything worse." "Me neither." "We had a film crew follow us around a few years ago for an obscure cable channel I've never heard of. You should have seen how some of the officers were acting. I think they thought they'd be invited on all these crap reality shows." "Did you appear on TV then?" "Fortunately, I didn't. They were covering a different team entirely." "So, what department are you in then? Did you work with Jessica?" "Yes. I'm in the Major Crimes Unit. Jessica and I were leading the teams investigating the 3 murders, answerable to the same bosses." "Do you think Jessica may have been killed because she was a detective?" He sighed. "I really don't know. I hope not. We're looking through her laptop, tablet, and mobile phone to see who she was in contact with recently, see if she was following her own line of inquiry." "I don't think Jessica was like that." "She wasn't. I've worked with many people over the years, and Jessica is the only one I know who'd tell you absolutely everything she was doing. I'll never have another partner like her." "You're angry, aren't you?" Olivia asked, studying the DI. "What makes you say that?" "You're clenching your jaw. The vein in your neck is throbbing quite viciously, and if you grip the steering wheel any firmer, you'll break it." "Wow, I've got Sherlock Holmes in the car with me." "My job is to study people, I've been doing it for over 15 years. It's almost second nature. My job is to catch criminals. I've been doing it for over 20 years. It doesn't get any easier, though.
No, it really doesn't, she said, looking out of the window at the landscape blurring by. Sorry, what do I call you?
Call me Foley, everyone else does.
I can't call you Foley. I'm not one of your team.
What's your first name?
He rolled his eyes.
Oh, is it something embarrassing?
He took a deep breath.
Amyas.
Amyas?
Wow. Fancy. You haven't laughed.
Should I have?
Most people do.
No, I like it.
Amyas.
It's different.
It's certainly that. I took some ribbing at school, I can tell you.
Amyas Foley. It's a good name. It suits you too.
Thank you. I'd still rather you call me Foley, though, especially when we're at the station surrounded by my colleagues.
Oh.
Problem?
You'll want me at the station?
Well, yes. You could tell my state of mind just by the way I'm gripping the steering wheel. You'll be invaluable at a crime scene, and I'm guessing you'll be able to put it much better to my officers than I ever could.
I've never addressed a room of detectives before.
Well,
not outside of a classroom. And I think there were only about 10 there. How many are on your team?
At the moment, about 30. Just think of it as one of your lectures. I'd tell you to picture them naked, but I'm guessing that's frowned upon these days,
he said, with a chuckle.
They pulled up outside Jessica's house in Highgate Hill.
Olivia couldn't take her eyes off the building. It was a beautiful Victorian property, and Olivia knew Jessica had felt lucky to live here. Had you visited Jessica's home before? Olivia asked Foley.
Occasionally,
he said, hesitantly.
Olivia looked at him. She knew a lie when she heard one.
Did you know much about her background?
We worked together for almost 5 years.
There's a great deal of difference between working with someone and knowing them. Did she tell you about her parents?
Yes. The first time I visited her at home, she could tell I was itching to ask how she could afford such a house in this part of London. She told me all about her parents dying while on holiday when she was 10 and being brought up by her grandmother. This was her home and she left it to Jessica after she died. I know my team, Miss Winter, he said, an icy tone to his voice. He whipped off his seatbelt and climbed out of the car, slamming the door behind him. Olivia followed. Amyas, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She trailed off as he marched up the garden path. The house was still a closed crime scene, and a uniformed officer stood at the front door. He looked frozen to the bone. Foley showed his warrant card and told him who Olivia was. He then used a key to unlock the door. There are 2 entrances to the house, this one and the back door in the kitchen. I have been here before, Olivia reminded him. Of course, sorry. The bolts on the back door are locked and they're very stiff. I doubt that door has been used in years. So, this was the way the killer got in? Yes. Olivia looked around her. There was a hotel across the road, and a banner congratulating Chris and Kevin on their marriage was flapping in the breeze. The road was busy, and there were neighbours either side. No sign of a forced entry? No. So the killer either knew Jessica, or he'd charmed his way in. Jessica would have never allowed a complete stranger into her home,
Foley said, sounding confident. But he had to have said something to get into the house. There's no evidence that she opened the door and he blitz attacked her. What have the neighbours said?
None of them saw or heard anything.
Not even while she was being attacked? Olivia frowned. No screams or cries for help?
No. Don't forget, these are old properties. The walls are very thick, not like modern houses where it's basically plasterboard between each property.
True.
Are you coming in, or not?
Olivia took a deep breath and braced herself. She entered the house, and Foley closed the door behind them. Immediately, Olivia saw the massive pool of blood in the hallway. It had seeped into the lush cream carpet. She quickly turned away. "Run!" she heard her mum say in her head. She really should listen to her mother.
Initial reports say she was stabbed in the neck. That's where the blood came from. My God. Are you all right?
No, I've never been in an actual crime scene before. She had to stop herself from clarifying that she'd been a part of a crime scene before.
Would you like to sit down for a minute or two?
It would have been gentlemanly of you to ask if I wanted to leave.
Under normal circumstances, I would have done. But I need your help more than anything else right now.
So much for her being able to leave whenever she wanted to. Right. Let's crack on then. She took a deep breath and headed down the hallway towards the kitchen. It felt wrong being in the house without Jessica there. Usually when she came around for a visit, and a bottle of wine or 3, the atmosphere was lighter. There was always music playing, and it had been warm and welcoming. Now Olivia felt like she was trespassing, a stranger in a strange house.
There's a dining room and living room to your right, which you obviously already know about. Again, I'm sorry, I'm used to doing a walkthrough with complete strangers.
It's okay, Amyas, you don't have to apologise. Just act how you normally would at a crime scene. He nodded and took a deep breath.
There are no signs of disturbance in those rooms. They're very neat and tidy. They've both been dusted for prints, and only Jessica's are there.
Olivia knew what was behind each of the doors. Jessica was an orderly person. Everything had a place. And when she was working on a particularly troubling case, she had found she organised her thoughts better when cleaning. Her home was where she had felt most comfortable and relaxed. If her home was tidy, her mind would be too. That had always been the theory. Olivia had tried it a few times, but it didn't work. It took more than scrubbing the toilet to sort out the miasma of thoughts clogging up her head. "Okay," Olivia said slowly, as she thought. So, she answered the door, allowed him in for whatever reason, and headed for the kitchen. The killer followed her in there. The kitchen was large and airy, white walls and a high ceiling. A pine table and chairs by the back door, and a large American-style fridge. The surfaces were neat and tidy, containers and jars for things like tea, coffee, sugar and cereal. A Welsh dresser had a small blood spatter across it. A chair had been thrown and was lying in 2 pieces on the tiled floor. The vegetable rack had also been knocked over, and onions and peppers were strewn on the ground. Olivia went over to the dresser and peered closely at the blood. "Is this the only sign of blood in this room?"
Yes, Foley said. He remained in the doorway while Olivia looked around. This doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? We both knew Jessica. She was a strong woman, both physically and mentally. But that spray of blood there isn't from a deep stab wound. If he'd stabbed deep or hit an artery, the spray would be on the ceiling or the dresser would have been covered in it. It's just one single spray and the dots of blood decrease fairly quickly. It's like it was a surface wound to, I don't know, toy with her, maybe, or to scare her, almost like a prelude. Why would he do that? It was a while before Olivia answered. He wanted to get her attention, to show her why he was here, to let her know what was going to happen, without causing her too much pain so that she'd be aware of what was to come. But she would have fought back. Yes, I think she threw that chair at him. And look, it's broken, so she threw it with some force. While he was incapacitated, she ran out of the room. I think she pulled over the vegetable rack too, to slow him down while she ran out of the house. Foley stepped out of the doorway, while Olivia went back to the front door. There were locks at the top and bottom of the door, a security chain in the middle, and a Yale lock and a Chubb lock. Can you remember which of these was locked? Olivia asked. Just the Yale. Was the key still in the Chubb? Yes, and there were no fingerprints on the key either. Not even Jessica's. They'd been wiped, she said, almost to herself. Okay, I think once the killer had entered the house, Jessica headed for the kitchen, and he quietly locked the door, pocketing the key to the Chubb. When Jessica came running out, she tried to open the door, but it was locked. The killer followed her from the kitchen, and she had to run upstairs. There was nowhere else for her to go. That's what I thought too. If you look on the banister, there's a bloody handprint about a third of the way up. Shall we? He pointed up the stairs. Olivia tentatively led the way. She looked at the blood-stained carpet that was the same colour as the one in the hallway. She never coped well with the sight of blood. It was different in a photograph, she could turn it over. But when faced with actual blood, and so much of it, it was stomach-churning. If Jessica was holding the banister going up, she was obviously at the right-hand side of the stairs. The small drops of blood on the steps had dripped from whatever part of her had been stabbed. On the other side of the stairs, the carpet was covered with larger patches of blood, pools of it in some places. There were also blood smears on the wall. Since Jessica had been found in the hallway, she had obviously come back down at some point, and by then she had been more severely injured. On the spacious landing, the cream carpet was soaked in blood. There were 4 doors leading off, one to the main bathroom, and the others to the bedrooms. The 2 smaller bedrooms were obviously guest rooms. Yes, I've stayed in that one a few times after too many bottles of wine. Olivia smiled at the memory. It's been a while, though. We've both been very busy, she said, regretfully. They don't look like they've been used for a while. Foley continued. It seems as though she ran into the master bedroom. Olivia headed for the door with a smeared, bloody handprint on it. She pushed it all the way open with her foot, and almost fainted when she saw the devastation in front of her. She leaned against the doorframe. Oh, my God. For a split second, she saw her mother and sister on the bed. Take a deep breath, Olivia.
Foley said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder.
Run, her mother told her. Blood sprays were high, hitting the ceiling and walls. The carpet and the duvet on the bed were saturated. The wardrobe, the chest of drawers, the bedside cabinets, all exquisite items of furniture, had been stained with blood. On the double window, bloody fingerprints on the glass and handles showed that Jessica had tried to attract attention from the outside world. She'd pulled open the dusky pink curtains and tried to call for help that wouldn't come. Olivia took a deep breath and composed herself. She'd seen many photographs over the years of the disturbing things killers had done to their victims, but being amongst it now, smelling the metallic stench of blood, having known the victim intimately for so long, felt abhorrent. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She could do neither. She needed to remain professional. Olivia cleared her throat. She must have jumped on the bed and scrambled over the top to get to the window. She went over to the window and looked out. She could see the hotel across the road more clearly from this high up. Traffic went along the road at a steady pace. She tried to open the window. She said, "They're locked. The key's in the top drawer of the bedside table." She pulled on the handles. She banged on the glass. How did nobody hear her? "I don't know." "Do you know the time of death yet?" Olivia asked, turning from the window to look back to Foley. She tried to ignore the drenched bedsheets, but it wasn't easy. "No. You know as well as I do that it's not an accurate science." "True. I think the killer knew what kind of person he was up against. Let's say she's not too badly injured from what happened in the kitchen. She'll have run upstairs quickly. He'll have seen that she was fast and strong. When he saw her trying to open the windows, I think he may have panicked slightly, or he may have just been caught up in the excitement." "Excitement?" "Oh, yes. He was loving this. Look at the sprays on the ceiling. He's brought the knife down from a great height, stabbed her deeply, and pulled it out quickly, sending the spray shooting up. Then he's done it again and again. Yet she was still fighting for her life," Foley said, looking down at the floor. "She managed to escape him. I don't know how. I like to think she kicked him hard in the balls. You might want to check the local hospital for recent admissions." She headed for the stairs again. "She's lost a great deal of blood and will have started to lose consciousness. She's leaning against the wall, lowering herself down the stairs. When he catches up with her, She couldn't continue. She swallowed hard and wiped away a tear before it had time to form. He stabbed her one last time in the neck. She fell, and where she landed was where you found her in the hallway. Can we go now?" Foley nodded. "I think we need a drink." Outside, as Foley was locking the door, Olivia spotted a man taking a banner down from the railings of the Lauderdale Hotel opposite. Olivia crossed the road. "Excuse me, was this party a recent event?" "Yes, a big wedding reception on Saturday night. Bloody hell, you should have seen the state of the place on Sunday morning." He chuckled. "A lot of people attended?" "Oh, a good few hundred. There were cars double parked and everything. I don't live far away, so I heard about the commotion from the neighbours." "Commotion? People are a bit prickly about their parking spaces around here," he said, lowering his voice. "Not to mention the loud music. I said to them, if you can't enjoy yourself at your wedding reception, when can you?
Olivia smiled and said goodbye. She carefully made her way back across the road and met Foley at the car. That's when she was killed. Saturday night. There was a big party opposite. You can see the hotel from the bedroom window quite clearly. She was banging on the glass to get their attention, but nobody heard because the music was so loud. The perfect sound to cover up her screams. "I'll get a team to interview the staff," he said, making a note in his pad. That couldn't have been deliberate, though, could it? Knowing there was a big party going on right opposite. I don't know, I mean, how long was that banner up? There were a couple of 100 guests there, so who knew about the party? Staff for a start, then the guests and their friends. I'm guessing they'll have slapped it all over social media. The list is endless. Come on, let's go and get that drink. Olivia frowned in thought as she lowered herself into the front passenger seat. You weren't surprised. Sorry? When I was saying how the attack took place. You didn't question it. You'd already made up your mind about what happened on Saturday night, hadn't you? It was a while before he gave a slight nod. So, what was this all about then? I have to take a test now to prove my worth? No, not at all. He looked at her. It wasn't a test. I just wanted it confirming. Jessica was a friend and a colleague. I don't want to get blindsided by this. They were silent while Foley pulled away from the curb and joined the traffic. Hang on, Olivia said. The third victim. Phoebe Harper. There was a party happening in the house next door to hers on the night she was killed. In her witness statement, the neighbour said it was her 40th birthday and she was having a big celebration. Again, the killer used the noise from the music and the guests to mask his crime. But there weren't parties at the other two murders. But there must have been something. He's a thrill killer. He gets off on the chase, the kill. The fact that there are possibly hundreds of potential witnesses is the turn-on for him. When he killed Jessica, the curtains were wide open. He's stabbing her, and outside he can see hundreds of people dancing the night away. That's the thrill. Forget the drink, take me back to the station. We need to search for that real first victim, and we need to find out what was going on at the neighbours of the other two women. Olivia secured her seatbelt and rubbed her hands together. For the first time in a very long time, she felt wired and determined. She was going to catch this killer at any cost. Chapter 10. The major crime unit at Sanderson Street Police Station in Holloway was a large open-plan office on the 3rd floor of the 6-story building. From the doorway, the room looked a mess. Whiteboards on the walls were filled with crime scene photos and information on the unsolved cases of the missing and the dead. Desks were arranged in an unidentifiable pattern, the majority of them a confusion of paper and files. Phones rang, computer keyboards were hammered, detectives shared information, photocopiers and printers whirred into life to make a cacophony of white noise. Olivia felt out of her depth. There was a reason she shared an office with just Sebastian and Daisy, and turned down a permanent residency in a university. She could only handle so many people at one time. When giving a lecture to an auditorium of students, she had the upper hand. She had the knowledge they were thirsty to hear. In this situation,
She would be talking to police officers who knew how to catch criminals and murderers. She might as well stand at the top of the room and tell them how to handcuff someone under arrest. Foley led the way through the room to his office. Olivia followed closely, her eyes darting from side to side to take in those around her. She was being stared at, judged. They all knew who she was and why she was here, and the burning sensation of dozens of pairs of eyes glaring at her informed her that she wasn't necessarily welcome. "Leon, Holly, a moment," Foley said, without stopping as he passed the desks of two plain-clothed officers. Olivia took in Foley's office. It was chaotic. There was no other word for it. His desk was piled high with files. Every space was cluttered with paperwork and folders. The carpet tiles were stained and bald in places, and the waste paper basket was overflowing. She would not be able to work in a room like this. She hoped the people of London never got to see it. They wouldn't feel secure in their homes knowing a man who inhabited an office like this was appointed to keep them safe. He placed his hand on a radiator and gave it a kick. It obviously wasn't working, as the room had a chill to it. Olivia decided to keep her coat on. "How's it going?" Foley asked, as he surveyed the paperwork on his desk. He picked up a few message slips, glanced at them, pocketed a couple and tossed the rest under the table in the direction of the bin. "Slowly," Holly said. "Too bloody slowly," her colleague echoed. "I'd like to introduce you to Olivia Winter, Dr. Winter. These are two of my best officers, Detective Sergeant Leon Ripner. We call him Jack. I'm sure you can guess why. And this is Detective Sergeant Holly Goodfellow." They shook hands, and Olivia gave them her best placatory smile. Holly Goodfellow was a slim woman in her late 20s. She was taller than Olivia by a good few inches, and had silky, short black hair. She wore heavy makeup around her eyes, and proffered a genuine smile when she took Olivia's hand in a tight grip. Her dark grey suit was crisp and clean. This was a woman determined to make an impression, not necessarily on Olivia, but in the workplace generally. As Olivia had walked into the room, she had noticed the majority of its occupants were male. Holly obviously felt the need to look confident and powerful so she could match the bravado of her male colleagues, even if she wasn't built for the part. If her firm handshake was anything to go by, she was succeeding. Olivia took an instant liking to her. Leon Ripner was in his 30s and below average height. Olivia guessed at 5'8", maybe 5'9", judging by the thickness of the heels on his scuffed shoes. He was stocky, but his bulk was muscular. He had short, curly dark hair and an angry frown. He chewed his bottom lip incessantly and couldn't seem to stand still. He either had an urgent bladder condition or he was impatient. Judging by the daggered looks he was giving Olivia, she guessed the latter. Her impression was that he wanted to be out on the streets, looking for the man who had murdered their colleague, not stuck in an office, listening to a forensic psychologist. "Introductions out of the way, everyone take a seat," Foley said. He pulled his wheeled chair around and offered it to Olivia to sit on. Leon and Holly sat in the visitors' chairs, and Foley perched on the edge of his desk. "I've spent the last hour or so with Dr. Winter, and she's spent the weekend going through the case files of the victims we've got so far. She has some very interesting theories. Olivia?" She had the floor.
She filled them in on her opinion that the murderer was a thrill killer and how she believed that there were one or possibly two additional victims before their first known victim, Sarah Millington. Holly was making notes while Leon sat with his arms tightly folded across his chest and his left leg jiggling involuntarily. "So he's a psycho then?" Leon said. "Typical. We catch him, he says he's batshit crazy and gets a cushy padded cell for a few years before some do-gooder gets him released as a reformed character who's found God. He has psychopathic traits, but he knows exactly what he's doing. It's a misinterpretation that serial murderers suffer with mental illnesses." Olivia corrected him. "But I thought serial killers all had some kind of mental disorder," Holly asked, with a frown. "Having a mental illness doesn't mean you're going to commit a violent crime. The majority of mental illnesses affect only that person and the way they perceive what's going on around them, their feelings, their moods. Someone with that kind of a disorder would not be able to commit these kinds of crimes and manipulate the crime scene to such an extent that he leaves no trace of himself, especially after 4 or more murders. You're looking for a highly intelligent individual who knows exactly what he's doing and is loving every minute of it. If he has a mental disorder, it will likely be a personality disorder, and that doesn't mean he's incapable of standing trial once you catch him." Leon's face softened slightly. "I read a paper recently," Holly said, crossing her legs. "The suggested serial killers go after people who remind them of someone. I've been through the victimology of all 4 victims so far, and there's nothing that you could say they have in common, other than the fact they're single, white women, and that forms a large demographic in London. Serial killers do tend to go for victims who remind them of an abuser, or an ex, or a domineering mother, but mostly they go for victims weaker than themselves, or those who are vulnerable in society, such as sex workers, the homeless, children, the physically or mentally disabled, or the elderly." "Stick a pin in the electoral register, then," Leon said. "That's why I believe there are more victims you haven't discovered yet, and not just people he's killed. I believe he may have attacked someone who escaped, which is why he changed to killing women." "I thought killers didn't change their MO," Holly asked again. "The MO is fluid. It's the signature that never changes. And here the signature is the chase. I believe he stabbed Jessica in her kitchen, but not with the intention of killing her straight away. He wanted her scared. He wanted her to panic, to run for her life so he could chase her and catch her." "Who the hell is he? Michael Myers?" Olivia nodded. "Basically, yes. Until I meet him, I can only guess about his background and his upbringing, but I wouldn't be surprised if you find every kind of slasher film in his collection. He'll be obsessed with scaring people in order to kill them. That's what gives him his power, his dominance." "But surely if you know that, then you can work out what kind of a person he is," Holly said. "I can try." "So, what do you want us to do?" Holly asked, turning to Foley. "Are we looking for other victims?" "Yes," he said. "Go back to last summer at least. We're looking for a single man or a single woman killed in their own home with a knife. You also need to look for an increase in break-ins or of strangers knocking on doors and trying to talk their way into the house. By the time he came onto your radar with the murder of Sarah Millington, he'd got his patter down to a fine art, and it's worked for him on 4 occasions. However, he'll have needed to try that out." "We don't have the officers for this," Leon said. looking at his boss.
"I know,"
Foley said, running his fingers through his hair.
"But it's what we're going to have to do to find him. I'll get uniform drafted in and we'll get the community police and the specials out there knocking on doors."
"But," Holly began.
"Just leave the logistics to me,"
he said, raising a hand to stop her asking another question. "I'm guessing you have many unsolved murders on your books. What I need to do is work backwards," Olivia said. "I'll start with Jessica's murder and go back through the other 3 victims. Then, with the other victims you've got, I can see which ones relate to this case and which don't. There will be a pattern. I just need to find it." "There isn't a pattern with the victims, though, is there?" Holly asked, getting slightly agitated.
"There will be, it just hasn't been found yet."
"But I've looked—"
"Holly, Dr. Winter has been doing this for 15 years. She'll find it." Olivia looked at the floor. The weight of this whole investigation was resting on her shoulders. She had never had such a responsibility before. She could feel herself starting to sweat. From somewhere deep in her mind, she remembered the breathing exercises she was given by a child therapist when she'd had panic attacks following her own attempted murder. Suddenly she was back to being that frightened 9-year-old girl, wondering what the future held. In through the nose, count to 4. Out through the mouth, count to 4. Repeat until you were able to face the world again. When she looked up, Leon and Holly had gone. "Is everything all right?" Foley asked. "You spaced out for a moment there."
"I was just thinking," she lied.
"Could I get a glass of water? I'll grab you a bottle. Wait here."
Foley left his office, leaving the door open. In came the noise from the incident team. Olivia could see Holly at her desk, staring at her computer screen. She was chewing the inside of her mouth and frowning. She undid the top button on her shirt and pulled at the collar. She scratched at her neck and went back to tapping on the keyboard. Her frown deepened and she went back to scratching at her neck. She was anxious. The detective was trying hard to hide the signs, but she hadn't yet mastered the art of understanding her own subconscious, and her telltale signs were obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. Olivia stood up and went over to her. "Is everything all right?"
"Yes, fine."
Holly looked up from the screen and gave Olivia a smile that did not reach her eyes. Olivia tried to think of something to say. She wasn't good with small talk and spontaneous interaction. "Have you had any luck finding other potential victims?" she asked. It was a ridiculous question. Holly had literally just left Foley's office to start work. "There are many murders involving knives that haven't been solved." She shook her head. The killer wouldn't have been as confident in the beginning as he is now. As much as the idea of taking another life is giving him a thrill, there's a big leap between fantasizing about it and actually doing it. I believe there are more victims before Sarah Millington, and this shows he doesn't give his victims much thought. If he did, he would have gone for women straight away. It's always been about the chase and the kill. It will have been very late in the planning that he decided precisely whom to target first. I spoke about killers targeting those who are vulnerable in society. The elderly, the disabled, sex workers, etc. He won't go for those, as there's no chase involved. So you can discount those from your search. You're looking for young people who will put up a fight. Not too much,
of course, but just enough so that he still has the upper hand. Holly was frantically scribbling on her pad while Olivia was talking. If it's true that he killed a man first, do you think it's possible he was injured in some way, which is why he changed to targeting women? Something happened to spook him, and that caused him to change to targeting women only. Either he was almost caught or, like you said, a victim was too powerful for him and the game was almost lost. Once we find that victim, we can check for hospital admissions around that time. Can I ask you a personal question? Holly asked, leaning forward on her desk. Olivia had been waiting for this. Once people knew who she was, they always wanted to know about how she'd managed to survive, how she coped with what her father had done. Jessica had known all the gruesome details. She imagined Foley did too. Had the gossip spread around the whole station? Obviously it had. She had expected Leon to have been the insensitive one, not Holly. She took a deep breath. Sure. How do you get inside the head of a serial killer? Olivia relaxed slightly. So Holly wasn't fishing for gossip. That was a refreshing change. You don't. You just try to understand them. Don't ever try to get into a murderer's head, and don't ever let them get into yours. Once you do, you're lost. Holly's smile dropped, and her eyes widened. Oh. Excuse me, are you Dr. Winter? Olivia looked up to see a uniformed officer standing in front of her. Yes. There's a man here to see you, Sebastian Lister. He says it's important. Olivia looked over to the entrance to the open-plan room and saw Sebastian, with an expression of horror on his face. Chapter 11. Olivia walked slowly over to Sebastian. She knew something had happened by the way he held himself and the look of pure fear. He had news for her that couldn't wait, and he was not looking forward to telling her. She immediately thought of all the killers she had spoken to, all those she had interviewed in prisons over the years. She'd been the target of some unwanted attention by killers who had become fixated on her, which was why she had an unlisted phone number, and wasn't on the electoral register or any social media sites. The harder it was for people to find her, the better. Sebastian, she said, her mouth dry. How did you know where to find me? You have a tracker in your phone, remember? Of course, she said. Instinct caused her to put a hand to her shoulder. What's happened? Maybe we should talk outside, he said. Olivia didn't dare look back. She could feel the eyes of the strangers burning into her. She nodded. They left the major crime unit and found a quiet corner in the corridor. Olivia didn't notice D.I. Foley coming towards her with a bottle of water. He must have recognised something in her expression as he paused and half hid behind a beam. I've had a call from Belmarsh Prison, Sebastian said. Oh, dear God. Olivia looked at the floor. There was only one inmate at Belmarsh who would cause Sebastian to race across London. He's escaped. No. He's suffered a severe heart attack. He's been taken to Queen Elizabeth Hospital. He's asking for you. Olivia's face was blank. Would you like me to drive you? Sebastian placed a comforting hand on Olivia's arm. She flinched. Where? To the hospital. Why? to see him. No, she said firmly. No, absolutely not. I'm very busy. There's a man out there who has murdered 4 women. I'm needed here. Olivia, he might not make it. He's Sebastian. She held a hand up to stop him talking. I don't care. I'm not interested in what happens to him. I need to get back. She turned and headed back to the MCU suite. Olivia, Sebastian called after her, but she ignored him. The doors swung closed behind her. Foley stepped out from behind the pillar. Has something happened? Sorry? Yes. No, Sebastian waffled. Can I help? No, I don't think so. It's incredibly complicated. Someone's had a heart attack who wants to see Olivia, and I'm guessing Olivia doesn't want to see them. If only it were that simple. I'm guessing it's not an ex-husband, so it has to be either a parent or guardian or a brother she's estranged from. Sebastian was silent for a while, weighing up how much he should tell him. Her father. Do you want me to have a word with Olivia? You don't know her, Sebastian said. Sometimes that's an advantage. Sebastian took a breath. She needs to go and see him. If she doesn't and he dies, she'll regret it. I know she will. I'll see if I can help. Sebastian nodded. Thank you. D.I. Foley whispered in Olivia's ear to join him in his office. She'd been standing in front of one of the whiteboards, looking as if she was reading the information on Sarah Millington. Once in the office, Foley closed the door behind her and told her to take a seat. I've been thinking, Olivia began. I'd like to visit the neighbourhoods where these women lived. I think it would... Olivia, Foley interrupted. I overheard you talking to your colleague in the corridor. You're seriously not going to the hospital? Of course not. Why should I? Because you need to see him. He could be dying. Olivia sniggered. Do you actually know who he is? Your father? Brother? Grandfather? No offence, but it's none of your business. You've asked me here to help you identify a killer, and that's what I'm going to do. Look, let me just say this, and we'll move on. Take from it whatever you want. I didn't go to see my older brother in hospital when he was stabbed. We had this feud that went back to us being teenagers. We hadn't spoken for about 10 years when he disturbed a burglar at his home. He was stabbed in the stomach. My mum called me and told me to go to the hospital to see him, but being the stubborn arsehole that I am, I refused. That was 12 years ago, and there isn't a day goes by that I don't regret that decision. Despite her blank expression, Olivia was struggling with her emotions. I can't. Every time I think about him, every time I see a photo of him in the papers, it all just... Olivia. Foley cut her off. Don't tell me what happened if you don't want to. Like you said, it's none of my business, but I do have experience of regrets. My whole life is full of them. It's much better to put yourself through the pain now than regret it later when it's too late. He looked up over Olivia's shoulder out into the main office. Holly wants me. I'll give you a few minutes on your own. He walked out, closing the door softly behind him. Olivia sat down, turning her back to the window so nobody could see the expression on her face. Whenever she thought of her father, she thought of the last time she saw her mother and sister, and that's not how she wanted to remember them. Yet, when she tried to remember the good times, the summer holidays, the birthday parties, the happy Christmases, she pictured her father laughing and smiling and joining in the fun. The two men didn't match. He couldn't be a happy family man who loved his daughters and a butcherer of women. It wasn't possible. So who was the man whose knee she sat on while he read her The Secret Garden? Who was the man who took her and Claire to Brighton at weekends to play on the beach? Who was the man who helped his daughters make such a fuss of their mum on Mother's Day? That was what Olivia struggled to understand. How could one man have such totally contrasting personalities and nobody be able to see he was living a lie? Unless it wasn't a lie. Olivia shook her head. She could feel a headache coming on. She picked up the bottle of water Foley had brought her, unscrewed the cap and took a lengthy swig. It was room temperature. Was it possible for one person to have two conflicting personalities running alongside each other at the same time? She'd interviewed dozens of killers in prison and spoken to their families, friends, neighbours and work colleagues. They'd all said the same thing. That he was a happy family man. Though, they always added as an additional comment, looking back, there was always something strange about him. Was that the benefit of hindsight? Or were people trying to make themselves feel better when they should have known but didn't? The problem Olivia had with her father was that looking back, she really didn't know. Even now, with all her qualifications and experience, she couldn't pinpoint a moment in time when her father changed, from being a loving man, happy, smiling, funny, into a serial murderer who tortured his victims, cut them up and dumped them by the Thames. And because the great Dr. Olivia Winter couldn't understand her own father, she had no intention of going to see him. He gave up the right to call himself a dad when he destroyed her family. He was a total stranger. He deserved to die alone. Run! Olivia's mother's final word to her echoed in her head. She was right. She was always right. She should run. She picked up her bag and sneaked out of Foley's office. She didn't look up, so wasn't aware if anyone saw her. But once she was out of the major crime unit and reached the stairs, she took her mother's advice. She ran. Chapter 12. Olivia hated travelling on the London Underground. She avoided it at all costs. There was something about the darkness, the small space, the feeling of being trapped, not being able to see a way out, that terrified her. The same could be said for planes when she travelled around the world giving guest lectures, doing book tours and interviewing serial killers. But she didn't have the same sense of underlying danger in a plane that she got from the tube. As she left Sanderson Street police station, she hitched up the collar of her coat and started walking. She didn't have her scooter with her, so couldn't simply hop on it and drive back to work or home, and she wasn't within walking distance either. She needed to be on her own. She needed to sort out her thoughts and clear her mind. She almost laughed to herself. She'd spent the past 25 years trying to do that. Unsuccessfully. What made her think a brisk walk in the cold air of London would solve all her problems now? Maybe it would have been better if her father had collapsed in prison, clutching his chest, and died right there. A quick death. She wouldn't have had all this inner turmoil about whether to go and see him or not. She didn't hate him. She couldn't hate him. Hate was a very strong emotion and one you could only attribute to a person you knew. Olivia didn't know her father at all. She thought she did, but she couldn't have done. Her feelings for him, therefore, were non-existent. This man was just a body in a hospital bed. Olivia bumped into someone. Neither of them apologised. She staggered slightly and continued on her journey to nowhere. It didn't seem to matter how much Olivia told herself he wasn't her father. She could denounce him, avoid seeing him, refuse to acknowledge his letters and cards, but he was a part of her. Half of his DNA was inside her. She was born from his makeup. She shuddered, unsure whether it was the thought of her father's dark psychology swimming around inside her, or the harsh winter breeze. Olivia had written a paper many years ago about the myth of the killer gene. There were people who thought serial killers stood out from the rest of the population because they had a single gene that others didn't. Monoamine oxidase A, also known as MAOA, was a common denominator in the majority of serial killers, but not all of them had it. So, was it a killer gene or not? If so, how do you explain the behaviour of the killers who don't have the gene? Then there's CDH13, an ADHA-related gene identified in 2008, strongly associated with violent criminality. Did her father have MAOA or CDH13? Did he have neither, or both? And if so, were they in her too? Jesus Christ, she said to herself, as reality dawned. She quickly dismissed the idea that she was anything like her father. She had never once desired to take another life. It was the polar opposite to everything she believed in. She was not her father's daughter. She looked up and inhaled hard to get some cold air inside her. A tear fell from her eye when she saw what was across the road directly in front of her. The ugly grey concrete of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Unwittingly she'd been drawn here, as if by some kind of magnetic force. Why had her unconscious mind done this to her? She was already torturing herself about refusing to help Jessica just before she was killed. Maybe if she'd offered to help, they would have spent Saturday night going through the files in Olivia's office, and Jessica wouldn't have been home alone for a sadistic killer to target. Now, here she was, outside the hospital that was helping to improve the health of her murdering father. She must really love self-flagellation. She crossed the road at the lights and entered the grounds. She couldn't take her eyes from the building, and wondered which window he was behind. Could he see her from where he was? Was he unconscious? Fingers crossed he'd been given a clean bill of health and was on his way back to prison where he belonged. She doubted that. Life wasn't kind to her. She approached the main entrance and stood rooted to the spot. She didn't want to go in. She didn't want to see him. She owed him nothing. Then why was she here? I thought I'd find you here. She turned at the sound of a familiar voice. Amyas Foley was standing by his car. What are you doing here? She asked. She was cold. Her teeth were chattering slightly. I went back to my office, and you'd gone. I was worried. Worried? Why? You've just received a huge shock. I wanted to make sure you were all right. I'm fine, she said.
slowly knowing before she said it how trite it would sound. "How did you know where to find me?" "I called your colleague, Dr. Lister. He told me which hospital your dad had been admitted to." Olivia balked at the word dad. "You going in?" He nodded towards the building. "I haven't made up my mind yet." He walked over to a bench and sat down. Olivia followed. "When did you last see your father?" Olivia knew the answer to that straight away. She knew the day, the date, the time, and what the weather was doing. "When I was 9, she answered. "You haven't seen him since?" "No." "Do you think that if you went in there to see him, to talk to him, you'd be betraying your mother and sister?" "So, you do know who my father is, then?" He nodded. "Jessica?" "No. She refused to reveal your secret. All she said was that you had first-hand experience of a serial killer when you were a child. I used my detective skills to find out the rest, with some help from Wikipedia, too," he said, with a cheeky smile. "I can't believe Jessica is really gone," Olivia said wistfully. "I'd usually be talking to her about this kind of thing." "And what would she say?" "She'd probably tell me to let the bastard rot in hell. I was at Jessica's house when my father was killing my mum and sister." "Really?" "Yep. She lived just around the corner." They fell silent as life continued around them. The hustle and bustle of a busy hospital mixed with the noise of nearby traffic. Whatever hell Olivia was going through, the world didn't stop turning. And out there, a killer was at work. "Why are you really here when you're so busy?" She turned to Foley. "Well, I really need your help. And I'd like to help you in return." "Why? When you've literally just met me?" "Because you were Jessica's best friend. She spoke a lot about you. She cared for you, and Jessica was a good person, an excellent judge of character. I feel... selfishly, I know. But I feel like I'm still chatting with Jessica when I'm chatting with you." "Does that sound weird?" "No. It's quite comforting, really." "Would you like me to come inside with you?" "Would you?" "I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want to. I have my mother's voice in my head telling me to run, but I have my own voice telling me to give in to curiosity and see how the last 25 years have treated him." "Who are you going to listen to?" "I should listen to my mum." She didn't attempt to get up from the bench. They walked into the hospital and were immediately surrounded by a wall of noise, the chatter of people in the waiting rooms, the sound of phones ringing and trolleys being dragged along corridors. Foley flashed his ID to the receptionist, then let Olivia take over. "I'm here to see... Can you tell me where Richard Button is, please? I'm his daughter. I believe he's asking for me." It was as if the whole hospital fell silent and everyone was looking at her. The receptionist told them where to go, and Foley led her by the elbow to the lifts. They waited in silence for the stainless steel doors to yawn open. They stepped inside, and the doors closed. They were the only occupants as the lift juddered up. Neither of them spoke while the lift stopped at various floors, picking people up and dropping them off. All of them with blank looks on their faces. All of them going through their own dramas.
They stepped out into a stifling corridor and headed for the intensive care unit. "Does your colleague know?" he asked. "Sebastian? Yes. He wrote the book on him. That's how we met. He came to interview me for it." She smiled at the memory. "I was horrible to him on that first meeting. I didn't want anything to do with his book or his research. My therapist said it might be cathartic if I did talk to him, if I told him my side of the story." "And did you? Have you read the book?" "I'm not much of a reader." He grimaced. "Yes, I did. It helped, and it brought me and Sebastian closer." "Are you and he, you know?" "God, no," she answered quickly. "Sebastian is more like the brother I never had. Besides, he was devoted to Rosemary. He went to pieces when she died. Now it's just him and 4 kids. Wow. That can't be easy." "It's not, but he's coping, just about." It was easy to spot the room Richard Button was in, as there was an armed police officer standing outside with the door closed behind him. Olivia could feel her heart pounding in her chest as if it was trying to break out. A doctor was walking with them. Olivia had no idea where she had come from. Her mouth was moving, but Olivia couldn't hear a word she was saying. The armed officer stepped to one side. The doctor depressed the handle and pushed the door open. "I'll wait out here," Foley said. Olivia stood in the doorway. She could feel the heat coming from the room. She was sweating. In the centre of the room was a single hospital bed. Written above it in an untidy scrawl was his innocuous-sounding name. Richard Button. The man lying in the middle was unrecognisable. A tube was taped to his mouth, one coming out of his nose. The index finger of his left hand was hooked up to a blood pressure monitor. Various beeps were heard at regular intervals as the surrounding machines kept him alive. Olivia stepped closer to get a clearer look at the face. The last time she had seen him he had been strong, with dark wavy hair, a smooth complexion, slightly overweight and with smiling eyes. What she saw in the bed was a slim, grey-haired man with a mean jawline and a cruel expression. What surprised Olivia most was that she felt nothing for him. There was no emotional attachment. She could have been standing beside the bed of a complete stranger. She was. Slowly, his eyes opened. Olivia took a deep breath. He carefully removed the mask over his mouth and proffered a cruel smile. "Livy, you came," he said in a soft voice. Olivia took another deep breath. "Hello, Dad." Chapter 13. Kingston upon Thames, London. Tuesday, the 21st of December, 1999. Olivia Button should have been home hours ago, but she just couldn't tear herself away from her friend Jessica's house and the amazing early Christmas present she'd received, one which her mother definitely could not hide until the big day. A dachshund puppy. So small he could fit into the palm of her hand. He didn't seem real, and his cuteness was off the scale. Olivia was as excited about playing with him as Jessica was, but when it started to get dark, Jessica's mother said she should head off for home before her mum became worried. Jessica lived in the next street from Olivia, so she didn't have far to go home.
She zipped her coat up to the neck, wrapped her scarf around herself tightly, and put on her gloves as she walked, all the while struggling to stop smiling after playing all afternoon with the sausage dog puppy. She didn't notice her father's haphazardly parked car in the driveway. She opened the front door and stepped inside. "Mum, you'll never guess what Mrs. Sheffield has bought Jessica for Christmas. She's—" Olivia stopped when she walked through the living room and into the kitchen to find the room empty. "Mum?" She retraced her steps and went to the bottom of the stairs. She looked up, angled her head to listen for any sound. She couldn't hear anything. When she left 4 hours ago, her younger sister Claire was bounding about the house, draped in tinsel, her excitement for Christmas in overdrive, while her mum was frantically in the throes of last-minute preparations. Olivia took off her coat and hung it over the banister. She walked upstairs slowly, straining to listen for something that would indicate where her mum and sister were. She wondered if they were busy wrapping up her present, or, fingers crossed, presents. Claire's door was closed. It was never closed. There was obviously something secretive happening in this room. She wrapped her hand around the handle, slowly pushed it down, and with a single movement swung the door violently open. Her smile dropped when she saw it was empty. She frowned. Where had they all gone? She turned and went down the corridor to her parents' bedroom. Again the door was closed. Again it was only ever closed at night when Mum and Dad went to bed. Growing bored, Olivia swept her hair behind her ears and headed straight inside. "Mum, Jessica's mum's bought her a puppy for Christmas. Can we have—" Olivia stopped in her tracks when she opened the door to the master bedroom and found her mother on the bed, cradling her younger sister in her arms. It should have been a picture of happiness and normalcy, if it wasn't for the amount of blood. The bed was saturated in it. There were high sprays on the walls and ceiling. Claire, slumped in her mother's arms, had her eyes closed. "Mum?" Olivia said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mum, Geraldine Button, was sitting up in bed. Her face was pale, and blood was slowly draining out of a gash in her throat. She was taking short, sharp breaths, struggling to cling on to life. She looked at her daughter, looked her straight in the eye. "Olivia," she said. Olivia's bottom lip began to wobble as she took in the scene of carnage. Tears began to fall. "Mum?" she croaked. "Run," Geraldine said, breathlessly. "What?" "Run." Something caught Olivia's eye from the ensuite bathroom. She turned and saw her father reflected in the mirror. He was drenched in blood, and in his red hands he was holding a knife. She turned on her heels and ran. She slipped on a patch of blood on the carpet she hadn't seen when she came in. Landing with a thud, she picked herself up and charged for the main bathroom, the only room in the house with a lock on the door. Once inside, she turned to close it just as her father slammed himself into the door. She secured the lock and stepped away from the door. Olivia fell back against the sink. "Olivia, open the door!" her dad shouted from outside. "Daddy!" she cried out. "Olivia, open this door right now!" He was panicking. His voice sounded angry. In the background, Olivia could hear the sound of sirens approaching. From behind her, flashing blue lights came through the window. Her father slammed into the door. The lock rattled and one of the loose screws fell out. Whoever was outside and coming to save her wouldn't get here in time. She climbed up onto the toilet, pushed open the window and looked out. Below, the sloping roof of the extension was wet with sleet. She wouldn't be able to reach it from here. But if she jumped, she might be able to grab onto the guttering or something to stop her falling to the ground below. She swung her leg over the windowsill. It was so cold outside, and she'd taken her coat off. She wiped away her tears with the back of her trembling hand and looked back into the bathroom just as the door broke open, and she saw her dad, covered in the blood of her mother and sister, charge into the room, knife aloft. He swung it at her. She let go of the sill and dropped. The roof of the extension was more slippery than she expected. She flew to the bottom and didn't have time to reach for the guttering. She grabbed something that slowed down her fall slightly, but she landed on the wet grass below with a thud. She stood up, looked back to the bathroom window. There was nobody there. Olivia could still hear the sirens screaming into the cold air, but there was no one around to save her. She needed to run. If she jumped over the back fence and ran to the Prescotts, they'd look after her. She reached the fence, but it was 6 feet tall. There was no way she could grab the top, not even if she jumped. She looked around for something to stand on, but all the plant pots had been removed and put in the shed until next spring. Next to the back door was the recycling wheelie bin. She didn't know how much time she had, so she ran as fast as her aching legs would carry her, grabbed the bin and pulled it back to the fence. She struggled to climb onto it. She swung her legs over the fence and was about to drop down when the back door to the house burst open and her father ran out towards her. "Olivia, get back here right now!" he screamed. Still frozen, Olivia looked at her dad. She saw the blood on his shirt, the spatters on his face, the red droplets dripping from the knife in his red right hand. He came towards her, taking long strides. Behind him the gate was slammed open and a man in a policeman's uniform, drenched from the sleet, came into the garden. He opened his mouth and said something, but Olivia was too far away to hear what it was. Her father screamed something back at him. It didn't sound like her dad. He sounded scared, angry, frightened and dangerous. The man in the uniform held up his arms and stepped forward. Her dad stood his ground, refusing to move. He lunged forward, swung his arm, and the man dropped to the floor. Olivia saw a spray of red shoot out of him. She screamed. Her dad turned back to her. "Olivia, I can explain. These men, they're bad people. I'll look after you, I promise." Again, it might have been her dad talking, but he sounded strange. "Help me!" she screamed as loud as she could. Her voice echoed into the night. She let go of the fence and dropped down the other side. She ran down the embankment and into the woods, where her cries were muffled by the thick-set trees. She jumped over fallen branches, slipped on wet leaves and fell on the unstable ground. She picked herself up. She was muddy, wet and cold, but she couldn't stop. She had to keep going. "Olivia!" She heard her father calling her name. Olivia tried to keep her emotions in check. She told herself to stop crying, but she couldn't. Less than half an hour ago she had been playing with Jessica, making a fuss over her new puppy. And now she was in the middle of a nightmare. Olivia ran for her life in the darkness. Bare branches grazed her face and tore her clothing. She was in pain, but she knew she couldn't stop. She slipped. She fell. She banged her head hard on the root of a mighty oak. She turned over onto her back and looked up into the eyes of her father. "Daddy!" she cried. "It's all right, sweetheart. Everything's going to be all right now." "What's happening? Where's Claire, where's Mummy?
They're safe. Nobody can harm them now.
I want Mummy.
She choked on her tears. You'll see them soon. Richard's tears fell from his eyes and landed on his daughter's cold face. He raised his knife-wielding hand above his head and brought it down on Olivia's shoulder. She screamed. I love you, Livy, he said, before stabbing her a second time.
I love you too, Daddy,
she said, before she was stabbed a third time. Chapter 14. Olivia winced at her father calling her Livy. He was the only person who had ever shortened her name, and she had hated it from the very first time he had used it. At the age of 6, it's difficult to tell your father not to call you something. Now Olivia still felt she couldn't speak up, and she had no idea why. Sitting opposite her dad for the first time in 25 years, she was transported back to the moment he destroyed their family, when he stabbed her mum and sister to death, and ruined any chance of her ever having a normal life. The silence in the room was intense. Olivia had no idea what to say. She didn't want to rant, to release a quarter of a century of pent-up rage and anger. She didn't want to make pointless small talk either, and she had no intention of asking how he was. What the hell was she doing here? Was she seeking closure? Or was it a perversion on her part, to see how time had affected the only surviving relative she had left? Closure, she told herself. That was the only solution she would accept. She needed to close the door on this part of her life. She needed to think of her mum and sister with happiness and remember the good times. The only way she could do that was by putting her father in a clearly labelled box in her mind and not having a big question mark hanging over his head. Was he a loving father or an evil killer? He couldn't be both. She refused to let him be both. You look so much like your mother, it's frightening, Richard Button said. He tried to sit up, but the expression on his face made it obvious that the action caused him some pain. Olivia didn't say anything to his predictable opening line. She remained still on the hard plastic chair, her hands clasped firmly together in her lap, her stony face staring straight ahead. She could feel her heart beating loudly in her chest and prickles of sweat dripping down her back. She wanted to leave, but felt frozen to the spot. "How are you?" he asked. How was she? That was a difficult question to answer. She was completely and utterly alone in the world. She spent her days talking to serial killers to try to understand the motives behind someone's thirst for ending another person's life. She engaged in random, pointless sex with men she barely knew, just so she could feel a modicum of emotion. She cried herself to sleep most nights, as she missed her mother and Claire. Her closest friend had just been murdered, and she was currently sitting opposite a man who had killed 8 people, including her mum and sister. How was she? She had no fucking idea. "Fine," she croaked. Her throat was dry. She tried clearing it, but it wouldn't. "I appreciate you coming to see me. I'm not here for a social visit," she said. "Oh? Did you honestly expect me to turn up here with a bunch of grapes?" No, He couldn't finish his sentence. Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad you came. I think of you often. Do you think of me? Only when forced to, she replied. The icy disdain was evident in her voice. When's that? When you send me letters and cards? You're my daughter. You gave up your right to call me that when you killed my family. She interrupted. As much as she wanted to remain cool, it was difficult to hold on to the torrent of emotion that was building within. She tried to remember her training. She tried to replicate all the times she'd sat opposite serial killers and asked them difficult questions, and how they revelled in talking about their disturbing crimes. She had to remain emotionless. It wasn't easy. It wasn't supposed to end that way, Richard said, breaking eye contact with her for the first time. Really? How was it supposed to end? Did you expect us to be thrilled at your change of career? Did you think we'd encourage you in your new hobby? Perhaps we could have taken up murdering as a family and gone on weekend killing sprees. Olivia said. She was growing in confidence. The man lying in the bed opposite her was no longer a threat. He was a sad old man who could no longer hurt her. You were never supposed to find out. I thought I'd been careful that last time. You were sloppy, you got complacent and made a stupid mistake. Like all serial killers, you believed your own self-aggrandized hype. You may have killed 6 women, but there was nothing special about you. You were pathetic, weak, and a habitual coward. He turned back to face her quickly. His face filled with fury. A coward? You killed your wife and your daughter. You tried to kill me. You didn't want us to find out what you'd done. You didn't want us to see you crying in the dock when a whole life tariff was passed. You're not a prolific serial predator. You're a sad, pale imitation. I don't know why I came here. She started to get up. I thought Sebastian Lister did a good job in that book he wrote about me. Have you read it? He asked, before she could reach the door. She stopped, her hand on the warm handle. Why would I want to read it when I lived it? She asked, without turning back. There was just one minor detail that he didn't include. She waited. Motive, Richard eventually said, causing Olivia to turn around. She could see a twinkle in his eye. Motive, he repeated. Did you ever wonder why I killed all those women? No, she answered quickly. Liar. I've followed your career, Livy. I've read your books. You have a brilliant analytical mind, though I don't always agree with your conclusions. Surely you've wanted to know what made your own father kill so randomly and remorselessly. Olivia remained by the door, but removed her hand from the handle. She took a deep breath, inhaling the stench of cheap disinfectant and stale sweat. Her entire body was shaking. She held herself tense. Come and sit down. He nodded weakly towards the chair. Reluctantly, she did. The silence grew. Richard was playing for time. He wanted his daughter to ask him why. The twinkle in his eye danced, and a mischievous smile spread across his lips. Olivia had no intention of pandering to his ego. She had questioned his motive for 25 years. Was he abused as a child? No. She knew that for a fact. He had a very idyllic childhood. Was he seeking revenge of some kind? Not that she was aware of. He'd lived a steady middle-class life and had no reason to rail against society. Was he simply a sick, twisted, depraved individual who sought the unnecessary torture of innocent women for his own pleasure? It would seem so. But why? Why? That was the big question. Why wasn't he satisfied with what he had? Richard sat up slowly. He reached for his plastic beaker of water and took several small sips. I hear there's a killer in London at the moment, breaking into single women's homes and slicing them open. Are you working on that case? Olivia didn't reply. I'll take your silence as a yes. I don't work on active cases, she said. No, you don't, do you? Why is that? I'm not a profiler. But you could help the police. You've been asked many times by detectives all over the world to help catch a serial killer, and you've always turned them down. Instead, you've sat back and watched from the sidelines, while the police have bumbled their way blindly in the investigation, waiting for the killer to make a mistake. That's the only way they catch them, isn't it? In the meantime, the killers notched up a few more victims, and you enabled them to do that. Are there deaths on your conscience, Livy? Don't call me that. Her voice was almost a growl. She was angry, but she was also nervous. Is that why you're so fucked up? I'm not fucked up, she said harshly. You live in that big house, all on your own, no friends, no family, no visitors, no lover. You don't know me. He chuckled. Livy, sweetheart, I know everything about you, he said, with a sweet smile. You know nothing. I know that's Detective Inspector Amyas Foley sitting outside, waiting for you. I saw him in the papers a couple of days ago. He's working on this serial killer case, and he's brought you here to see me. So you've obviously spent the morning together. Why has this case caused you to throw your ethics out of the window? I'm not talking to you about it. Tell me, Livy, what's this guy's motive? He's not raping his victims, so he's not getting a sexual thrill out of it. He doesn't rob them, so money isn't important to him. What does that leave us with? Olivia didn't say anything. She looked away from her father, her eyes glancing around the room, fixing on anything other than the man in the bed. She could feel a bead of sweat running down her back. I didn't rape or rob my victims either. Shall I tell you why I murdered them? Olivia finally looked at her father. He had a smile on his face. He leaned as close to her as was comfortably possible. Because I fucking enjoyed it, he said, in a loud whisper. Olivia held her breath. She felt sick. I was bored with life. Do you think a boy leaves school with dreams of becoming an accountant for a shitty family-run brewery, to go home at the end of the day to a mousy wife and 2 greedy daughters. Society dictates we do that. We think we're living in a democracy, but we're not. We're robots, automatons, programmed to go to work, get married, have a family, buy a house, pay our taxes and feed into the system so that we can lie on our deathbed and think of all the good we've done. But once in a while, someone breaks free. Someone sits up and realises that they're being controlled and manipulated, and they're not going to stand for it anymore. Working Monday to Friday, 8 till 5, with an hour for lunch, sitting in the same shitty office, with the same shitty people, having the same shitty conversations day in, day out, for the rest of their working life. No fucking way. It's boring. It's dull. It's oppressive. And what better way of giving the establishment a big fuck you than putting the fear of God into them and spilling the blood of the innocent? You want to know why I did it, Livy? I did it because I could. I did it because I enjoyed it. I did it because it was the biggest rush I've ever felt. Watching the lights go out in someone's eyes made me feel more alive than anything. I was a god. "You're sick," Olivia said. Tears were streaming down her face. She didn't notice them. In your first book, you talk about killers languishing in prison with the attention of the public, the media, the police suddenly off them. They're left alone to rot in their cells and nobody cares about them. That's why they often admit to killing people they haven't, to feel wanted again, to be the centre of attention. Have you worked it out yet, Livy? She frowned. Worked what out? Claire only received 2 stab wounds and died. You received 4 and survived. Why is that? Her frown deepened. She had never thought about that before. She surmised when he cut Claire's throat it had been enough to kill her, so he hadn't inflicted more pain on her. I've had more satisfaction in prison knowing that you're out there, suffering with what I've done. You were never meant to die, Livy. I was always going to keep you alive. You were my favourite. I picture you in your big house, looking at yourself in the mirror, looking at your scars, knowing where they came from, the agony and the torment that I inflicted on you. The whole world may not give me a second thought, but you do. Every single day. I live on through you and your work. You keep me alive. 4 tiny little stabs and a whole lifetime of agony. He smiled. All this time, you've been ignoring me and refusing my visiting requests. You've thought you were making me suffer and rot in loneliness in my cell. Wrong. I'm inside your head, day and night. I'm in your dreams. I'm exactly where I want to be. And you've been letting me. Olivia stood up and ran to the door. She pulled it open and fell out into the corridor. She could hear her father laughing as the door closed smoothly behind her. Olivia? Foley jumped up from his seat and caught her before she hit the floor. What happened? Get me out of here, she cried through the tears. What? Get me the fuck out of here, right now. Chapter 15. Olivia wanted to go home. She felt violated, abused. She wanted to wash off the hospital, the smell of the sick and the dying that was clinging to her hair and skin. But it didn't matter how hot she had the water, how long she stayed in the shower. She would never be able to wash away what her father had said to her. Once through the automatic doors and into the fresh air, Olivia took huge lungfuls and began to calm down. Foley held her by the elbow and led her to a pub across the road. The lighting was subdued. There were very few people in there. Foley walked Olivia over to the corner and sat her down. He went to the bar and returned with large whiskies for them both. She took a big sip, swallowing most of it in a single gulp. "I hate whiskey," she eventually said. "You looked like you needed it. I thought you were going to collapse when you came out of that room." "I nearly did." "What happened?" She took another drink and emptied her glass. "Would you like another?" "No. Yes." Foley went to the bar and ordered 2 more drinks. While they were being poured, he glanced at Olivia over his shoulder. She looked incredibly fragile, sat alone, as if the wrong word or phrase would cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. She didn't need this level of stress right now. He knew it would be highly inappropriate, but he wanted so much to hug her. He returned to the table and placed the glass gently in front of her. She looked up at him with big eyes and offered a thank you smile. He sat down and prompted her to continue her story. She took a deep breath. "The book that Sebastian Lister wrote about about him. There was always something missing from it. I remember asking Sebastian about it while he was writing, and he said he'd asked Richard about it several times, but he'd never replied. He'd never given a reason as to why he'd killed those 6 women. And today he told you? I mean, we knew he was a thrill killer. We knew he enjoyed the killing. Similar to the kind of killer you're seeking now. But there's nearly always something lacking, something missing from a person's life. That's why they become that kind of killer. I could never work out what it was with Richard. So what was missing? Nothing. He just said he was bored. Not necessarily bored with Mum and us, but bored with life, with society. I don't think I can accept that as a motive for murder. It doesn't mean anything. It reduces his victims' lives to nothing. But you said he was a thrill killer, like the ones we're seeking. And I'm guessing you've met other thrill killers around the world. Yes. Surely their reasons for killing were the same. They were bored with their lives. Rather than seek a change of job or move to another country, they've gone to the most depraved form they can think of and killed. Why are you so shocked that your father is like a number of killers you've interviewed? I'm not. I mean, I am. I'm upset that we weren't enough for him. I've always known that. But to hear him actually say it to my face, well, it's different, isn't it? She took another drink of her whiskey. He told me I was his favourite. I didn't like that. Understandable. He told me he didn't kill me because he wanted me to live with the torment of what he'd done for the rest of my life. He wanted me, his own daughter, his favourite, apparently, to suffer. What kind of man is he? What kind of a sick, evil man do I have for a father? We don't have to turn into our parents, Olivia. We really don't. We can break the cycle. My dad was a doctor. So was my brother. So was my grandfather, and so were my 2 uncles. I became a detective. I broke the cycle. I'm as far away from my dad as I could possibly get. We don't need to live in their shadow. How can I shake him off when I have so many questions? Ask him your questions, he said, almost nonchalantly. The only way you can get over him is if you confront him with what you need to know. When you've done that, you have no further use for him. You can forget about him. But how do I know he'll tell me the truth? When you go to these prisons around the world to interview killers, do you worry about them telling you the truth? Of course, they're manipulative by design. So how do you know if they're lying or not? There are many ways. But when you come out of the interview, do you react as you're acting now? No, but then none of them are my father. Don't think of Richard as your father. He hasn't been your father for the past 25 years. You don't need him in your life to be a dad. Treat him as a study. I've never wanted to give him the satisfaction of me studying him. You'll get more out of it than he will. Use him for your own ends. Olivia fell silent. She looked down into her drink. She could feel the liquid burning her throat. There was no denying it had warmed her up nicely, though. "He saw you," she said. "At the hospital, through the slats in the blinds. He knows we're working together. He knows about the serial killer currently on the loose. But we haven't even told the press yet. How can he know? He'll have access to the internet. He's got nothing else to do with his days. He's seen the murders reported in the press and put 2 and 2 together. He's worked it out because they're exactly the same killer. Richard has seen what this man is doing and he's loving it." "Bloody hell," Foley said, wiping his hand roughly over his face. "How do you feel?" "Sick. Angry. You know, for years he sent me cards and letters asking me to visit him. I've always thought he wanted to explain why he killed my mum and sister. To apologise for ruining my family. Make some kind of amends. I don't know, but in that hospital room he was taunting me, torturing me with what he'd done. He was bragging about killing people to his own daughter. What kind of sick bastard does that?" She looked up and noticed people staring at her. She'd obviously raised her voice. She sank in her seat. "Only you can answer that question, Olivia. You've interviewed some of the most dangerous people on the planet. You know them better than most." "I've always said, never allow a killer to get into your head, but that's what I've allowed Richard to do all these years. He's in there." "Is that such a bad thing?" "Of course it is." She frowned. She picked up her second glass and swigged back most of her drink. "No, I mean, the work you do. What you're working on right now. You're looking for the same kind of killer as your father was. Shouldn't that make it easier to find who killed Jessica and the others?" "I can't even think of that right now," she said. She downed the rest of her drink and stood up. "Where are you going?" "Home." "I thought you were going to talk to my officers." "I'm sorry, Amyas, I can't do that right now." She headed for the door and pulled it open. Foley grabbed a £20 note out of his wallet and slapped it on the bar before following Olivia out onto the darkening streets. "Let me drive you home." "No, I need to be on my own. I'll get a taxi," she said, buttoning up her coat. "It's miles away. It'll cost you a fortune." "Amyas," she said, turning to him, "I really don't give a fuck right now. I just want to be by myself." "You've had a shock. You shouldn't be alone, Olivia." She gave a half smile. "I've been alone since I was 9 years old. You get used to it after a while." She walked away, heading God only knew where, leaving Foley behind, watching her go. Olivia walked. It was only when she was cold, her stomach was growling with hunger, and her feet were beginning to ache, that she looked up and realised she was miles from home. She refused to use the underground. Screw the cost. She hailed a taxi. By the time she turned a corner and entered the familiar cul-de-sac where she lived, it was pitch black. The safety of her home lay ahead. She was looking forward to a long shower, a bottle or 3 of wine, and hopefully passing out on her bed and enjoying peaceful, dreamless sleep. As she walked up the steps to her front door, the security light came on. She stopped in her tracks. A bunch of yellow roses lay on the mat. Her heart sank. Yellow had been her mother's favourite colour. Whatever outfit she wore, some part of it had always been yellow. She knew her father was sick, but this was beyond evil. She picked them up by the stems and smashed them down on the steps so petals flew off in all directions, before dumping them in the wheelie bin. Olivia fumbled with the front door key and eventually found the lock. She pushed open the door and fell inside. She turned off the alarm, slammed the door, and locked it with the bolts at the top and bottom, putting on the security chain and the alarm. She no longer felt safe in her own home. If her father was able to get a bunch of flowers to her from his guarded hospital bedside, what else was he able to do? Amyas Foley decided against returning to work after leaving Olivia Winter outside the pub. He felt physically and mentally drained after the past couple of days. Losing a colleague in the line of duty was one thing. That was sort of understandable. But at the hands of a serial killer was something else entirely. Add into the mix Dr. Winter and her troubles, and all Amyas was good for was falling asleep on the sofa with a bottle of whiskey and his German shepherds for company. On the way to his home in Barnet, he turned on his mobile phone and listened to the voicemails Goodfellow and Ripner had left him. More interviews had been conducted with Jessica's neighbours and the guests at the hotel opposite her house. No new leads had emerged, and uniformed officers were currently going door to door in and around the neighbourhoods in Brent, where Sarah Millington and Joanne Douglas had been killed, to see if anyone had turned up on their doorsteps trying to gain access to their homes. So far, nothing. Foley took a detour and headed for the Spires shopping centre. He walked through the entrance that sported the original spires from the old Methodist church either side, reaching up into the sky like turrets on a castle, and into the modern precinct. He headed for Waterstones. Foley wasn't a great reader. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd bought a book. He didn't read fiction or history books. He didn't own a cookbook. And there wasn't a person who he thought was interesting enough to read their biography. His wife was a great reader. He hadn't realised how many books they'd owned until they had divorced, and she'd left, taking not only her books but the bookcases too. The house had looked like it had been burgled when he'd come home from work that day. It was now 4 years later, and he still hadn't replaced the furniture. He preferred the sparse, minimalistic look. He headed for the true crime section and scoured the shelves. Some of the titles were eye-catching, and the front covers of terrifying serial killers and bloodied victims were enough to give you nightmares without actually having to read the contents. He found what he was looking for. The Riverside Killer
The Double Life of Richard Button by Sebastian Lister. It was a thick book, around 500 pages, and had several sections of glossy pictures. He paid for it and left. By the time he arrived home, his 2 dogs were waiting for him, tails wagging enthusiastically. Before he settled down to his gruesome read over a takeaway, he grabbed their leads and took them out for their evening walk. Foley and his ex-wife, married for 12 years, divorced officially for 3, had been unable to have children. They had tried for years before they sought medical help. Test results revealed Dana had a hostile womb, whatever that meant, and that had been the first nail in the coffin of their marriage. Foley had tried to tell her it didn't matter. They could live a perfectly happy and content life without a child. Dana had masked her pain by refusing to talk about it. They had stopped having sex. They had stopped conversing. Dana had used to wait until Foley came home from work before they ate, but then when he arrived home the house would be in darkness, a plate of something keeping warm in the oven, and Dana would have gone to bed. What had finally caused Dana to leave him?
Sometimes the soul needs silence between the words. Let this peaceful melody give you that space, and thank you for joining us for this free audiobook.
Was when Foley came home one Sunday with 2 German Shepherd puppies. He had seen them as companions. She had seen them as baby substitutes. A row had broken out, and she had left. 2 days later the house had been stripped of her belongings, and a post-it note had been left on the door of the microwave telling him she'd started divorce proceedings. He had decided not to fight it. Over the months and years, his dogs had grown, and so had the bond between them. The divorce had been straightforward. They both went their separate ways and began new lives. Foley had his dogs, and Dana met a geography teacher called Gerard. He hoped she was happy. Dogs asleep at his feet, stomachs full and snoring gently. Foley picked up the paperback and made himself comfortable on the sofa. The Chinese takeaway was lying heavily in his stomach. He hoped the whiskey would burn it all away. He opened the cover, broke the spine straight away, and decided to get to know what had made Richard Button kill. Hopefully he would be able to use his findings to discover what made the killer in his current case tick. Introduction. Picture the scene. It's 11 o'clock at night. It's dark, it's quiet. Most people are safely tucked up in bed asleep after a hard day at work. The streets are empty. The clouds are blocking out the light of the moon, and not a sound can be heard apart from the distant hum of traffic from a nearby dual carriageway. You're about to walk down a poorly lit street when you notice someone heading in your direction on both sides of the road. To the left is a huge barrel of a man. He's wearing torn jeans and a faded T-shirt advertising a heavy metal band you've never heard of. He's balding, yet has what is left of his hair tied back in a scraggly ponytail. He has a long knotted beard. Tattoos adorn his arms. A heavy chain around his neck. He's wearing biker boots and his breathing is laboured. He smells of stale alcohol and rank body odour. He oozes malevolence. On the other side of the pavement, the man walking towards you is tall and slim. His head is held high. He has a neat haircut. He's wearing a tailored designer suit. He's carrying an expensive leather briefcase. His shoes are polished to a shine and clacking on the pavements as he walks with an air of confidence. His breath is minty fresh. He's clean-shaven. And he's wearing the latest designer cologne that cost £200 per bottle. Which side of the pavement do you decide to walk down? The chances are you'll choose the side with the man in the suit. He fits the image of the perfect family man who lives a perfect life. He represents safety, protection, and you imagine he would leap to your aid should you need it. If you choose this path, you'll be dead before you reach the end, as you'll have just crossed paths with the innocuous-looking, unassuming serial killer, Richard Button. Foley looked up from the book and let out a breath he didn't realise he'd been holding. "Fucking hell," he said. Chapter 16. Olivia's job wasn't one she could easily switch off from. The people she spoke to, the serial killers, the rapists, the butchers, the destroyers, they all inhabited a place in her mind, and no amount of swimming, yoga, and Krav Maga would silence them. At the end of the day, she liked to try and put most of it behind her as best she could. Close the door on the dark and terrifying world, and spend a few hours in her beautiful home to unwind and relax. Her father had ruined that with his cheap flowers. Why was he taunting her so? Why couldn't he allow her to live her life and stop reminding her that he was still alive? Once out of the shower, which she'd remained under for as long as she could stand the hot needles piercing her scarred skin, she wrapped her oversized white dressing gown around her and padded into her kitchen. Her head was still slightly fuzzy from the whiskey she'd drunk with Foley, and every time she burped she could still taste the burning liquid. She pulled open the door to the freezer and took out a bottle of vodka, poured herself a large measure and drank it in one gulp. She placed her hands flat on the oak worktop and tried to marshal her thoughts. There were so many it was difficult to pinpoint one to concentrate on. She often felt like she was standing in the middle of a football stadium, surrounded by 80,000 fans, all of them chanting, screaming and shouting, and she was trying to listen to each and every one of them. It was a pointless and impossible task, and one that would drive her to the brink of insanity if she tried it for too long. She heard a ping coming from the hallway. Her mobile phone was alerting her to an incoming message. She drained the glass and went to retrieve it. Sebastian had sent her several texts over the last few hours. He was concerned for her safety and wanted her to know he was available day or night to chat. She felt warm inside reading his message, though that could be the vodka. She fired off a quick reply telling him she was fine and she'd fill him in on the details tomorrow at work. When she pulled her phone out of her pocket, she'd grabbed a handful of detritus too, an empty sweet wrapper, a used tissue, and a dog-eared business card. She turned it over and for a brief second wondered who the hell Ethan Miller was. She remembered the attempted urgent rough sex in the disabled toilets of the sports centre. A smile spread across Olivia's face. After the day she'd had, the thought of feeling someone on her, inside her, their masculine hands around her throat, was just what she needed to silence the demons for a little while. Olivia made the phone call to Ethan brief. She didn't want him to think she was drunk and hoped her slurred words wouldn't put him off. When she gave him her address, he told her he'd be around in 20 minutes. He turned up in 15. Olivia heard the growl of a motorbike turn into the cul-de-sac. She went up to the solid door, and on her tiptoes peered through the spy hole. It was an all-black Ducati Monster 821 Stealth. Ethan, dressed in black biker leathers, swung his legs slowly over the bike and took off his helmet, revealing his dark, floppy hair. Olivia couldn't wait for him to knock. She turned off the alarm, pulled back the bolts, and opened the door. Olivia felt herself smile. She licked her lips. She stepped back and allowed him to enter the house. Their eyes were locked on each other. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The door slammed closed behind him. He dropped his helmet onto the solid floor, placed his hands on either side of Olivia's face, and kissed her passionately on the lips. She felt his rough stubble scratch across her face. His hands fell to her waist. He lifted her up and she wrapped her legs around him. He slammed her into the wall and kissed her harder, biting her lip, licking her neck. She leaned into him, inhaled the peaty animal aroma of his cold leathers. This was exactly what she wanted.
"Where's the bedroom?"
he asked, in a gruff, husky voice.
"Behind you."
He kicked open the door and carried her inside, throwing her down on the bed. He stood back and began to unzip his tight leather jacket.
"Leave it on,"
she said.
"Really?"
"And the boots."
"Dirty girl."
He smiled. He unzipped his trousers and climbed on top of her, throwing open her dressing gown to reveal her firm, naked body beneath. The lighting was deliberately low in the bedroom, so Olivia wouldn't glimpse her scars as she changed. Normally she hated the thought of a man seeing them, questioning her about them, but guessed Ethan had already had an eyeful beneath the strip lighting in the disabled toilet at the swimming pool. He hadn't mentioned them, so it obviously didn't bother him. Why should it bother her? Let him see them. Let him touch them. And lick them. She didn't care. If only every day could be like this. As he entered her, her body arched. She closed her eyes and let out a gasp of pure ecstasy.
"Hello, Livy."
She opened her eyes wide. Her father had spoken. Ethan was pounding her hard while kissing her neck, rubbing his stubble against her. She dug her nails into his leather-clad back.
"I love you, Livy."
There he was again. "Fuck!" she said under her breath. Tears formed and began to roll down her cheeks. "Harder!" she whispered into Ethan's ear, before biting his lobe hard. He winced and let out a yelp. She needed the pain to block out her thoughts, but nothing was as powerful as her father. She closed her eyes again, and there he was, standing over her in the woods. He raised a bloody knife and brought it down into her shoulder. She felt the pain all over again as the stainless steel blade tore at her skin and scraped against the bone. He pulled it out and she saw the blood, her blood, dripping off the tip.
"I love you, Livy."
"Stop!" "What?" Ethan asked.
"No, keep going, harder."
"Are you all right?" He looked concerned.
"You're crying."
"Just fuck me."
"Hello, Livy."
"Jesus Christ, no!" she screamed. "You want me to stop?" Ethan asked. "No, fuck me. Harder. Hurt me."
"Hurt you?"
"Yes, do it. Squeeze my throat."
"What?"
"Please."
"I'm not into anything like that."
Olivia began to cry. "Please," she begged.
Help me forget him. Forget who? She pushed Ethan off her and rolled out from under him. Snatching up the dressing gown from the floor, she stumbled into the ensuite bathroom. She sat on the toilet in total darkness and let the tears flow. Chapter 17. Tuesday, 20th of February, 2024. When Olivia woke up the next morning, she was on the floor of her bathroom. She didn't remember falling asleep, so she must have cried herself to sleep. At first, her memory of last night was blank. For a split second, she enjoyed the blissful ignorance. Then her mind woke up, and it all came flooding back. Ethan. She tied the belt of the dressing gown tightly around her waist, slowly opened the door, and stepped into the bedroom. She doubted she'd hear from Ethan again after what had happened. But the thought of someone else out there thinking she was some kind of freak filled her with dread. The bedroom was empty, and Olivia breathed a sigh of relief. She'd have to change swimming pools, though. She couldn't risk the embarrassment of running into him again. Her mouth felt dry. She went into the kitchen to put the kettle on for a mug of coffee, as strong as she could take it, and saw a pink post-it note stuck to the toaster. She tore it off and waited for her eyes to focus before she read it. I'm guessing you had a bit too much to drink last night. No worries. It happens to all of us. Phone or text if you fancy going out. I really like you. Ethan. Kiss, kiss. She screwed up the note and tossed it into the bin. She had no intention of calling him again. Though she knew that by the end of the day she'd have changed her mind back and forth several dozen times. Sebastian was waiting for Olivia in the kitchenette of their office in George Street. The whole ground floor had the familiar aroma of a strong Kenyan blend, and it was just what Olivia needed to remove the rancid taste of shame from the events of the night before. A disappointing cup of instant and a slice of granary toast had done nothing to make her feel better. They sat down in the comfortable chairs. Olivia had a pile of unopened mail on her lap, while Sebastian glared at her like a therapist waiting for his client to begin their session. "How are you feeling?" he eventually asked. She looked up. "I'm okay, thanks. You?" "I didn't mean it in a general sense. I meant after everything that happened yesterday. With Richard. How are you?" "Oh, fine, I think." "You think?" "Well, I haven't seen him for 25 years. I've hardly given him much thought at all." She lied. "You do realise it's me you're talking to, don't you? You don't have to lie or pretend with me." "Sorry, I had a bad night. I didn't sleep too well." She slapped the mail down on the small coffee table and picked up her mug, wrapping her hands around it and breathing in the soothing smell. To be honest, it was a shock seeing him like that. I don't know what I expected, but time hasn't been kind to him. Prison affects people like that. I think I had a picture of him in my head, still looking how he did the last time I saw him. I don't know why I expected him to still look the same. Because the last time you saw him was under dramatic and unusual circumstances. That's remained in your mind ever since. It was a huge turning point in your life. I suppose. I remember asking my Nan if I could go and see him while he was on trial. She said no, as it would be too upsetting for me to hear all those things. Strangely, I never asked to visit him in prison. I know he asked me to visit, though, as Grandad always told me when they received a letter from him. What was different between wanting to see him in court but not wanting to see him in prison? I'm not sure. Olivia frowned. I don't know, maybe I assumed that while he was in court, there was a slight possibility that he might be innocent. When you're 9 years old, you see prison as a place where bad people go. And you didn't want to associate the man who was your father with a bad person. Maybe. Did he say anything to you yesterday? Olivia thought for a long moment. Not really. Just the usual guff about missing me. She quickly turned away. Sebastian knew her better than she knew herself. She didn't want him to spot her lies. He leaned forward and placed a hand on her lap. Olivia. He knew she hated being called Livy, and he knew the reason why. Are you sure it's a good idea to be helping the police with an active case? Especially right now with everything that's happening with your father. Nothing's happening with my father, she said. He's had a heart attack. I went to visit him, and when he's recovered, he'll be sent back to prison and everything will return to normal. She gave a false smile. Will you go and see him again? No. I've no reason to. Whatever you decide to do, you know I'll back you up, right? Sebastian, I know you worry about me, and it's sweet, but you don't need to. The man is a cold-blooded killer. And he's where he deserves to be. I have no intention of ever seeing him again. Now, she said, standing up. I have a lot of work to do today before D.I. Foley comes to pick me up. It's made the papers, Daisy said to Olivia as she passed her desk on the way to the stairs. Sorry, what has? Your father having a heart attack. It's made all the papers. Well, that's not surprising, is it? She said without stopping. Olivia walked up the carpeted stairs calmly, as if she didn't have a care in the world. She could feel Daisy's eyes burning into her back. Once in her office, she closed the door behind her and switched her computer on. As soon as it had woken up, she entered her father's name into Google and clicked the news. Riverside killer has heart attack. All news outlets had the same unimaginative headline, or a variation thereof. She read the first few, but they were pretty much generic. Olivia wanted to make sure her name wasn't mentioned. Following the arrest and conviction of her father, Olivia had gone to live with her maternal grandparents in Tower Hamlets. Button was an unusual surname. And after being bullied at school, Olivia had asked if she could take on their surname and change schools. Over the course of the Easter holidays, she became Olivia Winter. It was such a simple task to change a name, but it meant a great deal to her. She could begin her life again. She was no longer the daughter of the Riverside killer. She was simply Olivia Winter. However, if the press found out that renowned forensic psychologist Olivia Winter was the daughter of infamous serial killer Richard Button, they'd have a field day. The story wouldn't be tucked away on page 8 of the Daily Mail. It would be front-page news, a banner headline, and an awful picture stolen from the internet. She shuddered at the thought. The only people who knew her real identity were Sebastian and Daisy, Jessica, who was now dead, and D.I. Foley. She knew she could trust her colleagues, but how good was Foley at keeping his mouth shut? Chapter 18. D.I. Foley was on time collecting Olivia from George Street. Sebastian had told her to be careful and to call him if she needed anything.
His big brother behaviour, while genuine and from the heart, was beginning to grate. The conversation in the car on the way to North Wembley was stilted. Neither of them wanted to bring up Richard Button, but it was difficult to skate around the subject, especially after how things had been left between them yesterday.
"I hope you don't mind,"
Foley began.
"I bought the book." "Book?" "Yes, the one your colleague wrote about your father."
"Ah, that one. I'm sure Sebastian will be pleased with the extra sale." She smiled to herself. "Are you enjoying it?"
"I don't think 'enjoy' is the right word. It's very... what's the word?
Detailed.
Graphic.
Well, when a man stabs, mutilates and hacks off the breasts of 6 women, it's not easy to skirt around the gruesomeness.
How do you cope?"
"Sorry?" she asked, looking at him for the first time.
How do you get your head around the notion that your father was a serial killer?
"I have no idea," she answered honestly. "I know what kind of a killer he was. I know he'd got his kicks out of murdering. Putting him into a box with all the other thrill killers is easy enough. It's what happened afterwards. It's the thought of him coming home from killing someone and sitting down at the dinner table with his family, having a laugh, a joke, smiling at us, that I struggle with."
When you've met other thrill killers, and you've seen how they switch off from being a murderer to being a regular member of society, do you struggle to understand how they can jump between the two personalities? Or do you just have a blind spot with your dad?
Olivia thought for a while before she answered. She thought of Benjamin Amos, a man from Boise, Idaho, who was convicted of murdering 5 men in 2004. He stalked the gay bars, picked up single men and strangled them in their own homes, leaving them in bed to be found by friends and loved ones. At the time of the killings, Benjamin was married to Julianne. They had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. He had a blue-collar job, coached Little League and coordinated potluck lunches at his local church every Sunday. When Olivia went to meet him, she asked him how he could strangle a man, then go home to bed with his wife.
The pressure of being a family man, of working 5 days a week, keeping a wife and children, living a comfortable life, the demands of a happy and safe community, they take their toll after a while. It's difficult to be permanently the go-to guy, and every time you give something up of yourself to help others, it rankles, you know? You have this little ball of stress inside you, and you keep adding to it day after day after day, and you need to reduce it somehow. Or you'll end up taking it out on those you love. When I killed those filthy men, I released my tension, and I went home, back to my family, a happy, contented man.
Benjamin Amos was no different to her father. But why could she accept his motive and reasoning, but not her dad's? The answer was simple. He was her father, and she looked to him as the benchmark against which all men in her life were measured. How could she do that, knowing he was a cold, sadistic killer? Of course it's a blind spot, she eventually said. I've accepted who my dad is. It doesn't mean I have to like it or embrace it.
Are you worried about how others will act towards you if they find out?
I have too few people in my life for that to bother me. Listen, Foley,
You won't tell anyone, will you? No, of course not. Good. I know what the press are like. They'll love something like this. Your secret is perfectly safe with me. She turned and looked out of the window. The fewer people who knew her real identity, the better. She could trust Sebastian and Daisy, and she was able to trust Jessica too. But she had only recently met Amyas. She didn't know the first thing about him, though he seemed an easy man to chat to. There was a comfortableness about him that she was drawn to, and couldn't explain why. She'd need to get to know him more. He knew so much about her, yet she hardly knew anything about him. That would definitely have to change. They pulled up on the driveway to Sarah Millington's house. Olivia remained in the car and looked up at the nondescript property. Sarah had lived in a busy, leafy suburb, close to a primary school. Trees adorned the pavements, front gardens had been turned into driveways, and the narrow road was just wide enough for single vehicles to drive down. At the times when children from Byron Court Primary School were arriving and leaving for the day, the road must have been a nightmare. Broken pieces of headlight and wing mirror strewn about the tarmac were testament to that. "Nice area," Olivia said, as she looked around at the long road and the semi-detached houses on each side. Foley agreed. In the background, children could be heard laughing in the school playground. There was no car in the driveway. The garage door was closed, and the coloured wheelie bins were lined up neatly. This would make a decent family home, and close to a school, would command a high asking price when Sarah's mother came to sell it. "Why this house?" Olivia asked, more to herself. We're in the middle of a road. If the killer left by the front door, he ran the risk of the neighbours from either side seeing him. Walking down to the end, he'd have to pass at least 20 houses. Someone must have seen a stranger. It was a huge gamble. Maybe he knew her, that's why he was able to gain access to the house. But it's so risky. And right next to a school. It's such a high-traffic area. She noticed a couple of net curtains twitching in houses close by. If it was me, I'd have chosen a house closer to the end of the road for an easier getaway. So, is it the house or the victim that made him come here? A woman living alone, same as the other three. I'm inclined to think it's the victim. So am I. Foley agreed. However, she wasn't the only woman living alone in this street, so why her? Why this house? What did the neighbours say in their witness statements? Foley opened the car door and brought out a file he'd had on the back seat. He shuddered as a gust of wind blew around him. Nobody saw anything suspicious. And the next-door neighbour noticed a delivery guy go to the house. Yes. But she didn't notice anything else. No. Was the delivery guy black or white? I don't know, hang on. He flicked through a few more pages. Here we are, Danny Mears, 28, from Epping, 6 foot, black. Olivia gave a rueful smile. I thought so. Why? Look around you. This is an exclusively white neighbourhood. You can tell just by looking at the nosy neighbours we've had glaring at us. The woman next door noticed the delivery guy because he was black. She wouldn't have batted an eyelid if he'd been white, which is why she didn't notice the killer. You think? Definitely. So, the neighbour could have seen him, but she didn't clock him because he matched her demographic. Exactly. People are fascinating. They'll say they're not racist and the majority of people aren't, but we measure people by how they're different from ourselves. We see someone who is morbidly obese, and the first thing we say to describe them is that they're fat. We don't say they're white or black or tall or short, but fat. I suppose that's true, Foley said, hesitatingly. Let me do a little test. Do you live in a road with lots of houses? Yes. OK. Name the first neighbour that comes to mind. Alex Levin, in the house 2 doors down. Describe him. Well, he's tall, in his 70s, thinnish. Skin colour? Olivia interrupted. White. Nationality? Russian. There you go. He's not in your demographic, he's foreign. So he stands out. That doesn't make me racist. No, I'm not saying you're racist. I'm not saying anyone is racist. I'm saying that people pick on the one thing that stands out in a person. And it's usually their skin colour or nationality. I suppose. Foley mused. Come on. Let's go to our next crime scene before the curtain twitchers phone the police. But what makes us stand out from the demographic? Foley asked, as they made their way back to their vehicles. Well, they've just had a murder in their street, so they're obviously on their guard against people they don't recognise. Also, you do seem to be sporting a crumpled Columbo style this morning. Foley rubbed his stubble. I didn't have time to shave this morning. I was up all night reading that bloody book. I'll pass on your compliments to Sebastian, she said, smiling. They could have walked to the house of the next victim, Joanne Douglas. It was a bright and sunny day, but chilly, and they both had plenty of time. But they were taking up valuable parking space on Spencer Road, and the curtain twitchers would probably have had their car towed the moment they were out of view. The houses in Stylecroft Gardens were almost identical to the ones in Sarah Millington Street. Semi-detached, garden turned into a driveway, and a garage attached. None of them stood out against the others. They all had double glazing, a burglar alarm, and a satellite dish. Some were looked after better than the others, but the same could be said for every neighbourhood. Which one? Olivia asked. That one. He pointed. Near the end. The sky had clouded over, and the wind had picked up. Olivia buttoned her coat and lifted up the collar. At its end, the street opened up to an expansive field, which was home to the Vale Farm Sports Centre and the Sudbury Court Sports Club. Various sports and events took place on these fields, which were often busy at weekends. During the week, it was quiet. The odd dog walker could be spotted here and there. Nice area. Foley shivered in the open air. Similar neighbourhood to Sarah's. Yes. Same demographic. The killer feels comfortable in this kind of neighbourhood. Semi-detached houses, middle class, quiet. The neighbours will be on nodding terms with each other. Some may even exchange Christmas cards, but they won't be friends, as they'll be too busy with their own lives. The only way they'll know more about each other is if they have kids of the same age who go to the same school or take part in the same kind of activities. I think the killer will have grown up in an area like this. But he won't live in a place like this now? No. Why not? Your killer is single. There's no way he'll be living with a partner. After murdering 4 women at least, his whole personality would have changed and they'd have noticed. Unless... She stopped herself. Unless what? I was just thinking... My mother didn't guess. Or maybe she did and didn't want to believe it. To her, family life was perfect. Perhaps she didn't want that ruined, so didn't question the change in my dad's behaviour. Olivia turned when something caught her eye. A woman in her 30s pushing a pram with a sleeping baby inside, a toddler trotting alongside her. She was tall and wearing a designer coat. Her head was high, her back straight, and she had a confidence in her walk. Was she married? If so, had her husband changed recently? Was he quieter than usual? Was he snapping at the children? Had his tastes in sex changed? Would she want her idyllic life ruined, or would she be happy to live in blissful ignorance? "What are you thinking?" Foley brought her out of her reverie. "I think he's single. He's obviously gone to a great deal of care to choose the right victim. Even if it is in the middle of a busy road, he's dedicating so much time to his kills that he wouldn't be able to do that with a family, without them noticing he's missing for long periods of time. I'm guessing he'll have a job where he works unusual hours too. Shift work, perhaps. So why is he killing people in these particular neighbourhoods? Is he jealous? Is he reverting back to a time when he was younger? Perhaps his childhood?" Olivia pulled a face. "He's returning to what is familiar, but because something is familiar doesn't mean that it was a happy memory. Maybe when he lived in these kinds of houses he was abused. Maybe he had a lovely childhood and his parents doted on him. We won't know that until you speak to him. All I can say is that there is some kind of safety connection for him to these kinds of neighbourhoods. And I suppose he chose a house close to the end of the street so he could make a quick getaway by running over the field." "No. If he'd run, he would have stood out. The only people you see on these fields are people in sports kit or walking their dogs. I'm guessing he wasn't dressed like a football player and didn't bring his Labrador with him," she said with a sarcastic smile. "No. When he killed Joanne Douglas, he simply went out of the front door, walked calmly down the street, and headed for home. He didn't stand out because he knew how to act around here, because he is from this kind of environment. So the reason why he chose a house close to the field was because he'd have a longer walk to safety?" Foley asked. "Absolutely. His confidence was growing. He was practically showing off. He's walking past the neighbours, looking in their homes at them, having their dinners or watching TV, and he's thinking to himself that he's just committed a violent and brutal murder that's going to destroy their safe existence. And he loves that. That's the thrill." She shivered when she used the word thrill. An image of her father popped into her head. "Chilly, isn't it?" she said, excusing her shudder. "It is getting chilly. I'll treat you to a hot drink when we've finished." Foley flicked through his file again. His next victim, Phoebe Harper, lived in a cul-de-sac. Even better, there was only one way out for him. Also, wasn't there some kind of big party going on next door? Yes. He probably swaggered down that street. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd been holding the knife aloft as he went. Yes, he's growing in confidence, but that's going to lead to mistakes. I don't think that's going to bother him anymore. Why not? He's killed 4 people that we know of. He's already going to be known as a prolific serial killer, and that's what he wants. He needs to be caught to get the fame and attention he desires. So Sebastian can write a book about him? Foley smirked. More sleepless nights for you. Going back to motive. You've said he's confident. He's thumbing his nose at the neighbours as he ruins their safe existence, and he's obviously enjoying the fact the police are blind to him. Is that part of being a thrill killer? Olivia swallowed hard. Yes. He's killing because he's enjoying it. Just like your dad. Exactly like him. Will that be his only motive? We won't know until he's caught and you can question him and dig further into his background. Can I ask you a personal question? Of course, she replied, though she didn't mean it. You said our killer will live alone so people don't notice a change in his behaviour. Yet your dad was married and had 2 children. You said you don't think your mother noticed a change in him, and I know you were only 9 years old at the time. But did you see a difference in how your dad behaved during the time he was killing? Olivia stopped in her tracks and thought for a moment. I really didn't. Looking back, and believe me, I've done a lot of looking back over the years, I don't recall a single difference in him at the time. On Thursday, October 5th, 1999, Richard Button murdered Anna Welling, aged 31. According to the post-mortem report, time of death was put somewhere between 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night. According to the book written by Sebastian Lister, Richard stated he killed Anna around 6-ish. Olivia recalled that day exactly. She'd come running home from school with a letter saying her class was going to have a Halloween competition to see which pupil could come up with the scariest costume. She wanted to go dressed as a witch, being obsessed by the film The Wizard of Oz at the time. All through dinner, she'd spoken about her costume. Richard was home late, and his meal was warming in the oven. While he ate, Geraldine and Claire were in the living room watching television, but Olivia remained in the dining room with her father. She was sitting opposite him, elbows on the table, and they talked animatedly about how her costume was going to be the scariest and what they could do to make sure she won. Her father was funny, making jokes about a black wig, fake warts and teeth, and wondering if Mrs. McManus next door would let Olivia borrow her black cat for the day. He was the perfect father that night. Yet he'd beaten Anna Welling to death, not 2 hours previously. She hadn't noticed. There wasn't a single hint that her father was a killer. The next day had been Claire's birthday. Olivia remembered that. So how do we catch him? Foley asked, interrupting her unplanned trip down memory lane. Olivia asked. Oh, I really don't know. That's your department, not mine, she said, as she turned and walked back to the car. There is one person we can ask. She stopped and looked daggers at Foley. By all means, ask him. But don't expect me to sit in on the interview. Olivia climbed into the Toyota and slammed the door behind her. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut and hoped and prayed to a God she didn't believe in that her father would have another heart attack and that it would end his life. Chapter 19. Foley held the door to the murder room open for Olivia. They walked in on a scene of carnage. A printer had been overturned, paper was strewn around the floor, and toner was soaking into the already stained carpet. "What the fuck happened here?" Foley asked. D.S. Holly Goodfellow was on her hands and knees, picking up sheets of paper. "I can explain.
Well, somebody better had. Olivia noticed there were tears in her eyes. Foley, maybe we should go into your office. Foley looked around the room. He took in the same sombre faces Olivia had noticed upon entering. Okay, he agreed. But someone had better clear this mess up, and I want to know who broke the printer they'll be paying for a replacement. He stormed into his small office with Holly following, head down. Olivia joined them and closed the door behind her. So who's been playing around with my office equipment like they're in a creche? It was Leon, sir. But he had good reason. Holly's voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. Is there a good reason for hurling a printer across a room? Foley stood tall, hands on hips, his face full of anger. We've had the post-mortem results back on D.I. Sheffield, she said, looking at the floor. And? She found it difficult to talk. Sir, she was pregnant. What? Foley gasped. Olivia's mouth dropped open. She turned slightly to look at Foley. He took a half-step back and sat down with a slump in his chair. His face was drained of colour. How far along was she? Olivia asked Holly. A month, maybe 5 weeks, she said, with tears in her eyes. The doctor said she may not even have known she was pregnant yet. I don't think she did. She would definitely have told me, Olivia said. She often spoke of wanting to have a child at some point. Did she? Foley asked. Did Leon throw the printer when he found out Jessica was pregnant? Olivia asked. Holly nodded as she wiped her eyes with a torn tissue she found in her pocket. Why did he react in such a way? Does he often fly off the handle like that? He was sort of sweet on Jessica, Foley said, shaking his head and rummaging through the paperwork on his desk. Did he make his feelings known to her? On many occasions, he scoffed. The thing is, Holly began, D.I. Sheffield didn't reciprocate. She liked Leon as a colleague, that was it. Nothing more. Did she tell him that? Yes, but he persisted. He made a bit of a fool of himself at the Christmas party. You can say that again, Foley said under his breath. The things people do when they've got a few drinks inside them. What did he do? Olivia asked, as she remembered what she'd done last night after having a few drinks. He came onto her, Holly said. She rejected him, but he wouldn't stop. He tried to kiss her and she headbutted him, Foley said, a hint of a smile on his face. Jessica never suffered fools, but that's a touch extreme, isn't it? Not really, Holly said. He was being a bit of a lech. So what happened? A couple of the sergeants took him out, put him in a taxi and told him to sleep it off. The next morning he came in, red-faced, and apologised to everyone, including D.I. Sheffield. She told him to forget it and put it behind them, but she reiterated that she wasn't interested in a relationship with him. And did he accept it that time? I think so. He wasn't happy about it, though. I mean, you don't just turn your feelings off for someone, do you? Holly, did you dig out those unsolved murders for Dr. Winter? Foley asked, getting the conversation back on point. Oh, Yes, I'll go and get them. She proffered a smile at Olivia and left the room, closing the door behind her. Olivia frowned as she observed Foley's behaviour. She wondered why he was so keen to get off the topic of Jessica's private life. She's a bright woman, Olivia said. Holly, yes. She'll go far. What about Leon? What about him? He asked, without looking up. Is he bright? Will he go far? If he manages to control his temper. You don't like him, do you? He has a bit of an attitude problem. He needs to think before he acts. Olivia looked around the small office, at the crime prevention posters on the walls, the charts of crime statistics and rotas. You're not comfortable talking about your officers' personal lives, are you? Do I make it that obvious? He said. She smiled. Your office is very impersonal. You don't have any photographs. I'm divorced with no kids. Who would I have a photo of? Your parents, siblings? Your dogs, even? I have those at home. Tucked away in an album, I'm guessing, she said, smiling. My office is for work. I don't want... You don't want people seeing a softer side, Olivia finished for him. He half laughed. I don't think I have a softer side. That's not true. I saw the way you reacted when Holly said Jessica was pregnant. It came as a shock, he said, turning away from her. Amyas, Olivia said. Foley looked up when she used his first name. You're the father of Jessica's baby, aren't you? What? He stuttered, turning slightly red. What makes you say that? A colleague would have thought it was sad that she was murdered while pregnant, but you took it personally. You also dislike Leon because of his behaviour towards Jessica. He's younger, good-looking. You probably thought he was in with a chance more than you. It wasn't like that, he said, pushing his chair away from his desk and leaning back. Jessica made it perfectly clear that she wasn't interested in going out with anyone from work. Who can blame her, really? She'd been there before and got burned. We all have. Leon was like a dog with a bone. Even I had to have a word with him to back off. So what happened between the two of you? He let out a heavy sigh. We had this bloke in custody. We'd been after him for a bloody long time. A notorious drug dealer. We wanted him for the murder of his girlfriend, but we couldn't find the evidence. He ended up having his car stolen. He didn't report it, obviously, but a member of the public called in about an abandoned car. We ran the registration number through the computer, and when we realised who it belonged to, we sent it to forensics for a full sweep. 3 droplets of blood belonging to his girlfriend were found in the boot. We finally had him. He's currently on remand awaiting trial. That night I put a few quid behind the bar of the local pub and told everyone to have drinks on me. I didn't go. I never do. I stayed here and had a couple of drinks on my own. Jessica came back to see how I was. We ended up having a couple of drinks. One thing led to another and... well, you can guess the rest. In the disabled toilets? Olivia asked. Sorry? She felt herself blush. No, sorry, I was thinking of something else. She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. How were things between you the next day?
Fine, we both knew it was a one-time thing. It was just, I don't know, two people letting off steam, releasing pent-up emotion.
Did anybody else know about it?
No.
You're sure about that?
Of course.
Olivia nodded. What would you have done if she'd told you she was pregnant?
I'd have stood by her. I'm not saying I'd have proposed, but I'd have helped to raise the child as much as she wanted me to. Look, it's a moot point anyway, isn't it? She's dead. The baby is dead. What we have to do now is make sure the bastard is caught.
He swallowed hard. Olivia watched how his face had taken on a soft, sadder look. He was hiding his grief for Jessica well, but he'd let the mask slip now he'd found out she was pregnant with his child. He was hurting. There was a tiny knock on the glass door. Holly opened it without instruction.
"I've got the files you asked for,"
she said, barely entering the room. She handed them over to Olivia.
"Thanks, Holly."
The door was closed, and Olivia looked at Foley. He had a look of sadness on his face. "Amyas?" she said. He snapped out of his reverie. "I'm going to head off. Go home and look through these files."
"Right, no problem. Would you like a lift?"
"No, it's fine. Listen, don't take this the wrong way. But should you be working on this case? You're very close to one of the victims. And you've just found out she was pregnant with your child.
I'm the best person to work on this case. I will not stop until Jessica's killer is caught and rotting in a prison cell."
"That's precisely my point," she said. "You're taking this too personally."
Any detective would take it personally. One of our own has been murdered. We all take exception to that.
Will you promise me something?
What?
Don't do anything rash. If you need to talk, let off steam or anything, give me a call. You're a good detective, I can tell. I don't want you doing something that you'll regret or that will jeopardize the case when it gets to court.
I promise.
Olivia gave him a smile and left the office. She'd known Jessica, but she didn't know a single thing about D.I. Amyas Foley. She had a feeling her warning had gone in one ear and out the other. The steely look in his eye told her that he'd not rest until the killer was caught. While an admirable quality in any detective, it wasn't always a positive reaction in someone so closely connected to the case. Chapter 20. It was something Foley had been toying with for the rest of the day. He kept himself locked away in his office while he mulled over whether he was doing the right thing or not. Eventually he bit the bullet, grabbed his jacket from behind the chair, told Holly to only contact him if anything important came up, and headed out. The hospital was warm and oppressive. He exited the lift on the 4th floor and walked slowly down the corridor, as if he were worried he'd notify someone of his presence by his footsteps. He nodded to the armed guard standing outside Richard Button's room, took a deep breath, and went inside. The man responsible for 8 murders, 2 of whom were members of his own family, was lying back in bed flicking through a tabloid newspaper as if he didn't have a care in the world. His lined face was blank. His thin lips were dry, and his wide eyes sparkled beneath the bright lights. From the doorway, Foley cleared his throat to get the man's attention. "If you're coming in, then come in. You're letting all the warmth out," Richard said, as he turned the page of his newspaper.
Foley entered and took a seat. "Mr. Button, I'm Detective Inspector Amyas Foley from the Major Crime Unit of the Metropolitan Police," Richard interrupted. "You know me?" He closed the newspaper, folded it in half and placed it neatly on his lap. "The thing about being in prison is that you have a great deal of time on your hands. I watch the news. I read the papers. I'm not interested in all that political gobshite which selfish twat is leading which country, and climate change is surely just the next step in human evolution. I say just come, I say just go. But a juicy crime story gets my interest every time," he said, with a slight smile on his lips. "You're interested in murders?" "Of course. It's fun to see who's out there taking up where I left off." "Did you know when I was arrested and my crimes hit the news, there were 4 other copycat killings within the first 10 days. He leaned back in his bed, proud of the fact. "Part of me wishes we were more like America, with their mass shootings, but they've become so commonplace that they barely make the front pages. We don't have serial killers like they do. But when one pops up, it's fun to watch the story unfold." "Is that what you do? Scour the news for signs of a serial killer?" "I can spot one a mile off. These murders of the 4 young women, they're all linked. The papers haven't cottoned on yet, but I'm guessing you guys have. When are you going to alert the press? When is the fear going to start?" he asked. There was a twinkle in his eye. "Did you get off on that when you were committing murders?" "I didn't get off on it as such. It didn't excite me in the way you think when I saw my crimes in the papers. But it was nice to see my work recognized." "You saw it as your work?" "More of a hobby, really. I used to see people on trains and buses reading the newspapers with my latest victim on the front page. I would have loved to have spoken to them about it. How did they feel? Were they scared? Were they taking any extra precautions as they went about their normal routine?" "So it was people being scared that excited you?" "Of course it was. I once overheard 2 women talking about it in a coffee shop. One of them was frightened because she lived on the river. You should have seen her face. The colour had drained from her skin, her eyes were wide, her hands were shaking. Her leg was jiggling, she was bricking it. I held on to that for the rest of the day until I could find my next victim. I'm afraid I went a bit too far with her. I honestly thought the police would have caught me after that one, but they didn't." He shrugged and smiled. "You know, it wasn't until after my 3rd victim, Georgina Highfield, that the press started calling me the Riverside Killer. I hadn't given the location much thought. I liked stalking my victims, walking behind them, following them, watching them go to and from work. Once the media gave me my nickname, I seemed to become more conscious of where I attacked and dumped them. I was the Riverside Killer. I'd made it. All the greats have a nickname. Do you know, people actually started to avoid walking around the Thames once that made the news. I saw fewer joggers and dog walkers around. My fear had taken hold, and that was..." He took a deep breath and smiled. "The best feeling in the world. It was electric." "Did you enjoy seeing your victims scared?" Richard frowned and studied Foley. "Are you consulting me here?" "Sorry?" "Are you wanting to find out why and how I carried out my crimes so you can find this bloke?" he said, opening the newspaper and pointing to a smiling photo of Jessica. "It would be useful to understand." "Well, you can fuck off," he spat. His face, soft and smiling while talking of his crimes, had turned angry and ugly in the blink of an eye. "I'm sorry. If you think I'm going to help you find this killer, you can think again. He's killed 4 women and you haven't a clue. The way he's going, he could become one of this country's most prolific serial killers. I'm not going to help you stop him. Innocent people are dying. Innocent people die all the time. How many kids have been killed in London this year due to the knife crime epidemic? How many innocent people have died in random shootings in America? How many innocent people have died in Ukraine? How many innocent people have died while you and I have been chatting?" Foley felt uncomfortable. He swallowed hard. "I could have a word with the governor at Belmarsh. Maybe get you some extra privileges." Richard turned to look at Foley. His face took on a look of wide-eyed hope. "You mean extra library time? Maybe I could tend to the flowers and vegetables in the prison garden." "Yes, if you like." "I don't like." Richard's face dropped. "I've no interest in gardening, and I get more than enough library time because I'm a tutor, helping the dicks with low IQs learn how to spell their name and send an email." He folded his arms and gave a satisfied smile. "Well, I've obviously wasted my time," Foley said, standing up. Now, let's not be too hasty here. I might be able to give you a few pointers in trying to find your killer." Foley sat back down again. "But I won't tell you." "Oh? No. I'll only tell my daughter. You bring my Livy here, and I'll sing like a hummingbird." He grinned. Chapter 21. Olivia asked the taxi driver to pull up at the entrance to Modbury Gardens. Once she'd paid him, she made a play out of rummaging through her bag, as if searching for her keys, while the taxi reversed down the road and out of sight. She didn't want the driver seeing which door she went in. Over the years, Olivia had interviewed hundreds of murderers and serial killers. They were all safely behind bars. But if they wanted to contact her, or send her a message, they found a way to do so. She had received more than her fair share of unsolicited mail, love letters, cards, gifts, underwear, and threats. Mostly they were sent to her office or via her publisher, but occasionally someone slipped through the cracks and was able to discover where she lived. It was slowly darkening. The day seemed to have slipped away from her, and judging by how heavy her bag now was, thanks to the files Holly had pressed into her hand, her evening was going to be long too. "Olivia?" She froze at her name being called. She was about to reach into her bag for the illegal pepper spray she'd bought on her trip to America, when a bike came to a squeaking stop beside her, and Sam Halliday removed his helmet. "Hi, Sam," she said, the relief evident in her voice. "How are you?" "I'm fine," he said, giving a toothy smile. "The bruising's faded quickly," she said, leaning closer to look at his face in the dim light. Yes, although I must have bruised my ribs too. I'm in a bit of pain when I breathe, he said, clutching his stomach. Has anybody said anything at work? A couple of patients asked what happened. He shrugged. Not your colleagues? We're too busy to notice things like that. Besides, point me out a junior doctor that doesn't have dark circles around his eyes. He laughed. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, she said, edging away and towards the steps leading to her front door. I am. Listen, I want to thank you again for the other night. There's no need. No, seriously, I was in a bit of a mess even before I was attacked. I've not settled well into London life and I haven't made many friends. Even in a busy hospital it can get quite lonely, but what you said helped. Olivia smiled. I'm pleased. Can I buy you a drink or something to say thank you properly? That would be lovely, Sam, but I'm really swamped with work right now. I'm going to pull an all-nighter. She held up her bag as if that was proof of how much work she had. How about tomorrow? I think I'll be having an early night tomorrow. She half laughed. Well, you know, open invitation. Whenever you're free, let me know. I will, thanks. She turned and unlocked the door. She could feel Sam's eyes burning into the back of her head. She didn't hear him move away from the bottom of her steps. She didn't turn back. She opened the door a small gap, squeezed inside and closed it firmly behind her, locking it and putting the security chain on. Sam was a sweet boy, but that was the point. He was a boy. Young, innocent, lost in a hectic world he couldn't make sense of. Olivia had no time to play babysitter. Olivia couldn't remember the last time she'd had anything to eat, and despite her stomach growling for food, she wasn't in the mood to start cooking now. She wanted to get a head start on the files, try and find out why and where this killer had started his crimes. She poured herself a large bowl of cereal, made a strong black coffee, and took it upstairs to her office, where she flicked on the light with her elbow, filling the room with a warm yellow glow. She went over to the large table in the middle of the room and set her work down. Despite her grandfather drumming into her from a young age that you should never turn the lights on in a room without closing the curtains first, as you never know who's looking in, Olivia preferred to sit in a well-lit room and see it reflected back at her through the black windows. She had no idea if anyone was looking at her. She wasn't doing anything wrong, or anything she shouldn't be doing. But she didn't draw the curtains until she was ready to. She could almost hear her grandfather turning in his grave. The first case Olivia discounted straight away, though reading what had happened to 21-year-old Michelle Bryce brought a tear to her eye. On November 7th last year, Michelle returned home at 8 o'clock in the evening after playing wheelchair basketball at a sports centre close to where she lived in Roxeth. She had lived in the specially adapted bungalow for only 4 months, finally regaining the independence she'd had before the disastrous car crash that had claimed the lives of her parents, as well as leaving her paralysed from the waist down. A neighbour saw her arrive home and waved at her through the window. 2 hours later, the same neighbour was going to bed when she looked out of the window and saw a man dressed in black running away from the house. When she looked up at the bungalow, she saw the front door was ajar and decided to investigate. She found Michelle dead on her bed. She'd been raped, stabbed 6 times, and strangled. Olivia closed the file on the photograph of the smiling Michelle, taken in happier times.
The case hadn't been solved. There was no doubt in Olivia's mind that Michelle knew her killer. But he wasn't the same person responsible for murdering the 4 women Olivia was interested in. Michelle had been raped, and none of the other victims had. Olivia almost dismissed the second case straight away because 18-year-old Calvin Ashton was killed outdoors. However, if this was an early case for the serial murderer, maybe he had been working out what was the best way to attack his victims. From the 4 she knew about, he enjoyed the chase, the pleasure of frightening his victims. The best way to do that was in their own homes, when there was less space for them to run away. They were trapped. Outside, he didn't have that luxury. However, he wouldn't have realized that until he tried it. She bypassed the crime scene photos and the maps of the surrounding area and went straight to the statements section of the file. Calvin was killed in Northolt Park. He had been attending a Christmas light switch-on with his girlfriend, his brother, and his brother's boyfriend. There had been a huge crowd. Stalls selling burgers, hot dogs, and candy floss. A small stage had been erected where a brass band was playing Christmas carols. The atmosphere was electric as people gathered around a 12-foot tree, waiting for the big switch-on. Police statement. Callie Johnson, 19 Rectory Gardens, Northolt. I've been going out with Calvin for just over a year. We go to the same college. I'm doing media and he's doing sports psychology. We didn't really want to go to the tree switch-on, but it was the first time Calvin's brother, Adam, was going out in public with his boyfriend. So Calvin thought we should show our support. That's what he was like. Always doing things for other people. It was a really nice night, cold but fun. Calvin was eating this huge hot dog and he handed it to me because he needed to go for a wee. Anyway, the queue for the toilets was really long, so he decided to go in the woods. He was only having a wee, we didn't think anything of it. Me and Adam and his boyfriend Jake stayed by the burger van, and it was only noticing the hot dog had gone cold that I realised Calvin had been gone for too long. We went to look for him, and while we were looking, the tree was switched on and everyone cheered. We were shouting his name as we entered the woods. We found him straight away. He was on the ground. My God, there was so much blood. The element of a thrill killer was there, so it was possible for Calvin Ashton to have been murdered by the same man who had killed the 4 women. Against the backdrop of more than 1,000 people within shouting distance, he'd been able to murder someone and mingle with the crowd undetected. The sense of excitement at hearing mirth and cheer behind him and screams and cries in front of him would have given him a massive thrill. The adrenaline coursing through his veins would have been as strong as an electric current. The downside to this was he wouldn't have been able to spend long with his victim. He would have had to flee the scene almost as soon as he'd killed him, so nobody spotted what he was doing. Calvin had been stabbed 5 times, and that could have been over within a matter of seconds. Had the killer been with him as he breathed his last breath? Olivia didn't think so. Very soon, the panic of being caught would have set in. Especially if he'd heard Callie and Adam shouting for Calvin. He would also have been worried about any blood on his clothes, someone noticing him acting strangely, or rushing to the exit before anyone else. Later that night, while back in his own home, reliving the murder, he would have been disappointed that he hadn't been able to savour the moments as he watched the young man die. It was a crime of opportunity, but the event would have been advertised weeks in advance. He would have known there would be a large crowd of people there, especially young people. He would have known the facilities would be overstretched, as they always are at these events. With woods nearby, it was obvious someone was going to use them as a toilet. So he had remained hidden until a victim presented himself. It had been opportunistic, but with a high chance of success. It also had a high degree of risk, and that was what had made him feel uncomfortable. Olivia closed the file. The picture that went with the information was of Calvin and his girlfriend, Callie, dressed up at a wedding in the summer. They both looked happy and made a cute couple as they smiled into the camera. They'd had their whole lives ahead of them. Calvin's was now over. She wondered, briefly, how Callie was coping. The next file was a stabbing in South Ruislip. Jamie Farr was 24 years old. He had been walking home from his night shift as a cashier at a petrol station in the early hours of Thursday, 5th of December, when he saw a man walking towards him, dressed in black. According to Jamie's statement, he didn't give the man much thought and wondered if he, too, was heading for home after a night shift. As the man approached Jamie, he placed his hand inside his jacket, pulled out a knife, and stabbed Jamie twice to the left of his stomach. Jamie fell against a car, and the alarm sounded, causing the would-be murderer to flee into the night. The owner of the car had looked out of his front window, seen Jamie slumped by his BMW, and called for the police and an ambulance. Jamie made a full recovery. It was possible Jamie could have been the same killer's next victim, despite it only being 4 days after Calvin's murder. Had he been lusting for the thrill again already? How many nights had he spent trawling the streets of London in search of a victim? According to the files, it was around 1 o'clock in the morning when Jamie was stabbed. Even in London, and on a weeknight, it was rare to find many people out at that time. But at the end of the day, the attacker had gone out purposely equipped with a weapon, just like with Calvin Ashton's killing. There was no denying Jamie had had a very lucky escape. It would be worth talking to him again, to try and get a better description of his attacker. She opened the last file and was presented with the photograph of a smiling young man with stunning ice-blue eyes. He was strikingly handsome, and Olivia almost didn't want to read what had happened to him. As much as she liked to think of herself as professional and distant, she would have to be made of granite not to feel something for the victims of the killers she investigated. On Tuesday, 5th of November last year, Neil Parker, 24, was attending a firework display with his girlfriend, Catherine, her parents, and her 4 younger sisters in Clissold Park near Stoke Newington. Neil and Catherine had been dating for 3 years, and her parents had welcomed him into their family and treated him like the son they never had. Catherine had said she was hungry, so Neil was going to buy her a burger from one of the many food stalls which had temporarily been set up in the park for the occasion. He offered to buy the others something too, but Catherine's father, Dennis, had refused to hear of it. He had handed him a £20 note and told him to buy everyone a burger. Neil had set off alone and didn't return. 20 minutes later, around the back of the burning bonfire, a woman slipped and fell on the wet ground and came face to face with Neil's lifeless body. He'd died from a single stab wound to the heart. Neil's death was frighteningly similar to Calvin Ashton's. They were both in very public places, attending events, and had become separated from their friends and family for perfectly innocent reasons. Had the killer been watching Neil and Calvin specifically? Or had he been standing back from the festivities and casting his eye over the proceedings, waiting patiently for someone to be on their own? Neil's death was quicker. A single stab wound, a direct hit. Was that deliberate? Or had the killer made a lucky strike? If this was the first murder in the killer's reign of terror, then he would have been nervous to begin with. Afterwards, he wouldn't have remembered much about the crime, as it would have been over with as soon as it began. Even when he was back home, alone, he wouldn't have been able to recall the murder much. He would have relied on information fed to the press. In his mind, the killer would have been building up to this murder for a long time. He'd chosen somewhere public so he would have been able to mingle into the crowd afterwards, but the kill itself would have been disappointing. All that time thinking about it, all the planning and preparation, and it was over within seconds and the memory wasn't there. He'd not heard a scream, he'd not seen blood, he'd not witnessed the panic and horror on his victim's face as he died. That was what he wanted. That was why his second victim, Calvin Ashton, was stabbed 5 times. He'd seen the shock on his victim's face, he'd seen death in his eyes, and he'd loved it. When he found his third victim, Jamie Farr, the kill had been interrupted. That was when he'd realised he would have to claim his future victims in their own homes. But that would take planning. That would take careful research, and that was why his victims were women. They were the opposite from the experience he'd failed to get from Neil, Calvin, and Jamie. The doorbell rang, making Olivia jump. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was a little after 10 o'clock. It was pitch black outside. She made her way downstairs, taking the keys out of her pocket, and looked through the spy hole in the door. It was Amyas Foley. She briefly wondered how he knew where she lived, but there were many ways he could have found out. Maybe Jessica had told him. Maybe he'd taken the registration number from her scooter and looked her up. She really wasn't in the mood to see him tonight. She took a deep breath, swiped the fob over the panel on the alarm, and unlocked the door. Amyas stood on the doorstep, with his hands behind his back, and a huge smile on his face. "Well, someone looks happy. Have you caught your killer?" His face dropped slightly. "No, listen, I was at home reading that book about your father, and you mentioned in your statement about how you were at Jessica's house playing with her new puppy and how much you wanted one of your own." "I'm sorry, Amyas, but I really don't want to go over this again," she said, gripping the handle of the door hard. "No, I don't want to stir up any bad memories, it's just, well, we've had this at the station for a couple of days and we don't know what to do with him, and as you mentioned, always wanting a sausage dog, I thought you'd like to take care of him." From behind his back, he produced Jessica's black and tan miniature dachshund, Stanley. Olivia's eyes lit up upon seeing the gorgeous bundle with large, sad brown eyes. She held out her hands and took him from Amyas. He was so light. "Oh my goodness, Stanley! I'm so sorry, sweetheart." She snuggled him, and tears pricked her eyes. "I meant to ask you about him, but after everything that's happened, it just went completely out of my mind." She placed Stanley on the floor and allowed him to run off and explore, which he did, tail wagging and tiny legs a blur as they scurried around the house. "This is so impractical, I'm never here," she said. "There's nobody else to take him. I'm sure your colleagues won't mind you taking him to work with you."
And how am I going to get him there on the back of a scooter? Ah, he said. See, I told you. So impractical. I saw the look on your face when I showed him to you. You looked genuinely happy.
How can you not be happy with a dog?
Precisely. I have 2 German shepherds. They make going home bearable. Trust me, you'll feel so much happier, so much healthier with a dog. These things should be available on prescription.
From the kitchen, Stanley came trotting out with a pair of Olivia's knickers in his mouth that must have fallen off the radiator. Foley laughed. Olivia blushed. Already the sterile house had started to feel like a home. Chapter 22.
I confess that I had an ulterior motive in coming here tonight,
Foley said. They were sitting in Olivia's rarely used living room on separate Chesterfield sofas. They both had a coffee in hand and were relaxing after chasing around after Stanley. He was currently sleeping noisily on a cushion next to Olivia. You went to visit Richard this evening, didn't you?
Bloody hell, do you read minds?
No. You came here and presented me with something you knew would make me happy. While I'm at my most receptive, you ask me for a favour I'll find difficult to refuse. Unfortunately, I know what you're going to ask me, and the answer is no.
What?
You want me to visit my father.
You really are a mind reader.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why do you want me to visit Richard?
You said it yourself.
He's a thrill killer, just like the man we're after now. Who better to give us insight into how he's going to act next?
Who better?
Olivia asked, her eyebrows raised. How about the person who has travelled the world interviewing over 100 serial killers? How about the person who has written 4 books on the minds of serial killers? What makes them tick, how they act, how they begin? You came to me with this. I didn't offer you my services. You sent Jessica to beg for my help and... Oh, she said, the penny finally dropping. Is that what you were after all this time? You didn't want the help of a forensic psychologist. You wanted to go direct to the source. You wanted to sit down opposite a serial killer and pick his brains.
No, it's not like that at all.
Isn't it? No. Your insight is invaluable. Look, in my field, we use the resources we have, and we exploit what we can get our hands on in order to solve the crime. A killer will have a killer's insights, a killer's instinct. Yes, you've interviewed over 100 serial murderers, but how many of them are manipulators? How many will have told you only what you want to hear? And how do you know Richard won't tell you only what you want to hear? He's a manipulator too, just like the rest of them. I know, she interrupted firmly. If you want my help, I'll gladly give it to you, but I will not be your route to get to Richard. A silence descended, broken only by the whining noises Stanley made in his sleep.
I should probably be going,
Foley said, placing his mug down on the floor. I'll show you out. They walked to the front door. Neither of them said anything. Olivia unlocked the door and pulled it open. A blast of cold air entered, causing them both to shiver. Foley slouched heavily down the steps. At the bottom, he turned around.
I'm sorry. I really am.
That's okay, Olivia replied, arms tightly folded across her chest, face like thunder.
You're still coming to the station tomorrow?
I wasn't aware I was needed.
We've lost one of our own. My team are angry. They need a direction, and I think they'll listen to someone with knowledge and insight into the man they're looking for. She raised an eyebrow. If her best friend hadn't been one of the victims, she would probably have slammed the door in Foley's face. Fine. I'll be there mid-morning. I appreciate it. Thanks. He walked away, head down, hands in pockets. Olivia remained in the doorway, a heavy frown on her face, deep in thought as she tried to work out how dark her life had suddenly become. Good evening. Olivia turned from the doorway at the greeting. Sam Halliday stood at the entrance to his basement flat, pizza box in hand. Oh, good evening. She gave a false smile. You look upset. Difficult day. Would you like to talk about it? I have pizza, he said, holding up the box and smiling. Olivia really needed something unhealthy and fattening right now. She walked back into the house, leaving the door open for Sam to follow. Sam made a fuss over Stanley, who seemed to enjoy licking the young man's face. Olivia poured them both a glass of wine to go with the pepperoni pizza. I think he likes me, Sam said from the floor as Stanley jumped all over him. He's always been excitable. Every time I went round to Jessica's, I came home with dog drool all over my clothes. She closed her eyes tight and swallowed the emotion she could feel rising up inside her. She hadn't cried for Jessica yet. It was finally dawning on her that she was gone. How old is he? I'm not sure. Let me think. Jessica had him about 2 years, I think, so maybe 2-ish. Well, if you ever need a dog walker, I don't have much to do in the daytime, he said, standing up and going over to the sink to wash his hands. I'll hold you to that. I love dogs. My parents have 4 golden retrievers and 2 Dalmatians back in Devon. Wow, you must have a big house. It's an old farm building. Plenty of land. Do you miss it? I miss the open space, the quiet. London is just, I don't know. A wall of noise. She finished his sentence for him. That's it. He perched himself on the edge of a stool at the island, picked up a slice of pizza and took a huge bite. I did a double shift last week. I didn't leave the hospital until gone 1 o'clock in the morning. There was still plenty of traffic around. The city never switches off. Welcome to London. Olivia smiled. I don't know how you cope with it. I grew up here, it's all I know. I don't think I'll work in a city once I'm qualified. I'll try and find a nice country practice somewhere. Sounds lovely. They fell silent while they ate pizza and drank their wine. So the man who was leaving, is he your boyfriend? Olivia almost choked on her pizza. God, no. He's with the police. I'm doing some consulting work for them. Interesting. Well, it can be. I don't always feel like I'm appreciated in my work. What? How can you say that? You've written 4 books. You lecture all over the world. Of course you're appreciated. It's not always my insight they're after. Whose would they be after? He frowned. Olivia mused over a reply, then decided against giving one. She threw down the crust and wiped her hands. You know, I should probably be going to bed. It's been a very long day, and I get the feeling tomorrow is going to be even longer. Thank you so much for the pizza, Sam. My treat next time. I'd like that. He smiled. Olivia was about to show him out when a crash from the kitchen saw them both turn around. Stanley had jumped up at the bin and knocked it over. You deal with that. I'll see myself out. Sam watched from the kitchen doorway as Olivia dropped to her knees and began picking up the spilled litter from the bin. Stanley wasn't being helpful. He thought she was playing and he kept running in and out of the rubbish. Sam smiled. He turned and headed down the corridor to the front door. He opened it and was about to step out into the night when his eyes fell on a spare set of keys hanging up on a hook behind the door. He turned back. Olivia was still crouching down on the floor in the kitchen. He quickly snatched the keys and left, closing the door firmly behind him. Chapter 23. Wednesday, the 21st of February, 2024. How the hell did you get him here on your scooter? Sebastian asked, as he and Olivia watched while Daisy sat on the floor fussing over Stanley. I'm not sure. It wasn't easy, and I think I may have broken several laws in doing so. You're going to need to buy a car, he said, with a menacing smile. I don't bloody think so. I've heard you moan about a 20-minute journey taking almost double that time. I'll stick to my scooter. And what about him? I'll buy him a tiny helmet. She smiled. She turned to go into the kitchen and flicked on the kettle. Have you seen the newspapers today? Sebastian asked. His voice had taken on a serious tone. You know I don't bother with the papers. Just as well, really. You're in them. I am? She asked, looking up. On the large boardroom-style desk just outside of the kitchenette, a stack of newspapers was neatly arranged. Olivia pushed by Sebastian and picked up the first one. The headline news was something about property prices, which she had no interest in. She began flicking through the pages frantically. Page 7 in that one, I believe, Daisy said from the floor. The picture had been taken using a long lens and showed Olivia with D.I. Foley walking into Sanderson Street Police Station. She ran her eyes quickly over the text for any mention of her father. Fortunately, the journalists hadn't made the connection. Most of the stories paint you in a very good light. I shouldn't worry, Sebastian said, as he set about making the coffee. They call you a world-renowned forensic psychologist. They mention your books and research. Even the BSA gets a mention, briefly. They also point out there's a serial killer in London, Daisy said. They do. Only one paper mentions that, Sebastian stated. You know what papers are like. They say anything to sell copies. They're not wrong, though, Olivia said, closing the paper and sitting down at the table. I think I may have found another 3 victims last night. He's potentially killed 6 people, attempted another one, and he's growing in confidence. His crimes are getting much closer together. The phone on Daisy's desk rang. Here we go. I wondered when they'd start, she said, trudging out of the office. That'll be the press wanting a statement, Olivia said. They're going to be all over this. And all over me. We can fend them off from this end, Sebastian said, sitting opposite her. It's down to the police to release statements and answer questions, not us. I'm just worried that they'll start digging and... I know, he said, squeezing her hand.
Look, Daisy and I are the only ones who know who your dad is. And Foley. And his team, probably. Sebastian shrugged. All I can do is shield you as best I can and try to stop the truth from coming out. She proffered a weak smile. Thank you. You're a good friend, Sebastian. Have you had any calls since Richard had his heart attack? He sighed. Many. I wrote the book on him, so they think I'm the go-to guy for when anything happens to him. I'm sure the press think we're best mates. Have you heard how he is? She asked, reluctantly. I know I shouldn't have, but I called a friend of mine in neurology who knows someone in A&E who's married to someone in ICU. Apparently his condition is improving. He's stable, but weak. He didn't seem weak when I was talking to him. She shivered. I tell you what, Sebastian said, taking Olivia by the shoulders. Why don't you come round for dinner tonight? Bring Stanley. The kids'll love him, and it'll give me an excuse to cook a decent meal for a change, instead of chips and burgers, which is all they ever want to eat. Olivia's smile was genuine. I'd like that. Good. He leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. Now you can either call a cab to the police station, or I can put a blanket over your head and escort you out the back. Don't worry. I've got my guard dog. She nodded towards Stanley, who was running around in circles, trying to catch his tail. Olivia stood at the front of the incident room and looked out at the sea of expectant faces staring at her. She would have loved to know what they were thinking. Did they expect her to magically come up with the name of the killer? If they did, they were in for a shock. What she was about to tell them would only add to their workload. She suddenly felt incredibly nervous. She had asked Foley to get her a whiteboard so she could write information as she talked to the team, and because fiddling with the pen gave her shaking fingers something to do. Hello, she began. Her mouth was dry, and she had to clear her throat a couple of times before being able to continue. She had been in maximum security prisons, alone in small interview rooms with mass murderers. She'd been attacked, spat at, groped and licked by serial killers all around the world. Yet she was petrified of speaking to a room full of detectives. You currently have 4 victims. Sarah, Joanne, Phoebe and Jessica. She wrote their names down the right-hand side of the board. When she looked at her shaky handwriting, she was almost ashamed. Looking at the victimology, the crime scene photographs and police reports, I was able to determine that the killer was a very confident man. There was no sign of forced entry, there was no overpowering of the victim as they answered the door, and nobody saw him enter or leave. From this, I came to the conclusion that he's worked his way up to this level by practicing before. A person doesn't just wake up one morning and decide to kill and have the perfect way to get away with murder. It takes planning and effort to reach this stage. I was given the files of similar unsolved crimes by D.S. Holly Goodfellow, and I believe I've found 2 other victims and 1 attempted murder that may be connected. She paused for effect and looked around the room. A few detectives adjusted themselves in their seats. Some looked over to Foley. Holly was making notes, while Leon Ripner had his eyes firmly fixed on Olivia. Not once did he look away. Olivia continued. Neil Parker and Calvin Ashton. She wrote their names down the left-hand side of the board. Neil was murdered on the 5th of November last year. a single stab wound during a fireworks display. Calvin was stabbed 5 times on the 1st of December during a Christmas light switch-on. Very similar murders.
How do you know the same person committed these 2? A detective asked. They were outside while the 4 women were killed inside. Also, the victims are men.
I was getting to that. Olivia felt her face flush. Your killer is a thrill killer. He likes the excitement, the adrenaline, the rush that killing gives him. On November the 5th, he was surrounded by hundreds of people, yet he wasn't able to spend time with his victim, which is why he only stabbed once. Afterwards, he will have struggled to remember anything about the kill. The feeling, the sense of power. People at this event will have been in groups of friends and family members, yet he will have been alone. The longer he was there, the more he would have stood out. However, he wanted to kill, so he did. He chose the first opportunity he could and struck. Then he fled. He will have been incredibly disappointed with himself. On the 1st of December, he waited until his victim moved away from the crowd. Calvin Ashton left his friends to go into some woods to relieve himself. The killer was either waiting in the woods or followed him there. He stabbed him 5 times. He had longer with the victim, but still had to leave in a hurry. Maybe someone else was heading for the woods to use it as a toilet, or someone had shouted for Calvin while looking for him. Either way, he had to leave, and quickly. Again, he was disappointed with his kill. For his 3rd victim, he decided to change his MO. He liked the idea of having an unsuspecting audience, the crowds at the events, but that meant he couldn't spend much time with the victim. On the 5th of December, he stabbed Jamie Farr. Olivia wrote Jamie's name in the centre of the board. It was 1 o'clock in the morning in the middle of a quiet street. Jamie was on his way home from a night shift at the petrol station where he worked. The killer stabbed him twice. Jamie fell against a car, the alarm started, and the killer was spooked and fled. He would need to change his MO once again.
How do you know all this?
Asked the same detective. If you take all 7 victims and line them up, as I have done here, you can see the natural progression of a serial killer increasing in confidence. As I've said, becoming a serial killer is an evolutionary process. He killed outside, amongst a crowd of people, thinking he'd be able to sink into the crowd afterwards. Although that was successful, the crowd also had the ability to unmask him. His 3rd attempt would have been ideal if Jamie hadn't fallen against the car and set the alarm off. If he hadn't, who knows what horrors the neighbours would have woken up to the following morning. However, this failed attempt made the killer realise he would need to gain entry to his victim's home. But there was no audience with the 4 women, Holly pointed out. When Phoebe Harper and Jessica Sheffield were murdered, there were parties taking place very close by. While killing them, he could hear the music, the laughter, the chatter, but they had no idea what was going on. That was his thrill.
What about Sarah and Joanne?
Leon asked. His arms were folded. His face was unreadable.
I admit I'm stumped there, but I'm working on it.
Why switch from men to women? Another detective asked.
No offence to the women in the room, but killing them is easier. A killer will always go for someone weaker than himself. That's why the more vulnerable members of society are easy targets. In this case, he's killed 2 men and attempted a 3rd, but hasn't experienced the thrill he anticipated. Yes, he wants an audience, but he also wants to see his victims scream and beg for their lives. A woman is more likely to do that than a man. Also, a woman alone in her house with a predator will believe she's going to be raped. Trust me. That's the worst feeling in the world. He will see the fear instantly, and that's what will turn him on.
But you've said this isn't a sex crime,
Leon said.
True, I should clear that up. Just because the victim isn't raped, we can't assume it's not a sex crime. Who knows what this killer does when he returns home? You've found no semen stains at the crime scene, so we know he's not masturbating while there. Some people will say a man with a knife is a phallic symbol, and while I'm pretty sure the killer is getting a sexual thrill from these killings, his main enjoyment is seeing the fear. How do you know this? Holly asked. Looking at where Sarah and Joanne lived, they're surrounded by neighbours. At the end of such a highly emotive kill, the murderer will be buzzing on adrenaline. There's no hiding that. If he'd left the scene straight away, someone would have noticed his erratic behaviour. I think he stays with his victims. He calms himself down until he feels safe enough to leave. When he does, he gets the confidence of being able to hide in plain sight. This is an incredibly intelligent man who is at the height of his powers. So what's our next step?
Foley asked. You need to bring Jamie Farr in for detailed questioning. His witness statement is very vague, but now that some time has elapsed, maybe he will have remembered more about his attacker. He's your best chance at identifying the killer.
I thought you were supposed to be our best chance,
Ripner said. There was a ripple of laughter from around the room. No, I analyse. You detect. Holly stifled a snigger.
What can you tell us about the killer?
Ripner asked, folding his arms once again. I'm not a profiler.
But surely you've come up with something.
Leon? Foley warned, giving his DS a dead stare. No, that's all right. I can tell you that you're looking for a white male, medium height and build, in his late 20s to mid-30s. He'll live alone, have a low-demanding job, and be socially confident. He's intelligent, clean-living, and very good at blending into the background. Oh, and the job he has won't be regular hours. He'll work shifts.
How do you know that?
Leon asked again. He tried to kill Jamie Farr at 1 a.m. Nobody with a regular 9-to-5 job is out and about at the time. Also, he killed Sarah Millington in the late afternoon, around 4 o'clock-ish. He's fitting his hobby in around his work. A young white male who blends into the background. You've described practically 80% of the people living in London, Leon said, a smirk on his lips. I know this is frustrating for you all, especially as one of your colleagues is among the victims. However, I believe you already know who the killer is. This type of person is in it for the thrill, but the thrill of killing, no matter how elaborate his murders are, won't be enough. He'll have made himself known to the police, and he'll have walked away with a huge grin on his face, knowing he's bested you. You or someone on this team have already interviewed him. Add that to the description I've given you, and it's narrowed your field considerably.
You sound very confident,
Leon said. I know how killers think. Nobody should have to know that, Holly said.
True, but aren't you glad I do?
Chapter 24. With the air of a man who felt he belonged there, Sam Halliday opened Olivia's front door, walked into her house, and closed it behind him. He waved the fob in front of the panel on the wall, which deactivated the alarm. The house was quiet. Sam leaned back against the solid storm door and inhaled. He could detect a hint of the fragrance Olivia had sprayed herself with after showering this morning, before she left the house.
exactly 57 minutes ago. The first room he came to on the right was Olivia's bedroom. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. It was warm in here. The heat from the steam of the shower hung in the air, and Sam imagined Olivia with a towel wrapped around her wet, naked body. He sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. A satisfying smile spread across his lips as he pictured her toweling herself dry, rubbing moisturizer into her soft skin, and running a brush through her shiny hair. He sat at her dressing table and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He opened the first drawer and took out a makeup bag. He unzipped it and removed a dark red lipstick. He knew this was the one she used, as he stared intently at her lips whenever she spoke. He couldn't take his eyes from her naturally full pout. He took off the cap and rolled up the red stick. He sniffed it, but it didn't have any smell. He licked the tip. The next time Olivia applied her lipstick, he would be on her lips and would linger all day, like the remnants of a passionate kiss between two lovers. On the bedside table, Sam picked up a framed photograph of a woman and a young girl. It was obviously a picture taken many years ago. The photo was slightly yellowed, and the outfits the people were wearing were dated. He wondered if this was a young Olivia with her mother. There was a well-thumbed paperback copy of Little Women next to the bedside lamp. Judging by the state of it, it was a book Olivia had read many times. He'd never read it himself, but he'd make a point of buying it, so he could get a snapshot of the kind of things Olivia enjoyed. In the top drawer of the solid oak chest, he ran his fingers over Olivia's delicate underwear. He pressed them against his face, breathing in the clean smell from her knickers and bras. He took a pair of pants from the bottom of the drawer, white, lacy, with a pink trim, and stuffed them into the pocket of his jeans. Sam looked back at the bed. He could picture himself and Olivia curled up underneath the duvet together, their naked bodies pressed against each other, legs entwined. His hands all over her, her head on his chest. Him listening to the sound of her steady breathing as she slept. He'd inhale the scent from her hair and warm skin. He'd caress her gently and hold her close. He wondered what he would have to do to win over someone as special as Olivia. Would she even consider a trainee doctor? He didn't have much to offer. In fact, he had nothing to offer. He was 23 years old, and all he had to his name was a damp basement flat, which took most of his student loan money in extortionate rent, and 3 maxed-out credit cards. Someone of Olivia's class wouldn't look twice at him. He'd need to offer her something no other man could. Walking through the rest of the ground floor, Sam ran his fingers along the spines of hardback books in the living room, most of which he hadn't heard of. He read the titles of the DVDs and Blu-rays on the shelves on the back wall. Most were foreign-language films, and the odd box set of an Icelandic crime drama he'd seen on BBC4 and abandoned without a clue what was going on. Olivia was way out of his league. But he could change for her. He'd watched the original Swedish Millennium trilogy on DVD and enjoyed that. He could get used to subtitles. He took the first flight of stairs slowly, listening for any creaks. The 7th and 8th steps groaned under his weight. He made a mental note, just in case he decided to enter the house at night while Olivia was sleeping. He'd hate to wake her up. The only room on the first floor was Olivia's office. From the back window, he looked out over the stunning view of her back garden and the concrete city beyond. He quickly turned away. He hated London. Just the sight of its landmarks filled him with loathing. The large table in the centre of the room was neat and tidy. Her desk in the corner had files and folders neatly arranged. There was another framed photograph of the same woman and girl, but on a beach this time. He stood back and looked at the notes Olivia had written on the whiteboards. She had clear handwriting, and he loved the way she drew her zeros with a slanting line through them. He wanted to sit in her chair at the desk and imagine what it would be like to be her at work, but it was too close to the front window, and he worried he might be spotted by the nosy neighbours opposite. On the other hand, he'd yet to speak to any of the neighbours, and he'd been living in the cul-de-sac for over a year. London was a world away from rural Devon. Sam sat down in Olivia's chair. He was incredibly lonely. The people he worked with at the hospital were fine for a quick chat whenever they had a spare few minutes or happened to be grabbing a coffee at the same time. But they had their own lives, their own issues, their own friends and family. They didn't have space for someone new in their circle. Sam knew he didn't have a sparkling personality. He wasn't a great conversational whiz. He didn't have a quick sense of humour, and he found it difficult to make eye contact when talking. This often made him come across as aloof and goofy. But he couldn't help how he was. He was painfully shy, and he had no idea how to change that. He was sure that it would take just one person to unlock his inner confidence, someone warm, caring, kind and gentle. Someone like Olivia, to break down the walls of isolation he'd built up around himself. Whenever he thought of Olivia, and any potential life they could have together, he felt a warm feeling develop inside him. He didn't care about the age gap. It was the fact they would have each other's heart and soul that would make it work. Sam sat and daydreamed for a while. It was only when his gaze landed on the doorway and he saw the stairs leading up to the top floor that he wondered what was up there. When he'd moved into his basement flat, his landlady had delighted in explaining the layout of the 4 floors, as if rubbing his nose in how plentiful the space was that they had, and how he'd never be able to afford something so luxurious. Fortunately, she worked away a lot, and he never had to see her. Cow. But why did Olivia choose such an expansive house when she lived on her own? What did she do with all the empty rooms? He ascended the stairs and felt the air get cooler the further he went. He shuddered. The door was locked, but Olivia had left the key in the lock. Strange. It was stiff to turn, and he heard the mechanism echo as if the room was empty. He pushed the door carefully open and stepped into a room with nothing in it except for a leather sofa and a glass-topped coffee table. The walls were painted a light grey, and the plush carpet was a shade or two darker. It smelt new, and looked as if it was hardly walked on. He remained in the doorway and looked at the large expanse of empty space. He frowned. There was an ensuite bathroom to the left, but nothing else. He stepped inside and something caught his eye. He turned to look at the wall behind him and frowned as he tried to make sense of what he was looking at. The wall had been turned into a giant notice board. A map of London covered most of it, and various photographs of women were tacked around the side with pins and lines of red thread, leading to different areas of the capital. He counted 6 women in total, and at the top left was a photograph he recognised. It was a copy of the one in Olivia's bedroom, the woman and small child. Their line of red cotton pointed to a pin in Kingston upon Thames, the same place where Olivia had told him she was from. At the very top of the map was the photo of a man who looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't think where from. He found the whole setup bizarre in the extreme. It was like the set of a crime drama where the detectives are trying to hunt a serial killer by pinpointing the location of his victims. Is that what this was? But if this was Olivia's work, surely all this information would have been in her office downstairs. On the low coffee table were several piles of files. He picked one up and read the label. 13th April, 1999, Diane Hobbs. He opened it and saw the face of a brown-haired woman with creases around her eyes, a small nose, and a smile that lit up her face. Sam looked back at the wall and saw the same photo looking down at him. He flicked through the file, glancing at news stories printed from the internet, telling of how she'd been reported missing, then eventually found murdered on the bank of the Thames. There were copies of crime scene photos which turned Sam's stomach, and he quickly moved away from them. A copy of a post-mortem report told him Diane had been stabbed 11 times and her left breast had been severed. He quickly closed the file. The others all belonged to the people on the board. Next to the files were 6 copies of the same paperback book, The Riverside Killer, The Double Life of Richard Button, written by someone called Sebastian Lister. The cover showed what appeared to be a dead body lying at the side of a dirty river, her blood-spattered arm floating on top of the water. Sam flicked through the book and focused on the glossy pages of photographs. The picture of Richard Button looked like the one on the wall at the top. But why was Olivia interested in him and his victims when he'd already been caught and jailed? He vaguely knew the story of Richard Button. He was a serial killer in the 1990s who murdered 8 people, 2 of whom were his wife and daughter. But he was in prison. The case was closed. It made no sense for Olivia to seem to give this top priority over everything else in her work. He sat down on the sofa and began reading the book. He skimmed over the page giving information about the author, but stopped at the dedication. It simply read, "To Olivia." So, Sebastian had written this book and dedicated it to Olivia. Why would he do that? Is it a compliment to have a book about a notorious serial killer who mutilated 8 women dedicated to you? Sam sat back, made himself comfortable and began reading. It wasn't long before everything fell into place. Richard Button was the perfect family man. He lived a safe and normal existence with a high-paid job as an accountant at a family brewery in the south of London. He was married to Geraldine and had 2 lovely daughters, Olivia and Claire. Flicking to the photographs again, Sam noticed the wife and daughter of the killer were up on the board, but there was no picture of Olivia. Why was that? Because she was still very much alive. Olivia Winter was Olivia Button, daughter of serial killer Richard Button. This changed everything. Sam decided it was time to leave. He was due at the Royal Free Hospital in an hour. There was a spring in his step as he descended both sets of stairs, and it was only when he reached the front door that he realised he was still holding a copy of The Riverside Killer. A woman like Olivia, the sole survivor of a serial murderer, the daughter of a man who had killed her own mother and sister, was going to be a nervous woman. Yes, she was intelligent, but he guessed as a person she'd be a complete basket case. He doubted she saw a therapist. She didn't seem the type to open herself up to a stranger. He imagined she bottled everything up and threw herself into her work. That was why she wasn't married. That was why she didn't have any children. She'd withdrawn from the world and society. How would he be able to win over someone as fragile as Olivia? By making her need him, of course. He tiptoed back into the bedroom and placed the paperback on top of Olivia's bedtime reading, Little Women. Tonight, when she snuggled under the duvet and reached out to read a couple of chapters, she'd stop and wonder who had placed it there. Soon she'd be knocking Sam's door down, asking for his support. And he'd be there with open arms. Chapter 25. Detectives believe that witnesses should be interviewed straight after an event, before they forget what they've seen. Memory experts recommend that at least 72 hours should be left after the incident before a person is interviewed, so they can process what they have witnessed. Olivia had first-hand experience that waiting to interview a witness is the best option. While she was recovering in hospital from her stab wounds at the age of 9, she had detectives bombarding her with questions about what her father had done. She had been able to answer them, but her answers had been garbled, and she had missed out key information. 3 days later, still in hospital and crying onto her grandmother's shoulder, she remembered everything. From coming home from Jessica's house full of excitement to the final stab wound when she was plunged into unconsciousness. It was as if she was watching a recording of it in her head. The attack on Jamie Farr took place on the 5th of December last year. His witness statement had been taken less than 2 hours after he was stabbed, and he hadn't been questioned about it since. Although more than 2 months had passed, Olivia knew he would be able to add more information this time around. Jamie was led into the interview room. He seemed to be of average height, of slim to medium build, and had cropped, dark blonde hair. He was pale, and held himself rigid. He was wearing a dark green hooded sweater that looked a size too big for him, and baggy blue jeans. He hadn't shaved in several days and sported a patchy beard which, along with his oversized clothes, gave him a shaggy appearance. Aged 24, he lived in Ruislip Manor with family and worked shifts at a petrol station, which was a 10-minute walk from his home. He sat down carefully in the hard plastic seat. He showed no signs of his injuries causing any lingering discomfort, but, judging by his body language, he was incredibly uncomfortable being in a police station. Olivia guessed that was only natural. He would probably want to try and put the whole incident behind him. She certainly had when she was stabbed. He declined an offer of a drink from D.S. Goodfellow, and D.S. Ripner started the recording, explaining for the benefit of the tape that this was an informal interview. As a civilian, Olivia was not allowed to interview him. She was sitting in a cramped viewing room behind a one-way mirror, beside D.I. Foley. They were so close they were almost touching. Olivia could smell the cheap deodorant he was wearing and the stale coffee on his breath. She could even hear his stomach rumbling. Knowing all this made her self-conscious about what he could detect about her. On the desk in front of her was a notepad and pen. She hoped she'd be able to glean some information from the potential murder victim of a serial killer to help Foley and his team catch the man responsible. Jamie,
Holly began. She leaned forward in her chair. She didn't fold her arms and had made a point of taking her jacket off. She was showing Jamie that she was open, sympathetic, and she could be trusted. She reminded Olivia of a politician who rolls his sleeves up around election time to come across as one of the people. "We need to know everything about what happened to you on the night of the 5th of December. "I've been through all this before." "I know, but new information has come to light. And what happened to you might have happened to someone else. We need to check and double-check." "Someone else has been stabbed?" he asked. His eyes widened. "Yes." "Are they all right?" She turned to Leon, who picked up the mantle. "Jamie, what can you tell us about the man who attacked you?" "Nothing. It was dark." His head was bowed, his voice barely above a whisper, and he was playing with his fingers. "There must be something you recall," Leon said. He was getting agitated already, and the interview had only just begun. "Let's take it one step at a time," Holly said. "We'll work down from head to toe. Now, was his head covered?" "Have you been coaching her?" Foley leaned in and whispered loudly to Olivia. "I gave her a few pointers." She smiled. "Yes, he had a hood up." "OK. What colour was the hood?" "Dark. Black, I think." "Could you see any of his hair?" Jamie thought for a moment. "No." "Was his face covered?" "No." "Did he have a scarf or a mask covering his face?" "No." "What colour was his skin?" "He was white." "Pale? Dark?" "Pale, I think." "Did he have a beard, moustache or stubble?" "No. He was clean-shaven." "Did you see his eyes?" "No." "Was he wearing glasses or sunglasses?" "No, his hood was pulled down low." "So how do you know he wasn't wearing glasses?" "I saw enough of his face to know he wasn't wearing glasses, but not enough to see the colour of his eyes." "OK. Did anything stand out about his face? Did he have any scars or tattoos? Any birthmarks? Any acne scars or wrinkles?" "No. He had a smooth complexion." "Would you say he was young in appearance?" "Yes." "How young? Younger than you?" "I don't know, maybe the same age." "OK. You're doing very well, Jamie." Olivia had told Holly about the importance of rewards. It was like giving a puppy a treat when he was learning to sit. "What can you tell me about his clothes?" "They were dark. I think he was wearing black jeans." "What about up top? Was he wearing a coat?" "Yes." "What kind?" "It was kind of padded, but not like a bomber jacket or anything." "Did you see any logos?" "No. Wait. Yes, there was something on the sleeve. A little rectangular thing. It shone under the street lamp." "Could you see what it was?" "No. It was only small." "Hang on a minute," Leon said. He stood up and left the room. "You're doing very well, Jamie. Are you all right to continue?" "Yes, I'm fine." He gave her a small smile. "How are your injuries?" "They're fine. All healed up. Just a couple of scars."
Leon re-entered the interview room within seconds of leaving. He was carrying a dark blue jacket, which he placed on the table.
Is this similar to the jacket your attacker was wearing?
Jamie examined the coat. He looked at the little logo on the left sleeve.
Yes. This is it. This is definitely the coat,
he said, the most animated he had been since he arrived at the station.
But it was black rather than blue. For the benefit of the tape, I have shown Jamie Farr my own jacket, which is a Barber coat.
Leon took the jacket back from Jamie and draped it over the back of the chair. What about his footwear, Jamie? What can you tell me about them? Holly asked.
They were black. They were like walking shoes. They didn't make a sound when he walked, so they weren't big and heavy. They didn't have a heel on them, but they certainly weren't trainers. How can you be so sure?
Leon asked.
When he stabbed me, I bent over, and I got a good look at them.
Did you see any markings, logos, or brandings on them?
No. They didn't look expensive, and they were quite worn.
Did he speak to you at all?
No.
Did he make any sound?
No.
What about smell? Holly asked. Was he wearing a fragrance or a particularly strong deodorant?
Not that I remember. He didn't smell of sweat or anything. He smelled, I don't know, sort of clean, maybe?
Could you smell alcohol or tobacco on him?
No,
he replied firmly. OK, one more thing. Tell me about his height and build.
He was a bit taller than me, but not much. And he was sort of average build. I'm sorry, I know that's not helpful, but he wasn't thin and he wasn't fat. He was kind of regular. This is futile,
Foley said, rolling his chair back and hitting the wall. No, it isn't.
Of course it is. All he's told us is that he's an average bloke wearing walking shoes and a designer jacket. Do you have any idea how many outlets sell Barber? Then there are online stores, charity shops and eBay.
You know he's white. You know he's clean-shaven and looks after his appearance. You know he's slim to medium build. Look around you at how many people are classed as overweight or obese. Look how many men have designer stubble. You can narrow your search down dramatically by his description.
And we'll still be left with several million suspects.
You're thinking negatively here, Amias. She'd only known him for a few days, but knew calling him by his first name would elicit a look of daggers. It got his attention, however, and that was all Olivia wanted. Your killer is highly intelligent. He's killed 6 people so far, and you have very little to go on. He's an expert at covering his tracks. However, he messed up with Jamie Farr in there. He didn't kill him, so you need to use what he can give you. Foley gave a deflated sigh.
You're right.
I know I am. She smiled. Olivia decided against going back into the murder rooms. She had work of her own to go back to in George Street. She left the police station and was buttoning up her coat when she looked up and saw Jamie Farr leaving the building by another door. She watched as he zipped up his jacket, plunged his hands into his pockets, and with his head down, headed quickly out of the car park. Olivia decided to follow him. He must be going through hell right now. He'd survived a knife attack. Maybe he thought it was an attempted mugging gone wrong. that was bad enough. But when the news was made public that there was a serial killer operating in London and that he had come within a hair's breadth of being one of his victims, the emotional turmoil would be massive. Already his world would have been turned upside down as he tried to make sense of living as a victim. But street muggings happen all the time, especially in major cities. Contact with serial killers was rare. He would not be ready for this. Olivia knew that life all too well. "Mr. Farr?" Olivia called out. Jamie stopped dead in his tracks and looked around him. His eyes were wide with fear. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. My name's Olivia Winter. I'm a forensic psychologist, working with the police. I witnessed your interview just now." "Oh," he said, head down, staring at his shoes. "It must have been a frightening time for you, getting attacked like that." "It was," he replied, in a soft voice. "How are you coping?" He took a deep breath. "I don't know. I'm taking each day as it comes." "That's good. Are you seeing anyone? A counsellor, maybe?" "No. I did think about it, but my mum said I'd get over it soon enough." "You're not, though, are you?" Jamie didn't reply. He looked like he was on the verge of tears. If you find you're suffering mentally, having nightmares or struggling to cope, you may be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. There are people you can talk to who can help. I just want to try and forget about it and get back to how I was before all this happened. It's not easy, though, is it? He shook his head. His bottom lip wobbled. "Here." Olivia fished around in her handbag and brought out a business card. "I'm not a counsellor, but I can put you in touch with some good people. Or, I don't know. If you think of anything, give me a call." Gingerly, he took the card and put it in his pocket without looking at it. "Thanks. I'd better get going," he said, turning on his heel and taking large strides. Olivia was only 9 when she was attacked. Still a child. All she had wanted was for someone she knew to ask her if she wanted to talk about what happened, to try and make sense of it. She'd had her grandparents, but they'd been of the old school that believed things were better left unsaid, as Jamie Farr's mother seemed to be. Olivia hoped that her offer of the opportunity to talk would be enough for Jamie to move on in his life. Olivia turned and went in the opposite direction to try and find a taxi. It was 25 years later for her, and she was still trying to find a way to move on. Jamie needed help right now. Chapter 26. It had been Olivia's intention to go home, have a quick shower, and change into something less formal, then scoot over to Sebastian's in time for dinner. She pushed open the front door and had to wait until Stanley finished walking all over the mail before she could pick it up. Amongst the brown envelopes and medical journals she subscribed to, she found a folded-up piece of notepaper. She opened it and saw this message in untidy capitals. "Didn't you like my flowers?" In the hallway, Olivia looked up. The house suddenly felt different, as if she wasn't safe here. She called to Stanley, who had been trotting around the kitchen, his nails echoing on the tiles. He came bounding towards her. She quickly scooped him up in her arms and left the house, slamming the door hard behind her.
Why was her father taunting her like this? She'd had nothing to do with him for 25 years. He'd murdered her mother and sister. Wasn't that enough to live with, without the added torture of his constant reminders that he was still able to get to her? Sebastian Lister lived on Alexandra Grove, within throwing distance of Finsbury Park, in a 3-storey townhouse. He lived with his daughter Tilly, 18, who was studying for her A-levels, 12-year-old Alistair, and 6-year-old twins Robert and Catherine. His wife, Rosemary, had died almost 2 years ago from breast cancer. It had hit the whole family hard. She had been diagnosed in April and was dead by July. So rapidly had the cancer coursed through her body. Since then, Sebastian had cut back on work to make the children his #1 priority. Tilly helped out as much as she could, but he was cognizant of her studies and her need for a life of her own. He refused to let her sacrifice herself for the sake of her younger brothers and sister. As far as Olivia was aware, he was coping relatively well, despite the lack of care he took in his own appearance. On the way over, she stopped at an off-licence and bought a couple of bottles of wine and a few bars of chocolate for his kids. The twins would probably be in bed, but they could have them another time. The stop also allowed Stanley a few minutes to stretch his tiny legs. She would have to think of another way of transporting the little dog around London with her. It was only a matter of time before the police pulled her over for having a sausage dog balanced precariously on her lap. Maybe there was a special backpack for dogs to go in that she could buy. She doubted Stanley would be too much weight on her shoulders. She had a feeling this tiny dog was going to end up being quite high maintenance. Olivia managed to find a parking space not far from Sebastian's house and rang the doorbell. She looked up. Most lights in the house were on, and she could hear the telltale sound of tiny feet pounding the stairs. "If I have to come up there one more time, your Gruffalo's going in the bin," she heard Sebastian say before the door was opened. "Problems?" she asked with a smile. "Nothing that putting a pair of twins on eBay wouldn't solve. Come on in." "I thought they'd be asleep by now," she said, stepping into the warmth of the house. "They normally would be, but they went around to a friend's for dinner, and the mother loaded them up on sweets and chocolate. They're bouncing off the walls up there." "Oh, dear." "Go on through, I won't be a minute." "Am I all right to bring him in?" Olivia nodded to Stanley. "Of course you are," he said, scratching the little dog's head. Sebastian stormed up the stairs while Olivia made her way into the living room. She pushed open the door and was hit with the heat from the wood burner and the soothing glow from the lamps dotted around the room. This was a proper family living room. A large television, bookcases jammed with colourful spines and DVDs, toys strewn about the floor, a comfortable sofa, and magazines on the coffee table. This room was lived in. She plumped up the cushions on the sofa and sat down, feeling herself relaxing straight away. The house had atmosphere. It felt warm and safe, cosy and happy. She found herself smiling as she cast her eyes around the room, taking in family photographs and framed child paintings. "Hello, Dad said you were popping over." Tilly, tall, slim, with a shock of dyed black hair, entered the room. She wore a tight black vest top which advertised a band Olivia had never heard of. Her wrists were covered in charity bands and colourful braided bracelets, and she wore silver rings on every finger. "Oh my God, he's so cute," she said, crouching to the floor as soon as she set eyes on Stanley. He bounded over to her and began jumping up at her and licking her hand.
I didn't know you had a dog.
Neither did I until recently. He belonged to a friend who died.
I'm sorry,
Tilly said, standing up with the dog in her arms. Thanks. I like your hair, Olivia said, eager to change the subject. Tilly ran her fingers through her roughly cropped, dyed black hair.
I fancied a change.
It suits you. Are you still going out with... Sorry, can't remember his name. The artist? She frowned as she thought.
Raphael? God, no, I ended that months ago. He was a creep. Listen, she said,
sitting on the sofa next to her.
Can I ask your advice?
Sure. Olivia was taken aback. She had never been asked for advice by an 18-year-old. She hoped Tilly wasn't going to ask something personal.
There's this program that's come up at college, offering me the chance of studying in America for 3 months. I've signed up, but there is a limited number of spaces, so I may not get accepted. The thing is, if I am accepted, do you think I should go?
Definitely, Olivia replied, without having to think about it. It would be a wonderful opportunity for you. You'll learn more in those 3 months than you would in a whole year at home.
But what about Dad? I can't leave him with 3 kids on his own.
Her face wrinkled with worry lines on her forehead. Olivia leaned forward and took Tilly's slender hand in her own.
Tilly, you can't stop doing things just because your dad may need a babysitter.
He'll tell you himself to go when he finds out. Besides, work is very flexible, and he can do more work from home. And Dr. Penelligan has been itching to join our office for years. We could take him on part-time, and he and your father can job share. There's always a solution, Tilly.
I just don't want him to think I'm abandoning him, she said.
There was a catch in her voice. You're not abandoning him. You're starting your life. This is what you're supposed to do. Sebastian entered the room. I've finally got them to settle down, but I've had to promise them a pizza night at the weekend. They're not going around there again for a meal. She knows what Catherine's like on too much sugar, and Robert just eggs her on. He slumped down on the sofa and let out a loud sigh. Anyway, what are you two talking about? Olivia and Tilly exchanged glances before Olivia bent down and pulled out 2 bottles of wine from her bag. We were debating which one to open first. Olivia watched Tilly pour herself a glass of wine before going upstairs to keep an eye on the twins and help Alistair with his maths homework. She asked if she could take Stanley with her. Within moments the sounds of cooing and laughter were heard. Olivia and Sebastian took their glasses, the rest of the bottle, and the chocolate, which he said the kids were definitely not having, into the dining room. She's growing up, Olivia remarked. Tilly, yes. She's not a child anymore. She's doing well at college, she was telling me. Oh, yes. They're all pleased with her. You must be very proud. I am. It's not been easy. I mean, she could easily have gone off the rails after Rosemary died, but she didn't. He put his head in his hand. He looked up and his eyes were red with tears. It hits me out of nowhere sometimes. I know she's gone, but I loved her so much, I still do. And the thought of never seeing her again is like a punch to the stomach. Olivia went around and put her arms around him.
resting her head on his shoulder. I know. It's not something you get over, but something you learn to live with. I know. You're doing really well, Sebastian. I don't think I'd have been able to cope with 4 kids single-handedly. You should be incredibly proud of yourself. I am. It's a struggle, you know? Every time the kids come home from school, they've got a letter about some trip or project, and they want more money from me. I had to pay the advance back to the publishers for that book about Danny Lee Grimes because I missed the deadline, then abandoned the book completely because I didn't have time to write it. He lowered his voice. I'm worried I'm going to have to sell this place. Really? The mortgage payments are insane. I'd make a decent enough profit if I sold, but we'd have to move to a cheaper area. I didn't know things were that bad. Well, they're not at the moment, but it won't be long before I get through our savings. Sebastian, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? No. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be burdening you with all this. You're not. Look, I know you wouldn't take money as a gift, but how about a loan? No, he replied firmly. I appreciate you offering, and thank you, but I could never borrow money from a friend. It wouldn't be right. Look, I've no intention of having kids, and my father put paid to the possibility of having nieces and nephews to leave anything to. I've done pretty well out of these books. The money's just sitting in my account. Let me help. Sebastian stood up and headed for the kitchen. Olivia followed. She stood in the doorway while he lifted the lid from a large pan and stirred the contents. Whatever was cooking smelled delicious. I'm sorry I've embarrassed you, Olivia eventually said. No, it was kind of you to offer. I couldn't, he said, without turning to look at her. Okay. I won't bring it up again, but any time you change your mind, let me know. Once they'd eaten, homemade soup and bread to begin with, then grilled sea bass and new potatoes with vegetables, they spread Olivia's notes out on the dining table. Bloody hell. Do you really think he's killed 6 people? Olivia nodded, taking a piece of chocolate. The media are going to love this. I know. So what do you want from me? D.I. Foley and his team are asking me to profile this guy. They want me to be more specific than saying he's a white male in his late 20s to mid-30s. But that's not what I do, Olivia said, sinking into her seat and looking fatigued. I can't just give them a name and address and tell them to go and arrest their killer. Sebastian looked down at the map where Olivia had marked the areas where the victims were murdered. 3 victims in Brent. The others in Ealing, Hillingdon, Hackney, and the city. We're talking central, north to northwest London. It's strange how his first and his most recent victims are close to each other, whereas all the others are out to the west. What does that mean? I don't know. When were the first and latest ones killed? Olivia opened her notebook. First victim was Neil Parker. He was killed on the 5th of November last year. The most recent one was Jessica Sheffield on the 15th of February. So, 3 months between the two, more or less, he said. Significant? Well, as you know, crime isn't random. It's either planned or opportunistic. There's a theory that states a crime occurs when a victim's activity space intersects with the murderer's activity space. What do you mean by activity space? Well, he took a sip of the strong coffee and picked up a Mars bar from the pile Olivia had dumped on the table. We all have our own activity spaces, which are our homes, places of work, places we go to on a regular basis, like the gym, the supermarket, the park, etc. Now, to get to and from these places, we travel on personal paths. So if you picture in your mind a map of where your home is, the office is, the swimming pool is, and draw lines between them, they're the personal paths getting you to and from your activity spaces. OK, go on. Now, you're not the only person who uses those activity spaces and personal paths. Other people use the swimming pool and I use the same office as you, so everyone's map will look different. We all intersect with each other from time to time.